Rebuilding the Immortal Cultivation family. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1026, Divine Power. After Li Zhirui got the map, he flew towards the nearest sect the spiritual light rushed, and after a few hours, he arrived at a high mountain. Li Zhirui discovered a very hidden formation while climbing the mountain. If it weren't for his powerful spiritual sense, he might not have discovered its existence. I didn't expect that there would be cultivators in the mountain. Li Zhirui thought about it and released a little magic power to touch the formation. He wanted to try to make a deal with the other party to save his time searching the mountain. Someone is coming. Why are there still people wandering outside at this time? Several cultivators hiding in the formation looked alert and didn't want to contact the cultivators outside, worried that they would cause trouble. The most important thing is that the spiritual energy here is limited. In order to absorb more spiritual energy, they drove away all their disciples. How could they let a strange cultivator in? They all knew that the world was being destroyed. Various disasters appeared frequently, destroying the spiritual veins. Spiritual energy became a very rare and precious resource, and also created some violent beasts. Maybe there were a few beasts not far from this person. Every time they made a move, they had to consume a lot of mana, which meant that they had to absorb a lot of spiritual energy, but the spiritual energy in the formation did not support their wasteful behavior. Li Zhirui stood outside the formation for a while. Seeing that no one responded, he raised his eyebrows and stopped waiting. He turned around and left. It didn't matter if he didn't reach a deal. It just took a little more time. Did he leave? He should have left. There has been no movement for so long. Because of the strong concealment of the formation, the inside and outside of the formation could not see each other, and they did not dare to open the formation, so they could only rely on their own feelings and guesses. In the end, because they could not make up their minds, they did not open the formation to take a look. At this time, Li Zhirui was flying in the air, fully stimulating his spiritual consciousness, constantly looking for some buildings with obvious characteristics, such as the alchemy room, the refining room, the scripture pavilion, the spiritual medicine garden, etc. As for the treasure house in the mountain, he did not devote too much energy to it. First, it was hidden and difficult to find, and second, it was likely to be empty if he found it. Although Li Zhirui did not get much from the places he went to now, he was very efficient. In just 1 hour, he took away everything he could take away. What hurt Li Zhirui the most was the huge spiritual medicine garden. He felt very uncomfortable looking at the withered and decayed spiritual objects all over the ground. Because there was no spiritual energy to nourish them, many high-grade spiritual objects died. On the contrary, some low-grade spiritual objects, because they needed less spiritual energy and had low growth requirements, were still alive. After a search, Li Zhirui flew away directly without going to the formation to take a look. After all, no one liked him, so there was no need to waste time. Most of the jade slips and spiritual objects he loaded in the mountains were basic and low level, because they were of low value and no one would waste time on them. But it was just right for Li Zhirui now, because he lacked channels to understand this world. By looking at a few basic jade slips, Li Zhirui had a general understanding of the Thousand Spirit Realm. This is a world of the middle thousands where the human race is very powerful, the demon race is lingering, and the immortals and demons are fighting against each other. There is a deep hatred between them, and wars break out almost all the time. Therefore, the reason for the world's crash is not only the war that destroyed the world, but also the damage caused to the Thousand Spirit Realm before. The lack of external enemies has led to the continuous intensification of internal contradictions in the human race, and ultimately led to such a tragic result. Li Zhirui sighed with regret. Balance is a very important part for the world. The reason why Li Zhirui felt sorry was that in the countless years of struggle with the demon Dao, the immortal Dao gave birth to a lot of methods against the demon Dao, but now the world is destroyed. These precious methods are likely to have been lost. You know, at the beginning of the collapse of the heavenly Dao and the destruction of the world, the demon Dao relied on the opportunity of the great changes in the world to greatly improve its strength, wreaking havoc and looting in the Thousand Spirit Realm, further accelerating the destruction of the world. And these methods that they hate are likely to be the focus of the demon cultivators. There are still many mountain gates around. I wonder if anyone has stayed here. Li Zhirui can only hope that those monks who have learned the Dharma are hiding in the mountains, giving him a chance to trade. With this idea in mind, Li Zhirui immediately set off to fly to other places. Before this, they were all famous mountains and rivers with rich spiritual energy, but now, all the creatures in the mountains are dying. It's just a matter of speed. I'm afraid it won't be long before these places will become barren mountains, and eventually, as the world is swallowed up, they will turn into nutrients to nourish the creatures in the Yuanling world. However, in the next few mountains, Li Zhirui did not meet any monks, and the various buildings were more dilapidated than one another, looking like they had been abandoned for many years. I'm afraid this world has reached the end of destruction. Based on his situation along the way, Li Zhirui felt that his guess made sense. The creatures who could ascend and escape had already left. Now, the remaining ones were all struggling, but could only wait for death to come. Faced with this situation, Li Zhirui became even more anxious. He was worried that the world would be destroyed before he got the Dharma. At that time, the methods that the monks spent so much effort to deduce would be buried with the destruction of the world. It was such a pity. We must hurry up, Li Zhirui murmured to himself. If it really doesn't work, he still has another way, that is, the monks who are hiding in the formation that he had discovered before. If it really comes to the last moment, Li Zhirui will not care so much and will directly break the formation and get the method from them. Next, Li Zhirui fell into a very busy state, running around in the thousand spirit realm to find it. Unfortunately, he did not get the method to restrain the demon cultivators. During this period, he also met many local cultivators. But most of them had too low cultivation bases and were not qualified to learn the magic power of killing demons, and they ran away when they saw Li Zhirui. Just when Li Zhirui was disappointed and was about to turn around and return, several cultivators of refining emptiness and fusion suddenly appeared not far away, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The cultivation bases of these people were not low, and judging from the situation in the thousand spirit realm, they must have survived the battlefield of immortals and demons, and they must have learned a lot of magic power of killing demons. Li Zhirui saw that his goal was possible, so he approached rapidly. But when the group of cultivators saw Li Zhirui, who had a ruddy face and exuded a pure aura, they immediately had different thoughts. Because Li Zhirui's condition showed that he had no shortage of spiritual stones, precious pills, and other spiritual objects to replenish his mana. And these spiritual objects are very precious things now that the world is about to be destroyed. If they can get them, they will definitely be able to recover, and then they will have more confidence to break into the void. When the two sides were close, Li Zhirui keenly noticed that the way they looked at him was not right, and he was alert and cautious in his heart. At the same time, he stopped approaching, and asked politely, "Fellow Taoists, do you have the magic power of killing demons?" "Of course I do, but I don't know how you plan to trade." They didn't care about the strange situation of why Li Zhirui wanted the magic power of killing demons, and just wanted to get more spiritual objects. "I still have some spiritual stones and precious pills in my hand. If you are willing, we can trade directly. What do you think?" "Okay." Looking at the precious pills and spiritual stones that Li Zhirui took out, the eyes of several people burst into desire and greed. It was this action that made them determined to take action. Trading can only get a part. How can it be better to subdue the person and take away all the spiritual objects on the other party? Crack! A thunderbolt suddenly hit Li Zhirui. If Li Zhirui had not been prepared and held up the defensive spell in an instant, he would have been seriously injured. "What do you mean by this?" Li Zhirui asked with a cold face. "Humph," the old man in the lead snorted disdainfully and said, "What time is it now? Dao is still so bright and beautiful, and has abundant magic power. It is really enviable, haha. I had evil thoughts in my heart, but I actually wanted to throw the fault on him." This shamelessness really made people laugh out loud. "In that case, let's see how strong you are." Li Zhirui was not afraid. Even if he couldn't beat them, he still wanted to escape. "I advise you to hand over the storage magic weapon. As long as you keep your life, you will have a chance to get these things in the future." The old man seemed to be kind and advised. In this world that is about to be destroyed, talking about the future? What a big joke. "Then let me experience your strength." Li Zhirui's hands flew, and countless magic formulas flew out in an instant. A spiritual light turned all of them upside down inside, leaving no chance for the other party to escape. Rumble. Soon, dark clouds rolled, and thunder roared in them. Originally thought to be waiting for a downpour, but what came down was a powerful thunder. Not good. When those monks wanted to snatch the spiritual objects, they only saw that they had the advantage in numbers, but ignored their own strength, which had dropped significantly due to the lack of spiritual nourishment. At the same time, due to the lack of mana, they had no way to display their powerful magical powers. So much so that they were extremely embarrassed to resist Li Zhirui's attack. At this time, they had already regretted it and realized that they had provoked an existence that should not be provoked. Dao, you can sit down and discuss it properly. There is no need to fight and kill like this, which hurts the harmony. Seeing that the situation was not favorable to them, someone immediately stood up to beg for mercy. Are you afraid now? What a pity. It's too late. Li Zhirui originally wanted to trade honestly, but now he changed his mind. Originally, for the sake of their cultivation and strength, he planned to use some treasure pills and spirit stones to exchange for the method, because in the process of fighting with them, Li Zhirui noticed their problems at the first time. He has space to replenish his mana, and he still has a large number of treasure pills in his hands to restore, so he doesn't have to worry about the problem of insufficient mana. But this group of native cultivators, after so many years, the spirit stones and treasure pills have been almost consumed. Unless it is absolutely necessary, they will not use the last trump card. In order to capture several people, Li Zhirui used all kinds of powerful magical powers. The battle between the demon cultivators lasted only half an hour before they were captured by Li Zhirui. If it weren't for the special place of Qianlingji, Li Zhirui would not have been able to do this and capture several cultivators of Liangsu and Hedi alive. If Li Zhirui hadn't wanted to ask them about the magic of killing demons, he would have killed them long ago. He was not a person who would leave trouble behind. Don't you want the magic of killing demons? I have a very powerful magic in my hands. The demon cultivators of the same realm can hardly resist it. As long as you are willing to let me go, I will definitely offer it with both hands. The old cultivator has lived for so many years, and the thing he cares least about is his face. As long as he can survive, it doesn't matter if he spit in the face. Engrave all the magic of killing demons you know into the jade slips. You are not allowed to whisper to each other, let alone be clever, otherwise don't blame me for being cruel. Li Zhirui did not respond to the other party's words, and did not even promise to let everyone go. But even so, these cultivators still actively participated in it, wanting to show themselves and leave a good impression on Li Zhirui. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that the moment they took action, Li Zhirui sentenced them to death in his heart. In other words, no matter how hard they tried, Li Zhirui would not let them go. Soon, several people engraved the magic power of killing demons into the jade slips. Li Zhirui took out one at random, and probed into it with a ray of divine consciousness. After confirming that the other party had not left any means, he checked the various magical powers with confidence. It must be said that it is worthy of being an existence that has fought with the demons for countless years. Many disadvantages and weaknesses of demon cultivators, as well as various targeted methods, are reflected in various magical powers of killing demons. As for the other jade slips, no one dared to keep them privately, and engraved all the magical powers they knew into the jade slips. Thank you for your hard work. Li Zhirui took a rough look and found no problems, so he looked at the cultivators with a gentle face. Seeing Li Zhirui's peaceful attitude, they were relieved immediately, and they should be safe. But the next moment, several ice spikes suddenly appeared, and pierced their chests in their stunned eyes. Didn't you say you would let us go? Li Zhirui raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion. When did I say such a thing? Ha. The old monk looked at Li Zhirui with resentment in his eyes, and cursed. We will wait for you below first. I'm afraid I will disappoint you. The destruction of the thousand spirit realm will not affect me, because I am not a creature of this world. The old monk's pupils suddenly dilated, and he kept repeating, no wonder. No wonder. With a heart full of resentment, these monks died one by one. It's better to die early, so as not to see the scene of the destruction of the world and die in despair, Li Zhirui said, and then summoned a spiritual fire to burn their bodies clean. A gust of wind blew, and the gray ashes were taken away, and no one knew where they went. Chapter 1027 Invitation. After Li Zhirui got the magic power to kill demons, he did not go back to find the monks hiding in the formation, because he already had a lot of magic power, enough for him to learn. With his time, it would be better to continue exploring the next abandoned spiritual mountain. Maybe there will be more gains. After checking the map and determining the direction, Li Zhirui set off again. One day, he was looking for abandoned spiritual objects in a mountain, and suddenly he noticed several spiritual lights flying towards him at a very fast speed. Just when Li Zhirui was puzzled, the next moment, several black spiritual lights appeared in his sight. He immediately understood that he was being chased by disaster beasts and robbery beasts. Disaster beasts and robbery beasts have different names, but they are both born in the destruction of the world, but the former is caused by the disaster energy of various natural disasters and man-made disasters, while the latter is bred by the energy of disaster. Their bodies are extremely hard, and because of their special nature, they have a certain degree of immunity to mana. In addition, they grow very fast and have the characteristics of killing living things when they see them. As a result, once they are born, they will cause large-scale suffering. It can be said that it is precisely because of their existence that a large number of living beings died when the world was destroyed, and the huge death aura will accelerate the speed of the world's destruction. Li Zhirui encountered disaster beasts and robbery beasts several times during the treasure hunt. Except for the initial attack, he hid in the space and avoided them in the later encounters. It's not that Li Zhirui is afraid of them, but he has used all means and a lot of mana to kill them, but he can't get any benefits. No one will do this kind of loss-making business. It's just that this group of beasts has a very sensitive sense of smell, or more accurately, they are very sensitive to life. They can detect hundreds of miles away, and then chase them relentlessly. So except for cultivators like Li Zhirui who have special means, few others can escape their pursuit. Dao. Help. When Li Zhirui discovered them, he was also discovered by them, and then flew towards them with ill intentions. After all, one more person means one more hope of survival. As for whether the other party would die, no one would care about this, because as long as it was not him who died, it would be fine. Humph! Li Zhirui's face turned cold in an instant, and he immediately used his magical powers to summon vines to hit them. What are you doing? We are all cultivators, from the same realm, but you don't help those beasts instead of helping them. Those cultivators didn't expect Li Zhirui to react like this, and some of them even questioned him loudly. Even if the other people didn't speak, their faces were very ugly, with blame in their eyes. Ho-ha. When Li Zhirui saw their reactions, the anger in his heart instantly dissipated completely, because it was not worth it for these brain-sick people to get angry. He was too lazy to explain. Seeing that the disaster beast and the robbery beast were about to catch up, he said nothing and directly escaped into space, disappearing without a trace. Where are the people? Even at this time, there were still cultivators who were not clear-headed and wanted to cause trouble for Li Zhirui. Don't look for them. Run for your life quickly, those beasts will catch up with you soon, damn it. Don't let me meet him in the Yuanling realm, otherwise I will make him wish he were dead. After leaving a cruel word, the man continued to flee in embarrassment. Hiding in the space, Li Zhirui calmly began to count the various spiritual objects he had obtained so far. It has been more than 2 months since he entered the Taixu illusion realm. Because he had a clear goal, his harvest was relatively rich. It took nearly 2 hours to count all the spiritual objects in different categories. The most precious ones were several 8th-level spiritual objects, including an 8th-level spiritual seed, 2 8th-level spiritual objects, and several 8th-level methods, all of which were obtained from those cultivators who tried to harm Li Zhirui. There are also many 6th and 7th-level spiritual objects, but the most are low-level spiritual objects, because they are not valuable, require less spiritual energy, and are not very delicate, so they finally waited for Li Zhirui. I don't know which side won the battle between Luoxing's Zhao and Daqian dynasty. After Li Zhirui was free, this question suddenly popped up in his mind. At first, Li Zhirui chose not to participate in the fight because he wanted to explore in a different way, because he was still digesting the opportunity brought by the last Taixu illusion. But when he really came in, he found that the destruction of Qianling realm was very serious, and it was on the verge of collapse. The heavenly Dao was dormant. Even if he wanted to reproduce the opportunity of the earthly spirit realm, it would be impossible to achieve it. After all, this world is about to be destroyed. Without the blessing of the heavenly Dao, how can Li Zhirui cross a major realm? So Li Zhirui has been wandering outside, and he has no idea about the battle between the two sides. But it's been almost 3 months since I came in, and the winner should be decided soon, right? Li Zhirui muttered to himself. He had a feeling that the Thousand Spirit realm could not hold out for much longer. If he did not seize the time to pull it, even if he integrated it into the Yuanling realm, he would not get much benefit. These seemed to have little to do with Li Zhirui, but if he wanted to leave the Thousand Spirit realm, someone had to anchor it and complete the pulling. Li Zhirui felt that he had explored the thousand spirit realm almost completely. It was not that he had traveled all over the world, but that the spiritual objects he found in the later period were getting fewer and fewer, and even the low-level spiritual objects showed signs of withering, not to mention those delicate high-level spiritual objects. It would be a waste of time to stay there, so it would be better to go back earlier. Thinking that the time was almost up, the group of monks should have led away the disaster beasts and robbery beasts, so Li Zhirui left the space. Looking at the charred soil under his feet, the withered trees around him, the lifeless and lifeless world, Li Zhirui felt anxious and depressed. No wonder so many crazy people were born when the world was destroyed. Watching the world die little by little, and being trapped in it, how could he not be crazy no matter how hard he struggled and could not survive? Li Zhirui recited the Pure and Tranquil Sutra several times in his mind, and at the same time mobilized the purification law to dispel the destructive energy that he had absorbed unconsciously in his body, and then he calmed down. As it reached this point, Li Zhirui performed the secret method, and his eyes radiated spiritual light. At this time, the world in his eyes was filled with death energy, calamity energy, disaster energy, etc., and there was no corner without these destructive energy. Is the traction formation set up? A large number of cultivators gathered in a hidden place, and the purpose was to complete the anchoring and traction, so that the Yuanling realm Heavenly Dao could merge with the Qianling realm as soon as possible. The final inspection is being carried out. If there are no problems, it can be activated immediately. That's good. On the premise of ensuring that there are no mistakes, we must speed up and not be surpassed by those mortals. At the end, there was a little more worry in his tone. Don't worry, senior brother, how can those mortals compare to us? Someone spoke with disdain. Even though the Dacian dynasty had proven itself with its strength, there were still many cultivators who looked down on them, thinking that although they had used special methods to make themselves powerful in a short period of time, they had no foundation in many aspects, such as the art of formation. If it weren't for those damn beasts, it wouldn't have dragged on until now. I don't know if they were too unlucky. More than a month ago, the traction formation that was about to succeed suddenly attracted a large group of disaster beasts and robbery beasts. Everyone tried their best and finally killed these beasts, but in the process, most of the formation was destroyed. They had to rearrange it, and it was not completed until now. At that time, many cultivators suspected that it was the Dacian dynasty that secretly acted, otherwise how could it be so coincidental? Moreover, the entire valley was shrouded by a powerful shielding formation, and they could not be found at all. It was just that they were busy rebuilding the formation and had no evidence, so they ended up leaving it unresolved. Brother, there is no problem with the formation, okay, activate the traction formation immediately. Hearing this good news, the leading cultivator immediately ordered. But before they could do anything, the ground suddenly sank. What happened? Some cultivators were confused and thought that something had happened in the world again, but this time it just happened to happen where they were, so they quickly calmed down. Not good. This is the Dacian dynasty that activated the formation first. The faces of the cultivators with higher cultivation changed drastically, and their eyes were filled with shock. The whole world was falling, and at the same time they also felt a slight fluctuation in space. It was very likely that the Yuanling realm Heavenly Dao was about to take them back. Damn it! How could this happen? All the cultivators were very unwilling. If it was a few days faster, they could still accept it, but it was only one step faster than them, with a difference of only half an hour, which was really unacceptable. They spent a lot of money and painstakingly rebuilt the traction formation, but now it was useless, because the Heavenly Dao had completed the anchoring and would not act again. Buzz, not long after, a special spiritual light spread in all directions, and all the creatures in the Yuanling realm were teleported away. When teleporting, Li Zhirui was practicing the magic of killing demons on a barren mountain. Before he could react, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes, followed by a dizzy feeling. But it seemed that only a moment had passed, and his feet stepped on the ground again. I don't know which side took the lead. Li Zhirui felt that the possibility of the cultivator was greater, not because of his background, but because the Dacian dynasty rose too fast, and most of its energy should be used to improve its strength, and other aspects may not have made much progress. But when he saw the ugly faces of the Mahayana and Tribulation cultivators not far away, and the gritting teeth of the Refining Void and Combination cultivators, he knew that his guess was wrong. It turned out that the Dacian dynasty won. Li Zhirui's face showed a touch of surprise, and he couldn't believe it. Did you secretly calculate us? A certain refining void cultivator couldn't help but ask in front of everyone. Otherwise, with your crude means, how could you surpass us? I don't understand what you are talking about, and we won't use those despicable means, the old man said with a serious face. HMPH. I wouldn't admit it either. The man wanted to say something, but was shouted back by a cultivator who was crossing the tribulation. All right. You are not as skilled as others, but you are still embarrassing yourself here. Get out of here. Congratulations, you are better than me. Now that we are done, we will go back first. Seeing this, the old man hurriedly asked, what do you think about the peace talks? We haven't had time to discuss this matter yet, so we can't answer for the time being. After apologizing, he took all the cultivators from the sects and families away, leaving only Li Zhirui and other independent cultivators. Li Zhirui was a little curious about what happened between the two sides, but he suppressed it. He didn't want to get involved, so he also planned to leave. Everyone, wait a moment. I sincerely invite you to join my Dacian dynasty. Seeing that everyone stopped, the old man talked about all kinds of benefits. In short, as long as you join the dynasty, there will be a lot of benefits and rewards. Sorry, I am not strong enough to bear such an important task, so I will go first. Li Zhirui refused without even thinking about it. He didn't want to get involved in the Dacian dynasty, a place where right and wrong are frequent and cause and effect converge. Without waiting for the other party to reply, he fled directly. Among the remaining casual cultivators, many cultivators were attracted by the generous conditions offered by the Dacian dynasty, and they nodded in agreement, and some also left. In fact, those casual cultivators who agreed to join also knew that the Dacian dynasty was full of worldly affairs and many causes and effects, and it was not a good place for cultivation. But they were either full of confidence and felt that they could resist the temptation. For them, this was just an experience, or they had no other choice. As a casual cultivator, they wanted to obtain various resources, which was a gamble on their lives. If they were not careful, they would fall. Now that they can get a lot of resources from the Dacian dynasty, even if there are a lot of causes and effects, they still chose to join. After all, at least it is safe and they can see the way forward. However, after leaving, Li Zhirui did not stay in Luoxingzhou, but went directly to the ancestral land of the immortal Wei Kunlunzhou. The war between the Dacian dynasty and the immortal cultivation world of Luoxingzhou is no longer worth watching. If they continue to stay there, they will not gain much, so they should not waste time. Because that sense of urgency has always been with Li Zhirui. This has been going on for many years. At first, he thought it was because he had not broken through to the fusion realm and his family was in danger. But later, the crisis was resolved and the sense of urgency did not disappear. Later, Li Zhirui learned about the great struggle from Li Changshuo, and then he realized that it was because of this. But Li Zhirui was not very clear about the meaning of the great struggle world, so this time when he went out to practice, in addition to polishing his own state of mind and improving his cultivation, he was also collecting information in this regard. However, there has been no progress, as if this great struggle world has never appeared. It was just that a mysterious woman on the Taiyuan star said it casually, and they thought too much. But what is Taiyuan star? How could someone who can stay on Taiyuan star and specially remind Li Changshuo and the other two say it casually? Alice. In the end, my strength is too low and I can't get in touch with those high-level people. There is no way to know a lot of information. Li Zhirui sighed helplessly. I hope that the next trip to Kunlun State will be fruitful. At least let Li Zhirui have a vague goal, so that he doesn't know nothing. Chapter 1028 Fire Spirit. The two places were not far apart, and Li Zhirui soon entered the territory of Kunlun State. Obviously, he had been to a place with rich spiritual energy along the way, but compared with Kunlun State, he could still clearly feel the huge gap. But the rich spiritual energy is just the most inconspicuous advantage of Kunlun State. The most surprising thing is the Tao Ram and Tao meaning gathered here. It is said that every cultivator who ascends to become an immortal will leave some Tao Ram and Tao meaning in the place of tribulation after successfully crossing the tribulation. Although many cultivators want to return to the mountain gate and the clan land to break through, they in Kunlun State just want to break through the bottleneck. Sometimes they have an epiphany and can't suppress the heavenly tribulation. Moreover, the major forces of the immortal way have agreed that all cultivators who cross the tribulation in Kunlun State will have their disciples to protect them, which is very safe. In addition, as the birthplace of the immortal way, Kunlun state has accumulated countless years of experience, and the number of people who cross the tribulation far exceeds that of other territories. Especially in the era when the immortal way was prosperous, there were cultivators in Kunlun province who passed the tribulation and ascended to heaven almost every year. Such a profound foundation is simply incomparable to other lands. No wonder the major forces check and balance each other, and would rather let Kunlun province become a no-man's land than see it taken over by others. After all, with Kunlun province, plus it is one of the top forces in the Yuanling realm, it is likely that in just 1 or 2,000 years, it will surpass all forces and dominate the world. However, these things are too far away for Li Zhirui and the Li family now, and they are not what he can dream of. He just thinks that if he can stay in Kunlun province for hundreds of years, maybe he can try to impact the Mahayana realm. Kunlun province is one of the few lands in Dongzhou where there are no demons. Because there are too many cultivators, the demon beasts will be discovered by the cultivators soon after they are born, and then they will be killed directly without mercy. There may be many demon cultivators hiding their identities and mixing in them. Therefore, the way of training in Kunlun province is different from other places. It is not to kill demon beasts, but to directly enter various secret realms. There are many secret realms in Kunlun province, probably hundreds of them, and most of the precious secret realms are occupied by major forces. It is said that the secret realms they control are almost as large as a small world, so they occasionally let other monks in to explore. It's just that you have to hand in 60% of your gains in the secret realm. And you have to give priority to high-level, precious, and rare spiritual objects. But even with such harsh conditions, there are still a large number of monks flocking to it, delusionally thinking that they can become the lucky one in 10,000. Other secret realms that are not directly occupied by major forces are also indirectly controlled by them, under the pretext of ensuring the sustainable development of the secret realm. To prevent the secret realm from being abandoned and destroyed due to overexploitation. Therefore, the opening time of the secret realm is different. But due to the large number of secret realms, several secret realms are open every year. And the monks who enter these secret realms must also hand in 20% of the spiritual objects, which are used to maintain the stability of the secret realms and activate the consumption of the teleportation array for those major forces, etc. They did a good job on the surface, but what was going on in private was not something that outsiders could know. So Li Zhirui came to Kunlun province, spent a few days collecting various news and information, and then went to a place called Qianjing Hall. This is an institution in every immortal city in Kunlun province. All cultivators who want to enter the public secret realm must sign up here and choose which secret realm to go to. The secret realms controlled by major forces will also be made public through this place. Li Zhirui was lucky when he came. There will be secret realms open in the next few months, so he doesn't have to wait long, but because the time is too close, he can only choose 2 of them at most, and there is no way to go to each one, which makes him a little entangled. This senior, if you can't make up your mind, you can spend some spirit stones to buy detailed maps and spirit object types of several secret realms. The female cultivator in charge of the reception saw Li Zhirui hesitant and smiled and made a suggestion. What is the value? Li Zhirui didn't expect that Qianjing Hall actually had this business. In fact, he bought a copy of Secret Realm Encyclopedia from other places these days, but the content was relatively brief. These 6 secret realms only need 500,000 spiritual stones in total. The female cultivator still had a smile on her face. Li Zhirui raised his eyebrows slightly. This was more expensive than the Secret Realm Encyclopedia he bought. Just by selling the information about the secret realms, Qianjing Hall could make a lot of money. However, he could still afford this amount of spiritual stones. He took out the spiritual stones immediately and then got 6 jade slips. Seeing that there were people waiting behind him, Li Zhirui stepped aside and planned to study it carefully before making a decision. A quarter of an hour later, he had an answer. I want to go to the 5-color secret realm and the 1,000 Island secret realm. These 2 secret realms are rich in spiritual resources, but the risk factor is high. Every time the secret realm is opened, only 50% to 60% of the cultivators can come out alive. The female cultivator was also well informed and naturally would not be surprised by this. She quickly helped Li Zhirui deal with it and took out 2 jade cards engraved with mysterious Taoist patterns for him. As usual, she only reminded Li Zhirui to pay attention to the time and not miss the opening of the secret realm, and then politely asked him to leave. After returning to the rented cave, Li Zhirui began to prepare various precious pills. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the secret realm was not open yet and hurry up to prepare more precious pills. Because when he came out of the first secret realm, he would go to the second secret realm the next day, and there was no time for him to prepare more. The reason why Li Zhirui chose the 5-color secret realm and the 1,000-island secret realm was that the former had pure 5 elements essence, which could accelerate the growth of the 5 internal organs. He had been cultivating and strengthening the 5 internal organs for many years, and they had already become great, but it seemed that there was no limit and they could continue to cultivate. Now that there was such a good opportunity, Li Zhirui naturally did not want to miss it. This was the essence of the 5 elements that was extremely rich. If he could get it, I don't know how many years of cultivation he could save. The reason for choosing the 1,000-island secret realm was that there were many spiritual objects in this secret realm, and the grade was not low. Each island was a medicine garden. For Li Zhirui, he could find many spiritual objects that he did not have in the secret realm. Although Li Zhirui no longer refined precious pills as frequently as before, his skills had not degenerated, and there were almost no cases of failure in refining pills. Time passed quickly, and more than 2 months had passed. The colorful secret realm that Li Zhirui had been waiting for a long time was slowly opened under the operation of several Mahayana monks. Through a thin layer of boundary membrane, you can see the colorful scenery in the secret realm. And this is the origin of the name of the secret realm. If you look down from the sky above the secret realm, you will find that the entire secret realm is like a huge formation, with 5 elements and 5 colors clearly separated, but integrated with each other. It should be for this reason that the precious 5 elements essence is produced. Everyone, you can go in with a teleportation jade card. After 3 months, the secret realm will be closed again. Everyone must not miss the time, otherwise you can only wait for 200 years for the secret realm to reopen. After saying what he should say, he made way and watched Li Zhirui and others go in. When the last monk disappeared on the teleportation formation, they closed the teleportation formation. Li Zhirui only felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and then a strong sense of dizziness, but when his feet stepped on the ground, he forced himself to wake up and summoned kindling to protect his safety. The 5-colored secret realm is very dangerous. There are many monsters in the secret realm, especially monster insects. They are particularly powerful and numerous. Once they find their target, thousands of monster insects will swarm over, making them very difficult to deal with. Buzz buzz buzz, before Li Zhirui could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard a burst of insect chirping. He turned his head and saw dozens of fist-sized monster bees with red fire patterns all over their bodies appearing not far from him. Fire-loving bees, Li Zhirui's face changed. This is one of the most difficult monster insects in the 5-colored secret realm. He didn't know whether to say that he was lucky or not. Buzz! At this time, the fire-loving bees also discovered Li Zhirui, and immediately made a high-frequency sound, and then rushed towards him without hesitation, completely ignoring the huge gap in strength between the two sides. Damn it! Li Zhirui cursed in a low voice and immediately turned around and ran away. The harsh sound just now was to notify the fire-loving bees within 100 miles. And he didn't do it because the fire-loving bees have a special divine power given by heaven. Once you kill a fire-loving bee, there will be a curse on your body. This curse has no other effect. It can neither cause harm nor have any other hidden dangers. The only thing is that it will let other fire-loving bees know that you have the lives of their kind in your hands. And when you just kill the fire-loving bees, this curse is like a positioning mark. The fire-loving bees within 100 miles will smell it and then swarm over. So Li Zhirui would rather escape than fight with this group of monster insects with little intelligence. Fortunately, his escape method is good and he successfully got rid of the group of fire-loving bees. After Li Zhirui was safe, he began to think about what to do next. The first goal is to get the essence of the 5 elements. I don't ask to collect all 5 elements, but at least I can get 2 or 3, and then with the help of mana, I can barely build a cycle of mutual generation of the 5 elements. Li Zhirui murmured to himself. Fire-loving bees like to live in hot and fire-filled places. In other words, the place where I am now should be the fire domain. The 5-color secret realm is divided into 5 domains according to the approximate distribution of the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Li Zhirui took out the detailed map he bought to determine his location, and the map also marked several places where the fire spirit might appear. One of them was not far from him, so he simply headed for it. Because there were too many demon insects, Li Zhirui did not dare to fly in the air, but escaped with the help of plants and trees. In terms of speed alone, it was not slower than flying, but the disadvantage was that it consumed more mana. If it were not for safety, he would not do this. Moreover, after killing these demon insects, it was impossible to collect many spiritual objects from them. There were so many of them and they were difficult to deal with, which was a very low profit thing. Most cultivators had the same attitude as Li Zhirui, that is, to avoid them if possible. Of course, there were also some cultivators who liked demon insects very much, and they were rare insect cultivators. After escaping all the way, Li Zhirui calmly and smoothly came to a towering volcano. Although the volcano had not erupted yet, he still felt extremely hot and had to use his mana to support the barrier to resist the heat. From this point of view alone, it is indeed very likely that fire spirits would be born. Li Zhirui had just climbed the mountain and began to search carefully. Less than a quarter of an hour later, he saw a golden light flying past him. The monk saw Li Zhirui, paused, and kindly reminded him, "Run. A bastard has provoked the fire magma flying ants in the volcano, and they are coming soon." Li Zhirui was helpless when he heard the name of this monster insect. He actually encountered the fire bees and fire magma flying ants, which are rare and extremely ferocious among the monster insects. What luck! If the two must compete, the fire magma flying ants are more ferocious, one because there are more of them, and the other is that they are extremely fast, and they also have certain ways to break. With such good luck, maybe I can collect the essence of the 5 elements at once, Li Zhirui thought while running away. Li Zhirui did not run down the mountain with the monk before, but planned to bypass the fire magma flying ants and continue to explore the volcano. Rumble! A large number of fire magma flying ants flapped their wings, and a thunderous sound was heard. Even though they were far apart, Li Zhirui could hear clearly that there were at least 100,000 magma flying ants. Did that monk collapse the nest of the demon ants, or did he do something extraordinary to be chased by so many flying ants? Li Zhirui admired the other party very much for being so brave. However, this also created a good opportunity for him. A large number of magma flying ants chased the monk, and the defense force was greatly reduced, and Li Zhirui was safer. With a cautious mind, Li Zhirui slowly approached a crater. What came into view was a large area of collapsed rock walls. Through the ruins, a large number of magma flying ants could be seen. Good guy, they actually destroyed their nest directly. Those who can do this must be very strong, because the ant nest uses a lot of spiritual objects, and with a continuous reinforcement of the flying ants, the defense ability may have reached the level of a 6th level defense magic weapon. These things have nothing to do with Li Zhirui. What he wants most is still a fire spirit. Looking at the boiling and rolling magma below, Li Zhirui's eyes kept searching for fire spirits, but he didn't get any results. Is there no fire spirit here? If that was the case, Li Zhirui didn't plan to waste time here. Just as he was about to leave, the magma suddenly set off a huge wave, and more than a dozen fire spirits were rushed out. There are so many fire spirits, Li Zhirui's eyes lit up immediately. He was not greedy, just 2 would be enough. One for him to practice, and the other he planned to take back to the family to integrate into the family's fire vein to enhance the power of the ground fire. The crater was far away from the magma, and Li Zhirui couldn't directly take out the fire spirit. He had to take the risk of flying into the volcano and then take action. Buzz! As soon as Li Zhirui showed up, a large number of demon ants flew out of the ant nest and flew towards him angrily. Obviously, the flying ants with low intelligence thought he was the one who destroyed the ant nest. Chapter 1029 Accident. As soon as the fire magma flying ants appeared, the fire spirits seemed to sense danger and wanted to escape in panic. The 5 element spirits are all intelligent. Although they are not as good as 3-year-old children, they are very easy to be frightened. Moreover, as they absorb spiritual energy and grow slowly, their intelligence will gradually improve, and it is not impossible for them to become high-level spirits. Damn it, Li Zhirui couldn't help but curse in a low voice when he saw this scene. If the fire spirits escaped, it would be unknown when they would appear next time. After all, if it wasn't for the coincidence that a jet of water surged up from the volcano this time, rushing the fire spirits out from the bottom of the volcano, they would not show up on their own initiative. In other words, if this opportunity was missed, Li Zhirui's chance of getting the fire spirits would be very small. Get out of here! Li Zhirui did not hold back, and almost 70% of his mana turned into a thick water wall to trap the group of flying ants, and then flew towards the fire spirits regardless of anything. Yeah, The fire spirits felt the danger, screamed in panic, and ran around, trying to escape. Li Zhirui is not a greedy person. He immediately summoned several vines and grabbed the 2 fire spirits closest to him. One of them escaped by chance, but fortunately the other was caught. Huh? Li Zhirui breathed a sigh of relief. The vines quickly returned and he quickly sealed the fire spirit in a jade bottle. Puff! At this moment, Li Zhirui felt a danger coming from his side. He saw from the corner of his eye that it was another group of flying ants coming from the crater. I'm so unlucky that I encountered 2 groups of flying ants, because there were no trees in the volcano, let alone water flow, and there was a group of flying ants blocking his head. There was no place to escape, so Li Zhirui could only flash into the space. Buzz buzz buzz, the flying ants had a poor IQ and could not figure out how Li Zhirui disappeared. They just kept looking for him nearby, and finally gave up and went back to rebuild the ant nest. After Li Zhirui recovered his magic power in the space, he flew up to the sky at the fastest speed and left the volcano. The group of flying ants didn't even react. They only sensed the breath of a human being, and then it quickly disappeared. In order to prevent any more humans from approaching, the queen ant in the deepest part of the ant nest dispatched a large number of flying ants to patrol the surroundings. Li Zhirui, who had just escaped from the volcano, was spotted by 2 fusion monks, both of whom were in the middle stage of fusion, and blocked his way. Dao can actually leave the flying ant volcano safely. I believe you have gained a lot. We 2 brothers are not greedy. As long as you take out half of the spiritual objects, we will let you leave safely, the white-clothed monk said with a smile on his face. Li Zhirui looked at the 2 people with a calm expression, and then attacked without warning. Countless vines rushed out of the ground, and at the same time, a series of Kishu Yinli bombarded the 2 people. Goodbye, both of you. Before the voice fell, Li Zhirui's body flashed with green light, and he appeared several miles away, and then in the blink of an eye, he was almost out of their sight. The volcano was too unfavorable for Li Zhirui. Facing 2 fusion monks in the middle stage of fusion, plus the group of fierce flying ants below. So the moment he saw the 2 of them blocking the way, Li Zhirui began to think about how to leave. When he saw a sparse but long stretch of grass and trees a few miles away, Li Zhirui had an idea in his mind. He secretly sent out a large number of vine spirit seeds, and then used these vines to perform wood escape and quickly left this place of trouble. Li Zhirui's attack did not stop the 2 for long, but it was enough for him to leave their side and reach a safe area. Buzz buzz buzz, the pair of brothers heard this sound and didn't want to chase Li Zhirui anymore, and quickly fled into the distance. And this group of flying ants was also provoked by Li Zhirui. Humph! You still want to fight me? Li Zhirui didn't find anyone following him, so he found a hidden and safe place and began to check the map. He planned to go to the gold domain and the earth domain next. It is a bit difficult to gather the essence of the 5 elements, so Li Zhirui wanted to get the 3 types he lacked first, and if there is a chance, he would make up as much as possible. If you can't do it, you can also use your own mana to replace the water spirit and wood spirit. At most, you can spend more time and energy to balance the 5 elements. Let's go to Li Mountain and Swamp in the earth domain first. The distance here is relatively close, and after getting the earth spirit, you can continue to go to the gold domain, which can reduce the time of traveling. Li Zhirui's wood escape has been cultivated to the realm of perfection, so even if he passes through a place like the woods where there are many monsters and insects, he was not discovered by them. It was very smooth and safe all the way to Li Mountain and Swamp. This is the place with the richest earth spirit in the entire secret realm, and it is also one of the places with the most spiritual objects, because the soil is all spiritual soil. It is very suitable for the reproduction and growth of spiritual objects. But because of this, many monsters and insects gathered. Li Zhirui had just entered the mountain and swamp for only 2 days, and he encountered several waves of monks. Everyone was relatively peaceful, and no one wanted to rob or anything. And Li Zhirui also tried to ask them about the news of the earth spirit. Although the 5 elements of essence are precious, they are not useful to every monk. But the area is too large, and the earth spirits like to hide deep in the earth, making them very difficult to be discovered. No one has found any clues at all. As a result, Li Zhirui stayed in Li Mountain Swamp for more than half a month. If you can't find any clues within 7 days, give up. Li Zhirui set a deadline for himself. The secret realm is time limited after all. He can't spend all his time looking for earth spirits, and he still lacks several 5 element spirits. Hurry up, don't let that mud-spitting worm run away. On this day, Li Zhirui was looking for clues in the mountain swamp as usual, and asking for help from others, when he suddenly heard a hurried shout from not far away. Originally, he didn't intend to intervene. After all, this had nothing to do with Li Zhirui, but after hearing the 3 words mud-spitting worm, he immediately changed his mind. Because where the mud-spitting worm lives, earth spirits are more likely to appear. Mud-spitting worms, as the name suggests, eat a lot of spiritual soil and then spit out mud, but it is not ordinary mud, but mud of a higher grade with rich spiritual energy and special nutrients. Many big forces will cultivate a lot of mud-spitting worms to get better spiritual soil. The mud spit out by the mud-spitting worms is the favorite food of the earth spirits. They will sneak into the cave of the mud-spitting worms while they are foraging outside to steal high-level spiritual soil. After searching for so many days, there is finally a clue. How could Li Zhirui miss it? With a thought, a series of water ropes appeared out of thin air and tied up the fat and huge but extremely sensitive mud-spitting worm. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for helping us catch the mud-spitting worm. There were 3 monks from the same sect, one of whom was a fusion, and the other 2 were in the late stage of refining emptiness. The first sentence they said when they appeared in front of Li Zhirui was to emphasize everything about this mud-spitting worm. In fact, Li Zhirui also wanted this mud-spitting worm. After all, with this demon worm, the family's spiritual field will definitely be greatly improved. But in front of the earth spirit, all these can be thrown aside. Of course, I won't rob you of your things. Li Zhirui smiled and made a request, but I hope you can tell me where the mud-spitting worm was found. No problem. The fusion monk took out a map and marked the location where they found the mud-spitting worm. Thank you. Before he finished speaking, Li Zhirui disappeared like a flash of lightning. What a fast escape method. Uncle Master, can you be as fast as him? I can't do it. The fusion monk shook his head, put the struggling mud-spitting worm into the spirit beast bag, and left quickly. Although both of them are in the early stage of fusion, the difference in strength is not very small in the same realm. At least, Li Zhirui gave him a strong sense of oppression. In order to find the nest of the mud-spitting worm, Li Zhirui searched the area very carefully, not leaving out every corner, and finally determined it. It is worthy of being a mud-spitting worm. The nest is full of 6th-level spirit's oil, and it is a thick layer. These spirit's oils alone are worth a lot of money. I don't know if I can catch the earth spirit. Li Zhirui hid himself, not letting out any breath, and waited quietly for the earth spirit to appear. Maybe it was really lucky that he waited for the earth spirit the next day. The traps had been set up long ago. As long as the earth spirit stepped into them, the traps would be activated and they would be trapped, not giving them the opportunity to touch the ground, so as to prevent the earth spirits from escaping directly underground. Li Zhirui waited very patiently, because he only had one chance. If he didn't catch them this time, the earth spirits might not come here next time. After all, there were countless mud-spitting worms in the huge mountains and swamps. They could shuttle freely in the earth, and with their special sensitivity to high-level spiritual soil, it was very easy for them to find a safe place to eat. Snap! An earth spirit just entered the trap, and a wooden cage immediately hung it up. When the other earth spirits heard the sound, they plunged into the earth without hesitation, not caring about the life and death of their companions. The earth essence was also obtained successfully. Li Zhirui happily put it away. After collecting some high-level spiritual soil, he left the cave of the mud-spitting worm. The secret realm is open for a total of 4 months. Now there is less than half of the time left. We must hurry up. If Li Zhirui wants to collect the 5 elements of essence, this time is really not enough. If he is unlucky, he may not get the gold essence he wants. Boom boom, I don't know if Li Zhirui is unlucky. After he came to the golden domain, he saw a lot of monks, and what they are doing now is to fight for a fist-sized piece of refined gold. For this piece of refined gold, I don't know how many monks were attracted, resulting in fighting in most places in the golden domain. In this case, the timid gold essence may not dare to show up. Alice, after learning about the situation in the golden domain, Li Zhirui sighed, and then flew towards the water without hesitation. Since he couldn't get the gold essence, there was no need to stay here and waste time. Bang! But sometimes, even if you want to avoid trouble, trouble will take the initiative to find you. In this melee, many of the monks in the Golden Realm may have fought for the gold at first, but now it has changed. Many monks are using this as an excuse to rob other monks. For example, now, Li Zhirui was blocked by a monk in the middle stage of the fusion. The other party seemed to want to kill him not only for money, but also for death. Every time he attacked, it was a killing move. Li Zhirui felt very strange about the hostility of this man. He couldn't remember that he had ever offended such a fusion monk. Go to hell, the man seemed to be full of hatred for Li Zhirui. Every time he attacked, the power was very great, and he didn't care about the consumption of mana at all. But Li Zhirui didn't have time to entangle with him now. It was more important to find the essence of the 5 elements. After all, the secret realm would be closed soon. Except for the 5-color secret realm, it really depends on fate to find the essence of the 5 elements in other places. So Li Zhirui didn't confront this man head-on, but tried to leave. Don't even think about escaping. The monk was really like a madman, pestering Li Zhirui and not letting him leave, using all kinds of magical powers to block his way. It seems that I can't leave today unless I get rid of you. Since there is no way to avoid it, let's have a fight. Li Zhirui did not hide his strength, and his attack was a thunderbolt. Not only did he use most of his magic power, but he also mobilized the power of the cave. Hundreds of spiritual thunders fell from the sky, and even the space was shaken, and they directly hit the opponent. The spiritual light that protected him kept shaking, and finally, when the opponent output a large amount of magic power, it was barely blocked. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? Li Zhirui asked very curiously. Because in his memory, there was no such person. Kill you. Kill you. Li Zhirui understood now that this person's spiritual wisdom should have been dispersed by killing, and his mind was full of killing, not because Li Zhirui had offended him or his relatives and friends. After guessing this situation, Li Zhirui felt speechless. How could such a thing come to him? He was really unlucky, and was just bumped into by this madman. Now that he knew the reason, Li Zhirui didn't want to waste time on this madman. And he hid in the grass and trees without hesitation. In fact, he was quite curious about how this person went crazy. It must be because of the secret realm, and it must not be external factors, otherwise how could a madman enter the secret realm? But time is tight now, otherwise Li Zhirui would definitely investigate. After running on the road for several days, Li Zhirui finally entered the waters and ran to a lake thousands of feet deep without hesitation. The reason why he was so sure was that someone had seen a water spirit here, so Li Zhirui came directly. And this place is very suitable for him. He didn't squat or wait, but attacked directly. Jumping into the lake, Li Zhirui was like a fish in water, as if he was born in the water tribe. Unaffected by anything, he kept going down and diving into deeper waters to look for the existence of water spirits. The water spirit was not found for the time being, but a surprise was found. That is, there is a cave in the depths of the lake. Chapter 1030 Leaving. Li Zhirui dived to the depths of the lake. He was originally wandering around the bottom of the lake, looking for traces of water spirits, but he accidentally discovered waves of spiritual energy coming from not far away. He thought it was some kind of spiritual creature that had matured, so he approached with curiosity. Unexpectedly, it was a cave entrance that was only a few feet wide. It was pitch black inside, but from time to time, there would be waves of spiritual energy. Li Zhirui didn't think much about it at first, thinking that it was a spiritual cave of the spiritual vein, or that some kind of spiritual creature had grown by chance, so he subconsciously used his spiritual sense to explore it. But as his spiritual sense continued to go deeper, Li Zhirui began to realize that something was wrong, because the deeper he went, the wider the cave entrance became. When he used all his spiritual sense, it could no longer be described as a tunnel, but a large flat land. This unexpected discovery aroused Li Zhirui's curiosity, so he temporarily gave up looking for water spirits and turned to investigate this mysterious underground space. The tunnel went deep downward at first, but after about dozens of miles, forming a 100-mile-sized area, it suddenly changed and the passage began to extend upward. About half a quarter of an hour later, Li Zhirui came out of the water, but the passage did not reach the end, so he could only continue to fly upwards. After flying for nearly a quarter of an hour, when Li Zhirui left the passage, he saw an endless plain and rolling mountains in the distance. He actually returned to the ground from the bottom of the lake. But what surprised him most was that this place did not look like the 5-colored secret realm at all, because Li Zhirui saw a large medicinal garden not far away that was obviously opened up by the human race. Is this the place where those big forces use the secret realm to cultivate spiritual objects? Li Zhirui took out the map and took a look. Sure enough, his current location did not appear in the jade slit at all. I don't know how those big forces did it. After so many years, this secret base has not been discovered, but soon, Li Zhirui thought of another possibility. That is, there were actually cultivators who discovered this land, but they were all solved by the cultivators they sent. In the secret realm, let alone the death of a few cultivators, even if hundreds or thousands of them died, no one would think there was anything wrong. In this way, naturally no one leaked the secret. But how did they do it? They eliminated every cultivator who accidentally discovered this place. As he spoke, Li Zhirui's eyes unconsciously looked at the map jade slip in his hand. Thinking of the intelligence he had collected before, Li Zhirui's face suddenly changed. He clearly remembered that in Kunlun province, no other cultivators or forces were allowed to sell secret maps. Only Qianjing Hall had this qualification. Once they were discovered or reported, as long as the evidence was solid, it was said that they had never been seen again. No, there will always be people who trade maps privately and then accidentally break into this place. Without the authentic map mark, how can they be dealt with? To ensure that the secret is not leaked and to deal with every cultivator who strayed into this place, the problem should not be the cultivators themselves, but this land. Li Zhirui carefully hid himself and kept looking for suspicious things. 1,000 powdered cotton flour. After finding the right direction, Li Zhirui soon had the answer and locked his eyes on a small white flower with an ordinary appearance. This is a very special and uncommon spiritual flower. It emits pollen all the time, and the range is very large. As long as there is a catkin, the air within a radius of dozens of miles will be filled with pollen. Once contaminated or inhaled, the clothes and body will produce a faint fragrance that will not dissipate for a long time. It is recorded in the classics that unless the fragrance is eliminated artificially, the fragrance of the catkin will exist for several years, and the more you inhale, the longer the fragrance will last. If Li Zhirui had not realized that something was wrong and was an alchemist, he would probably not have realized this seemingly ordinary spiritual object. Because the appearance of the 1,000 powder catkin is like a weed on the roadside, with small white flowers blooming, which is inconspicuous. The first time Li Zhirui reacted, he called the water curtain to cover himself and isolate the pollen. With a marking, and not a conspicuous spiritual object, those big forces only need to cultivate some spiritual beasts with a keen sense of smell, specifically remember the smell of a cotton flowers, and send people to squat near the teleportation array to lock those monks who accidentally enter this place. In this process, there will definitely be many monks who are wrongly accused and killed. But how can those big forces take the lives of monks seriously? You know, once the news of their secret base in the secret realm is leaked, it will inevitably cause an uproar, and it is not impossible to trigger an internal fight among the monks. After all, those big forces have taken advantage of it, and now when they open the lid, they find that they have hidden a lot of things. How can other monks be satisfied? And these things are too far away from Li Zhirui, and there is no benefit to him now. Of course, if the news is spread, it will not cause any problems for Li Zhirui, because he has space to cover up his own secrets, and he doesn't have to worry about his identity being deduced by the fairyland. As for whether to expose this matter, Li Zhirui has no answer yet. But what is certain is that Li Zhirui will not let go of the spiritual objects in this land. Although they are not yet mature, he has space to rely on, so he is not worried that these spiritual objects will be damaged by transplantation. Since those powerful monks have not come yet, I will not be polite. Li Zhirui approached the medicine garden carefully, blocked several sneak attacks, and successfully walked in. Looking at the spiritual objects all over the ground in the medicine garden, Li Zhirui pinched his hands, and the land in front of him suddenly shook. The roots of the spiritual objects were separated from the soil. Then he waved his hands, and all the spiritual objects that were shaken out were received by him in the space. The next step is to repeat this process. Li Zhirui spent more than 10 hours and finally dug out all the spiritual objects. The ground was full of loose soil, bare and ugly. The initiator was very happy, because in this day, Li Zhirui harvested tens of thousands of spiritual objects, most of which were 6th and 7th level spiritual objects. And a small part were 8th and 9th level precious spiritual objects. The income of this day far exceeded the 1 or 2 months that Li Zhirui spent in the secret realm. There were no cultivators in the secret realm to take care of these spiritual objects. After all, once the secret realm was closed, it would take 200 or 300 years for it to be opened again. Although cultivators could practice in the secret realm, they could only improve their cultivation, not their realm, because there was no complete heavenly way in the secret realm, which was unacceptable to high-level cultivators, and the lifespan of low-level cultivators was not long enough to afford such a long waste. Therefore, most of the spiritual objects they planted were tough and not easy to die. In this way, even if not every spiritual object could grow, they would not be wiped out. Leave here first. Li Zhirui wiped off his own breath and related traces, making sure that no clues pointing to himself were left, and then left through the pit. After returning to the bottom of the lake, Li Zhirui did not give up looking for the water spirit, and still wandered around the vast lake bottom. After spending several days, he finally found a water spirit. Li Zhirui approached the water spirit quietly, and then used his magic to trap it with ice, and captured the water spirit very smoothly. The next step is to clean the pollen of the 1,000 powder flowers on your body. As long as this is done, Li Zhirui can wait for the secret realm to open. With those tens of thousands of high-level spiritual objects, he no longer looks down on other ordinary spiritual objects. As for the 5 elements of essence, Li Zhirui has already collected fire essence, earth essence and water essence. It doesn't matter if the remaining wood essence and gold essence can't be found. At most, he will spend more time and energy to make up for the gap with his own magic power. In order to eliminate the fragrance emanating from his body, Li Zhirui refined several precious pills such as detoxification and impurity removal. But after taking it, it has no effect. It's also true that if the fragrance can be removed so easily, it wouldn't have been so many years without any news. What should I do now? Li Zhirui frowned, constantly recalling the classics he saw at the beginning. There might be a solution on it. But unfortunately, there is indeed a method on it, but it is not complete. It just mentioned it and then introduced other spiritual objects. Fortunately, this pointed out the direction for Li Zhirui, greatly reducing the number of his failed attempts. You know, the secret realm will start teleporting in a month. If it is delayed for too long, Li Zhirui will either stay in the secret realm or fight his way out of the siege of the cultivators of various forces. And this is a situation he doesn't want to see. So Li Zhirui must hurry up and solve the problem of the fragrance of the catkins. So, in the next few days, Li Zhirui was refining various precious pills, but unfortunately, he couldn't solve the problem of the fragrance. Aren't you practicing the purification law? Why don't you try it? Maybe it will work, the golden eagle suddenly said. Yet, why didn't I think of this simplest way? Li Zhirui suddenly realized and said self-deprecatingly, it's really stupid. I actually forgot my own practice law, quickly sorted out his mood, summoned a purifying spiritual light, and slowly scanned from top to bottom to dispel the fragrance in his body. It really works, but the fragrance can't be dispelled all at once, and it needs to be used more times. After finding a useful method, Li Zhirui made a series of moves, and in just a moment, he solved the fragrance of the catkins. Through this incident, Li Zhirui suddenly realized that he didn't pay as much attention to the law of purification as before. It seems that every time Li Zhirui practiced and comprehended the way of heaven, he was comprehending the law of purification, but he still subconsciously ignored the law of purification. The reason is also very simple. With the improvement of cultivation, he has more powerful magical powers and trump cards, and the lethality of the law of purification is not strong enough. This attitude is not okay. Li Zhirui conducted a deep reflection. The law he practiced should be very important to himself, instead of being ignored for so long as it is now. The words of the golden eagle made Li Zhirui gain a lot, so he gave him a lot of treasure pills to improve his cultivation. Then I won't be polite. The golden eagle put away the treasure pills, flapped its wings, and flew towards the cave he opened in the space. Next, it's waiting for the secret realm to open. The crisis has been resolved. Li Zhirui doesn't have to worry about being discovered to have been to the secret base. He sets off to the teleportation array without worry. Now there's only half a month left before the secret realm opens. If Li Zhirui is training and searching for treasures while traveling, it will be almost time to start by the time he arrives. In fact, Li Zhirui said that he was searching for treasures, but it would be better to say that he was playing and enjoying the scenery. This time in the secret realm, he obtained tens of thousands of high-level spiritual objects, 3 kinds of 5 elements, and even solved a problem of his own cultivation. With such a rich harvest, Li Zhirui no longer cares about other spiritual objects. However, Li Zhirui did not let himself go because there are still many dangers in the secret realm, such as those monks and various monster insects. The monster insects do not seem to be strong, but when there are many of them, they will be very terrifying. On the way to the teleportation array, Li Zhirui encountered a terrifying battle between two groups of monster insects. The whole forest was raining monster insect bodies all the time, and these were all dead monster insects. There was even a layer of monster insect corpses on the ground. Originally, Li Zhirui thought that he could take advantage of the two groups of monster insects being defeated, and then kill them and get a lot of wealth from the groups. But the fact is that before the dust settles, everything is possible. For example, now, Li Zhirui is not the only one who wants to take advantage of the situation. There are other monks as well. But for some reason, one monk actually took action in advance. The human race and the demon race are enemies. The moment the demon insects saw the monk, they changed their minds and wanted to kill him. As for their victory or defeat, it is not so important. The monk was naturally no match for the two demon insects. Not long after, he was killed by one of them and became a food for the demon insects. And the lurking monks like Li Zhirui could only return disappointed. The two demon insect tribes seemed to have noticed something was wrong and did not continue to fight. Instead, they evacuated the area with their men. Idiot, you deserve to die. A curse came from a certain direction and left in an instant. There were also some movements in other directions, and Li Zhirui was one of them. The demon insect tribes had already left. There was no advantage to be taken, so they naturally would not stay. After a few days, Li Zhirui successfully arrived near the teleportation array. On this day, there were only a few days left before the secret realm opened. Li Zhirui found a hidden place, set up the formation, and entered the space, waiting for the secret realm to open. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the day for the secret realm to open. Buzz, the huge teleportation array lit up with spiritual light, and the monks in charge of guarding on both sides shouted, "The secret realm is open, the teleportation array has been activated, and it will be closed in 5 days." Like Li Zhirui, there were not many monks who chose to leave the secret realm on the first day. Most people still wanted to stay for a few more days to find more spiritual objects. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1031 Rumors. When Li Zhirui stepped out of the teleportation array, he saw several monks with terrified and slightly angry expressions. They activated a talisman that looked very high-grade and flew away. It seemed that something big had happened. Have they discovered a secret base and have I robbed it? Li Zhirui's heart tightened, but his face was calm. Thinking about it carefully, it was quite normal. After all, after entering the secret realm after hundreds of years, they must have checked the growth status of the spiritual objects, or picked them, or replanted them. Maybe they had discovered it a long time ago, but in order not to arouse the suspicion of the monks, they did not open the teleportation array in advance and waited until today. However, they must have told the monks guarding the formation, because when Li Zhirui entered the formation, he keenly noticed some inquiring eyes and the breath of spiritual beasts. Li Zhirui did not continue to think about this matter. Anyway, it was impossible to find out that he was the one who did it, unless all the monks who entered the secret realm were arrested. Then interrogate them one by one. But if it is really so ostentatious, wouldn't it be telling all the cultivators that there is a huge secret hidden here? I think those big forces will not do such a stupid move. Li Zhirui will enter the secret realm, remove the tens of thousands of high-level spiritual objects and the essence of the 5 elements, and hand over the 20% of the spiritual objects to the cultivators guarding the formation, and then set off for the immortal city closest to the Thousand Islands secret realm, waiting for the secret realm to open tomorrow. But what he didn't know was how much shock the secret base was exposed and the spiritual objects were looted, which caused among the major forces. Who did this? Why didn't anyone find out about this? Those were tens of thousands of high-level spiritual objects. Even if they were scattered immortals, they would feel distressed. Reporting to the elder, after the incident in the 5-color secret realm, we immediately strengthened our vigilance and arranged a large number of spiritual beasts and exploration methods in the teleportation array. Those daring cultivators will definitely not escape, a Mahayana cultivator hurriedly bowed and replied. They all agreed that it was a gang crime. After all, it was impossible for an ordinary cultivator to carry tens of thousands of empty jade boxes and tens of thousands of soul-sealing talismans. Moreover, according to the investigation, The soul soil that was turned out was completed within 2 days. Such a large number of soul objects, even if they were divided among several people, would be very easy to find. In addition to the rare and unpopular 1000 powder cotton flower, they would definitely not be able to escape from the secret realm. Humph, a certain elder snorted coldly and said, "They are indeed daring, but they are definitely not stupid. Since they dare to take away all the soul objects, they are definitely not afraid of being discovered. Maybe they have already left the secret realm." When the Mahayana cultivators heard this, they immediately broke out in cold sweat. They really didn't think so much? Okay, let's think about how to deal with the next thing, the head of the sect asked. Did Master Wenji figure out anything? No, Master said that the man's secret was covered by a thick fog. And he couldn't dispel it, another elder said. Master, do you think it's possible that those newly promoted fairyland forces did something? They vaguely knew some relevant information, or many forces had some intelligence, but it was not accurate enough and there was no evidence. And they wanted to join in, but were rejected by the original forces, because no one wanted to get less. Maybe they held a grudge and took action in secret. And this time, they happened to be discovered. This statement is indeed quite reasonable, and many places can be explained clearly. But they shouldn't be so strong that they can hide it from Master Wenji, who used the Xianzhang Jiusun. This is the secret treasure of the sect that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and the great human immortal who specializes in the way of deduction. With those newly promoted scattered immortals, it is impossible to hide the secret in front of him. Go ask other forces if they have deduced any intelligence, the head frowned. If that's the case, then only forces of the same level can do this, or a force with good fortune that has obtained a treasure that conceals the secrets of heaven. But they could never have imagined that the one who took away the tens of thousands of spiritual objects was just an like combined cultivator. Just when the major forces were frequently contacting and testing because of the loss of spiritual objects, the culprit had already entered another secret realm. There is a large secret base in the 5 colors secret realm, so will there be one in the 1000 Islands secret realm? At this moment, Li Zhirui felt greedy. But he soon calmed down, because something had happened, and the major forces would definitely strengthen their defenses, and they might put themselves in danger because of greed. Besides, Li Zhirui didn't know the location of the secret base. He was just lucky to encounter it last time, otherwise it would be impossible to find it. If he spent several months looking for it, he might still get nothing in the end. After giving up this idea, Li Zhirui began to look for spiritual objects honestly. The 1000 Islands secret realm is like a vast ocean, with large and small islands scattered among them. On each island, there may be some kind of precious spiritual object, or it may be a ferocious monster. The most dangerous is in the ocean. There are many monsters living in it, including the existence of 8th-level monsters. But it also gave birth to a lot of spiritual objects, more and richer than those on the island. It's just that except for having strong confidence in their own strength, ordinary cultivators dare not go into the water at all. Anyway, the spiritual objects on the island are not bad, and there is no need to lose their lives for a few spiritual objects. Li Zhirui didn't want to take risks. If he didn't get those tens of thousands of high-level spiritual objects, he might dive into the sea to look for spiritual objects, but now, there is no need for this. As the saying goes, things will turn against the extreme. Li Zhirui felt that his luck could not always be in a good state. Maybe it is in a low period now, so it is better to be cautious. With this idea in mind, Li Zhirui was very careful in his next actions and did not dare to have any impulse. But even so, Li Zhirui still encountered danger several times. Li Zhirui spent a lot of time to defeat the monk who ambushed him beside a 7th-level spiritual object. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw several spiritual lights flying from a distance. Then they landed in front of him, revealing the figures of 6 combined monks. One of them was seriously injured, and the remaining 5 surrounded him and Li Zhirui. So there are companions. But do you think you can be rescued like this? I tell you, don't dream. Hand over the treasure, a monk who looked ferocious shouted, his eyes full of murderous intent, and attacked the 2 without hesitation. My fellow Taoist, I accidentally got an 8th-level green water dragon ball. As long as you are willing to save me, this dragon ball belongs to you. This man struggled to resist and shouted loudly, hoping that Li Zhirui would save him for the sake of the treasure. It's really a disaster from the sky. Li Zhirui didn't expect that he would encounter danger when picking spiritual objects honestly. Seeing the attack about to hide him, he had to defend himself. He was still very interested in the Jade Water Dragon Ball mentioned by this person. If Xiaokang could refine it, his dragon bloodline would be further improved, and maybe he could directly reach the 8th grade extreme. So he said, "Give me the Dragon Ball first, and I will protect you." The cultivator hesitated. They had just met for the first time, and there was no trust between them. He was worried that if he gave the Dragon Ball to Li Zhirui in advance, he would abandon him and leave with the Dragon Ball. "I can promise you that as long as you can save me, I will thank you with the Dragon Ball after the matter is done." Li Zhirui just looked at him and didn't say anything. Obviously, Li Zhirui didn't intend to give in, and didn't make any promises. Li Zhirui could understand that the other party had concerns, but he also had this consideration, and the initiative was in his hands. Why should he give in? If you believe, then help. If you don't believe, just leave directly, and believe that the 5 cultivators on the opposite side will not stop him. Okay, the cultivator who fell into an absolute disadvantage had no room for judgment at all, so he could only agree and send the Dragon Ball to Li Zhirui. It seemed that the two had been negotiating for a long time, but in fact, it was only a few moments, and the defense they had applied had not been broken. Damn it, seeing the deal between the two, the leading monk was very angry, because it meant that Li Zhirui would officially join the battle, and he was his opponent. In order to get those precious treasures, let alone Li Zhirui joining the battle alone, even if there were more monks, he would not give up. "Why are you still standing there? Get started, quickly get rid of both of them." Boom boom, the 5 monks showed no mercy, and their moves were killing moves, and the sky and the earth changed color. Li Zhirui felt the terrifying oppression around him, his expression was solemn, and he frantically operated his magic power. While performing defensive magic, he also sacrificed the 1,000 spirits defense. Crack! The attack hit the double defense, and barely held on. Li Zhirui did not hesitate anymore, and immediately mobilized the power of the cave to enhance his own combat power, because he could not beat these 5 monks alone. "Hurry up and recover," Li Zhirui reminded. "I don't know how long I can hold on. If my life is really threatened, I will choose to escape immediately instead of staying to protect you." He only said protection before, and there was no specific time limit, so Li Zhirui would never stay when he should leave. But before that, Li Zhirui still kept his promise and tried his best to protect the injured monk. "What's going on?" His strength has become so much stronger in an instant. The monk's expression changed slightly, but he did not give up. Instead, he summoned his own life magic weapon, a spiritual sword emitting a strong murderous aura, and slashed at Li Zhirui. Clang! Kindling, who looked fragile, actually blocked the attack without any damage. Li Zhirui persisted for half an hour under the joint attack of 5 combined monks, and was really powerless in the end. This battle was really too aggrieved for Li Zhirui. Because he had to protect the monk who was recovering from his injuries, he couldn't devote himself to the battle and could only make some interference, which led to his passive defense. "My mana is about to run out, so whether you can escape next depends on your own ability." More than half an hour was enough for him to recover a lot of mana, and Li Zhirui felt that he had tried his best. If he still couldn't escape, it couldn't be blamed on Li Zhirui. Finally, after holding on for a moment, when the other party responded, Li Zhirui took back Kindling without hesitation and disappeared in full view of everyone. Why did he disappear? If the injured monk had some means, he would not have been chased for so long. Seizing the opportunity when several people were stunned, he actually ran away. "Damn it! Catch up with him quickly, and don't let him run away," the monk shouted angrily. Several spiritual lights streaked across the sky, chasing the monk at the fastest speed. In space. A frustrating battle, getting an 8th level Dragon Ball. This deal is very cost effective. Li Zhirui admired the Dragon Ball in his hand. After appreciating it, he sealed it up and waited until he returned to Wangxin Mountain to refine it for Xiaokang to improve his dragon bloodline. In the following time, Li Zhirui also encountered a series of crises such as being chased by 3 monks and being trapped by monsters when collecting spiritual objects. It was precisely because of these frequent accidents that Li Zhirui had no time to collect spiritual objects, so that the final harvest was mediocre. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the day when the teleportation array was opened again. In the past few months, Li Zhirui did not gain much, but it verified his guess that the luck during this period was indeed at a low point. But now it is slowly returning to normal. Although Li Zhirui did not find too many spiritual objects in the Thousand Islands secret realm, he disclosed the message in a hidden identity the day before the teleportation array was about to be opened. That is, there is a mysterious land in the secret realm, where many high-level spiritual objects are planted. As long as this place can be found, there is no need to worry about insufficient cultivation resources before becoming an immortal. If it is just a rumor, there will not be many monks who believe it, so Li Zhirui produced strong evidence. He used 10 8th-level spiritual creatures as bait to increase the reliability of the rumor. The reason why Li Zhirui chose to do this before the teleportation array was opened was naturally because he was worried that they would be caught in a trap. In order to find out the truth and find him, they would block the Thousand Islands secret realm. If those big forces really did this, he would be too dangerous. So in order to ensure his own safety, Li Zhirui chose this time point. He didn't think that with only a few days left, those monks who believed in the rumors would find the secret base. Li Zhirui's goal was to spread this matter through them. Because many times, when the situation is chaotic, there will be more opportunities. The moment before Li Zhirui stepped onto the teleportation array, he thought to himself, now there should be monks who have discovered the rumors and 8th-level spiritual medicine I left behind, right? I don't know if they will believe it, and what choice they will make. Chapter 1032. Brother Luo, do you think what is said in the Jade Slip is reliable? Not far from the teleportation array, there was a group of combined cultivators hiding in the array and communicating. In front of them, there was a jade slip and a resealed jade box. That 8th-level spiritual object was indeed just dug out of the soil, and what is said in the jade slip may be true, but the person who spread the news definitely has bad intentions. Brother Luo, who is watched by a group of fellow disciples, said carefully. He knew that everyone was tempted by the secret place. After all, the jade slip described it as extremely beautiful, with tens of thousands of high-level spiritual objects. How could they withstand such temptation? If Brother Luo had not been responsible for a group of fellow disciples and sisters, and had remained a little calm in his heart, he might have set out to find the secret spiritual place. Then what should we do next? We must hurry to leave the secret realm. Those big forces must have heard the news, and they are likely to block the secret realm and prevent us from leaving, especially people like us who know the inside story, who may be wiped out, Senior Brother Luo said solemnly. In the face of greed, life is the best way to wake up, but if this doesn't work, then we can only wish him good luck. Fortunately, Senior Brother Luo still has some prestige in the hearts of his fellow disciples, and they have not lost their minds because of greed. After hearing what he said, everyone set off to fly towards the teleportation array. Some of the other monks who picked up the jade slips and spiritual objects also chose to leave quickly rationally like them, but some people thought that this was an opportunity for them to go further, and stayed in the secret realm to find the place full of spiritual objects. Soon, the monks from the big forces guarding the teleportation array learned about this. Then they did a very stupid thing, which was to close the teleportation array. It was this behavior that made the monks who were still skeptical suddenly believe the rumor, and for a while, everyone had all kinds of thoughts. When the leaders of the major forces in Kunlun province received various news, the first thing they did was to send array masters to the Thousand Islands secret realm to pretend to repair the array. They also issued a notice saying that there was a problem with the teleportation array, and they were rushing to repair it, which was considered to be a cover-up for the stupid thing. However, this can only be concealed for a while. After all, they can't lock all the cultivators in the secret realm. If they really do this, the entire Dongzhou immortal path may be torn apart. Why did this news break out so suddenly? Did the group of cultivators in the Five Colors secret realm go to the Thousand Islands secret realm before? Or did they plan to make this matter public? All the major forces are discussing this matter and trying to solve it to prevent the news from spreading more and more. The simplest and most effective way is to solve it directly from the source, but because they can't find the mastermind behind the scenes and have no useful information, they can only start from other aspects. Unfortunately, when they were discussing countermeasures, rumors were spreading in Kunlun province, and spiritual ships and spiritual lights could be seen rising into the sky and flying to various places at the fastest speed. It can be said that in thousands of years, there has not been a large number of cultivators who are so eager to leave Kunlun province. The forces in the states closest to Kunlun province were the first to know about it, which made many forces dissatisfied, but they also knew that it was impossible to make those big forces give in by their own strength. They must unite to gain benefits from this matter. As a result, the forces of all parties began to communicate frequently and discuss common progress and retreat. When the major forces knew about this, they immediately understood that the news could no longer be concealed, So they simply gave up the idea of continuing to cover it up. The best way now is to win over one faction and defeat another, so that the negative impact can be quickly resolved and some benefits can be distributed less. Things have developed to this point. It is impossible to calm this matter down without taking out some benefits. All they can do is to achieve this goal. The head of the sect nodded in approval, looked at the other elders, and asked, "This is indeed a good idea. Do other elders have a better idea?" The elders were silent, and they couldn't think of a better way. In this case, let's discuss it with other forces and choose the forces that we want to win over. After saying that, a tired look appeared on the head of the sect's face. During this period, because the secret base in the secret realm was discovered, everyone was very busy and was trying to find a way to solve the matter. As a result, one wave after another arose, and finally they had to give up some of their own interests. Just as Li Zhirui had thought before, the entire Kunlun state became chaotic because of this news. The monks of various forces were constantly inquiring and collecting relevant information, and a large number of monks signed up to participate in the next few secret realms that were opened. Obviously, they all wanted to find the place that was rumored to be full of various high-level spiritual objects. Faced with this situation, the big forces that controlled the secret realm could not refuse and could only let them in. As a result, there really was a secret realm that was discovered by the monks. Precious spiritual objects can be seen everywhere, and the dazzling and bright spiritual light makes people's hearts surge, and greed quickly takes root. However, there have been people guarding this place for a long time. It is impossible for him to get spiritual objects from it by his own strength. In order to get the spiritual objects inside, he did one thing, directly announced the location, and through secret methods, with the help of wind to pass the message, immediately attracted a large number of monks. This scared the monks guarding the spiritual objects, and even because they were close, they were the first to hear it. Because if a large number of monks come here, with their strength, it is impossible to stop them, and they may die directly in the attack of everyone. In order not to lose their lives, the monks guarding here made the right choice and left directly. Faced with the riot of all the monks in the secret realm, when the teleportation array was opened, the guarding monks knew what they did, and everyone was carrying a strong scent of catkins. But they dared not do anything and could only let them leave the secret realm. There are thousands, or even tens of thousands of combined and Mahayana monks in the entire secret realm. If they dare to stop them, these monks may be afraid of the big forces behind them and dare not kill them directly, but they will never accept it. They can easily pull them out of the teleportation array. The departure of these tens of thousands of monks caused an even greater uproar in Kunlun province. I didn't expect that there would be such a lucky monk, and he was sober and calm enough to make the news public and attract all the monks in the secret realm to come. Li Zhirui, who is inquiring about the news of the great struggle world in a large immortal city in Kunlun province, had the first reaction to hearing the crazy rumors in the outside world. Many monks in his situation would not be able to make this best decision. Although it was rumored that he did not get too many spiritual objects, at least he got some spiritual objects. If he didn't do this, he wouldn't get any spiritual objects. And the great struggle world that Li Zhirui was investigating has now found a little clue. Li Zhirui took advantage of the chaos in Kunlun province, and the energy of all the major forces was focused on dealing with the crisis in the secret realm. He boldly changed several identities and collected information about the great struggle world at a high price in the dark market. In the end, he paid the price of an 8th-level spiritual object and collected some information. The other party said that he was from a long-destitute human immortal family. Because he was the strongest person in the family, he could view all the inheritance of the family, which roughly described the great struggle world. It is said that this is a very crazy period. There will be the destruction of the earthly immortal forces, and there will also be a divine power that will rise and rise. There will be mortals who will ascend to immortality in one step, and there will also be immortals who will fall into the mortal world. Every time there is a great struggle, it is a great reshuffle. And it is not just within the immortal way, but all the creatures and all camps in the entire Yuanling world are included. Although Li Zhirui did not collect more specific information, he can understand what this so-called great struggle world is all about from these contents. Simply put, this is a great disaster for all creatures. Only by successfully crossing it can you survive, and there may be some rewards. If you can't cross it, you may die from then on. This is true for every living being, every force, and every camp. After Li Zhirui traded with this downtrodden monk and got useful information, he began to frequently look for monks of this origin. because only from them can you get effective information. Such monks may be rare in other places, but they are relatively easy to find in Kunlun State, the birthplace of the Immortal Way. Li Zhirui paid a lot of spiritual objects and got a total of 6 pieces of information. 2 of the collected information were duplicated, and 2 of them were lost because they were passed down for many years and were not well preserved by later generations. There is nothing much to say about the content, it is just a test of the heaven for living beings. It is worth noting that during the Great Struggle, you can kill monks, monsters, demons, etc., release the spiritual energy they absorb, and offset your own karma. Among all the camps, demons are the most expected for the Great Struggle, because they can offset karma and reduce the difficulty of crossing the calamity. The mysterious female voice on the Tayin star said that the era of great strife is coming, but how many years does she mean by coming? Li Zhirui muttered to himself. For this mysterious woman whose cultivation level is unknown, combined with her existence on the Tayin star, Li Zhirui regarded her as the one with the highest cultivation. And for a celestial fairyland, coming is definitely not something that can appear in a short time. We still have to seize the time to improve our strength. As long as we have strong enough strength, no matter what we encounter, we have the confidence to solve it. After Li Zhirui learned about the era of great strife, he stopped collecting other information. First, Kunlun province was quickly returning to peace, and Li Zhirui was worried that he would be targeted. Second, he had already collected enough intelligence, and there was no chance to collect more. With nothing to do, and this was something he caused, Li Zhirui certainly wanted to know what the final result would be. I heard that this time, the top forces in the Yuanling realm reached a deal with some forces in order to suppress and stabilize the entire Dongzhou Xiandao. Someone sneered at this statement and laughed. It's obvious that they are willing to give a small part of the profit because they can't hide it and are worried about something big happening. It's not as great as you say. The cultivators on the side, including Li Zhirui, all agreed with what the latter said. Moreover, Li Zhirui was also familiar with the handwriting of those big forces. But it must be said that those forces reacted very quickly and came up with a set of effective solutions to solve the crisis in a short period of time. As time went by, in just 1 or 2 months, almost no cultivators talked about this matter publicly. Li Zhirui, the initiator, had forgotten about it early. He had already achieved the goal he wanted to achieve. The next step was to practice with all his strength to improve his cultivation and strength. Therefore, the secret realms he chose next were all more dangerous and risky. He wanted to speed up his cultivation through this more extreme experience. Of course, Li Zhirui also understood the principle that too much is as bad as too little, so every once in a while, he would find a way to relax his mind. In this way, in just 100 years, Li Zhirui has broken through the middle stage of the fusion, and his Dharma image has reached 45 feet. In addition to the breakthrough in cultivation, the improvement of the 5 internal organs God is also very great. After integrating the gold essence, fire essence, earth essence and water essence, the 5 internal organs God is like taking a tonic, and has a significant improvement. Li Zhirui did not get the gold essence at the beginning, but later encountered it at the auction and paid a lot of money to get it. Although there is a lack of wood essence, Li Zhirui can fill this gap by absorbing wood spirit and assisting the 5 elements to grow together. Now the 5 internal organs God not only has clear facial features, but also has a sense of substance in the body. However, according to Li Zhirui's deduction, this can only be regarded as a preliminary perfection. If you want the 5 internal organs God to be truly perfect, they must have a real flesh body. And this requires a huge amount of spirit filling, which cannot be done in a short time. Fortunately, Li Zhirui still has enough time, because the 5 internal organs God will only be used when he ascends to become an immortal, to enhance the 5 elements of the cave heaven, so that the cave heaven is more likely to be promoted to a small world. 2 flowers bloom, each with its own beauty. The sky above the distant Wuxin mountain was once again shrouded by rolling calamity clouds. This means that another combined cultivator was born in the Li family. This person is Zhang Fengwu. Zhang Fengwu's calamity was very smooth. As the descendant of a great array master, she has a strong array talent. She has mastered the method of arranging arrays in the void and can easily block the calamity thunders. Although Zhang Fengwu's cultivation speed is not as fast as Li Zhirui, and even a step slower than Li Changshu, she is already very fast among her peers. Maybe not as good as the true disciples and direct descendants of those top forces, but at least she is in the first echelon. Chapter 1033 Fear. In the past 100 years, the Li family has made great progress and improvement in all aspects. First of all, it is strong in strength. For example, Zhang Fengwu successfully broke through the fusion and became the fifth fusion of the Li family. Li Chengxian, Li Ziyangxin, Li Mingyao, and others who followed her now have at least the cultivation of the middle stage of the refining void. There are more than 30 refining void cultivators, and there are hundreds of transformation spirits. Although the current Li family is not as good as the old forces such as the Zhang family, it is already worthy of the title of the fusion family. With strong strength, the Li family's territory has also expanded a lot. There are stronger forces in the west and south, and the Li family did not provoke them. However, there are many blank areas of forces in the sea area in the east, so the Li family created islands to control this place. The current Li family's territory is small in the west and large in the east. In the west, there is only a 500 li territory with Wangsan Mountain as the center, but it goes all the way east for 2,000 miles. To the easternmost sea area, the north-south width is more than 1,000 miles. But unfortunately, it was not able to merge directly with Wanling Island, and there were still some forces in between. However, as the strength of the Li family continued to grow, they would sooner or later become vassals of the Li family, and then the territories would be connected. I believe that this day will not be too far away. At present, the territory of the Li family can fully meet the development needs, but because the size of the territory will affect the luck, so after having strong strength, the Li family has been trying to expand the territory. There are more powerful forces in the west and south, which the Li family can provoke. The east has also expanded to the limit. Before the strength is further improved, the Li family has only one direction of development, that is, the north. The north is a very wide and undulating mountainous area. The Qianshang Mountains where the Li family is located are a small part of the remnant. But it may be because it is at the junction of Dongzhou and Biao, so that the spiritual energy is very thin, and it is very difficult to develop. Moreover, this mountain is like a continuous barrier, towering into the clouds, blocking the two continents. If you want to pass, you either have to detour to the sea, find a rugged path, or climb over the mountains. Even if the cultivators have the means to move mountains and fill the sea, facing such a huge mountain, even the immortal realm can't move it. Moreover, for so many years, no combined forces have been born in the thousands of mountains. At that time, even the demons could not be driven away, so how could they have the mind and spare energy to think about expanding to the north? The Li family did not have the strength to change the world. They developed the mountains in the north, just to take advantage of the peaceful situation and to transfer a large number of cultivators to expand the territory. The mountains are rugged and steep, and most of them are stone mountains. The Li family has developed them with great effort, and they can't be used to plant spiritual objects. But for the family's luck, no matter how hard it is, many cultivators of the Li family did not give up. It must be said that the Li family has been passed down for so many years. Although there are many problems of all sizes inside, it also has many excellent qualities. For example, for the development of the family, the clansmen are very active, unlike some forces, who will not take action until they have gained enough benefits for their factions. The newly developed northern stone mountain by the Li family is not suitable for the survival of cultivators, but it is a good place for mortals, because the spiritual energy is thin and it is difficult for monsters to be born, so they don't have to worry about being attacked by monsters. As for the lack of food, they can trade with immortals in the mountain and sea plains in the south. In order to control this place, the Li family moved 100,000 mortals and scattered them into villages and towns. In addition to the strength and expansion of the territory, the Li family has also made considerable improvements in other aspects. For example, in terms of cultivation skills, the Li family has cultivated many high-level technicians. Now nearly 15% of the spiritual objects in Shenyuan's Hao are provided by the Li family. Don't think that this 15% is very little. You must know that there are 5 combined forces in Shenyuan's Hao, namely the Li family, the Zhang family, the He family, the Qingzhou sect, and the Huayang sect. Among these 5 families, the Li family is the weakest in strength and the weakest in foundation. It is already very remarkable to be able to occupy 15% of the market. And this is all thanks to the many technicians cultivated by the Li family. Especially in the spiritual beast, the Li family occupied the largest market, but it was a pity that beast control was a minor path after all, and there were not many cultivators who practiced this path. The rapid development of the Li family naturally caused a lot of trouble. After all, Shani Yuanzhao was so big and had so many resources. The Li family took more, and the other families naturally had less. Among them, the Zhang family hated the trap set by the Li family in the past, which led to its defeat by the three families of King Zhu sect. It had to give up the thousands of mountains and part of the once high plain, and its territory shrank significantly. So for so many years, except for not taking direct action, they have been targeting the Li family openly and secretly. Specifically, the spiritual objects refined by the Li family were suppressed by the Zhang family and could not enter the fairy cities and markets owned by the Zhang family. If some of the spiritual objects of the Li family were not cheap and good, and were deeply loved by the casual cultivators, they would not be able to maintain a 15% market share. In addition, when the Li family cultivators were training outside, they would be targeted and killed as long as they met the Zhang family cultivators. With the accumulation of these piles and pieces of hatred, a life and death battle between the Li family and the Zhang family would sooner or later begin. The reason why it hasn't erupted yet is entirely because of the Li family's forbearance and concession. There is no way. Who made the Li family lack strength and skills? Fortunately, the huge losses of the Zhang family hundreds of years ago have not been recovered until now, and they have no confidence to take the initiative to attack the Wangsan mountain of the Li family. And the Li family has also pulled in an external aid, that is, the Huang sect. The two families did not have much conflict, and the relationship between the two sides became closer under the deliberate friendship of the Li family. In fact, the Li family knew that if the Zhang family really wanted to take action, the Huang sect would not be able to take action directly, and the Li family would have to pay some price to invite them. The reason for making a close alliance gesture is just to make the Zhang family more cautious. So now the Li family and the Zhang family have many conflicts, but no one has torn their faces openly. Wangsan Mountain, Shuanglong Valley. Zhang Fengwu, who has consolidated her cultivation, the first thing she did after coming out of seclusion was to further improve the family's mountain protection formation. When she was still in the refining void realm, she combined the power of all the formation masters in the family and arranged a 7th level mountain protection formation across realms. Now Zhang Fengwu has reached the fusion stage, and her formation cultivation has made great progress. Of course, she wants to continue to improve the mountain protection formation. If she can deduce the 8th level formation, it would be great, because this is also part of her cultivation. Moreover, this mountain protection formation was originally created by Zhang Fengwu by combining multiple formations, and she is very familiar with it. By then, even if she can't upgrade the formation grade, she can still improve the formation. Zhang Fengwu spent 20 to 30 years to upgrade the star formation to the 7th level extreme, and consumed a lot of spiritual objects during the period. Many tribesmen complained about this, thinking that it would be better to use so many spiritual objects to enhance the mountain protection formation on themselves, and maybe they could break through. Ancestor Zhang, can the mountain protection formation be upgraded to the 8th level? Asked the tribe leader Li Zhirui. Alice, Zhang Fengwu sighed and said, yes, I have the confidence, but it will take a long time and a lot of resources. How could Zhang Fengwu not know the complaints of the tribesmen? It only took 30 years this time, but if you want to be promoted to the 8th level, it will take at least 200 or 300 years, and more resources will be required. By then, the family may really complain. Ancestor, you don't have to worry too much. As long as you have confidence, the family will definitely support you with all their strength, Li Zhirui said with a firm look. Zhang Fengwu shook his head and said, let's do this for now. It will be better to do this when my realm is improved. In fact, after Zhang Fengwu perfected the mountain protection star formation, the attack power and defense power were at least 5 times stronger. If it is fully activated, even facing the attack of a Mahayana cultivator, it can withstand an hour. And there is also an effect that is beneficial to the entire Wangsan Mountain and all the clansmen, that is, it can absorb a large amount of star power through the formation and transform it into spiritual energy. The transformed spiritual energy can not only maintain the daily use of the formation, but the rest can also increase the concentration of spiritual energy in Wangsan Mountain. And according to Zhang Fengwu's calculation, it only needs to run for 500 or 600 years for the spiritual energy in Wangsan Mountain to reach a higher level. 500 or 600 years is nothing for a combined family. The time required to accumulate spirit stones, slowly absorb spirit veins, and passively promote is not much faster than this. But this does not cost spirit stones at all. The clansmen are short-sighted and do not know the benefits of the mountain protection formation, but the elders and I know it in our hearts, so everyone supports you to continue to improve the star formation, Li Tiao continued to persuade. However, Zhang Fengwu has made up her mind. The complaints of the clansmen are one reason, and more importantly, she feels that her realm is not enough. Even if she can barely deduce it, there are still many problems. It is better to do it in one step, which can also save a lot of spiritual objects for the family. I have made up my mind, you don't have to persuade me anymore. Li Tiao saw this and wanted to say something, but finally closed his mouth. Zhang Fengwu turned back to the cave and began to summarize his experience over the past few decades and cultivate his own Dharma image. Time passed, and one day more than 10 years later, a small spiritual storm appeared in Wangxin Mountain, and it was Li Chengshuo who was in seclusion that caused this. It's only been a few years since Shu'er broke through the fusion. How come he broke through to the middle stage of the fusion so quickly? When Zhang Fengwu came out of retreat and knew about this, he couldn't help but think of Li Zhirui's inexplicable worry at the time. Could it be that the opportunity that Shu'er got at the time really had some huge hidden dangers? But when she asked Li Chengshuo, she didn't think there was any problem. Zhang Fengwu also personally investigated and found that Li Chengshuo had no hidden dangers or drawbacks in terms of realm, cultivation, or dharma, which made her feel a little relieved. In the end, there was no choice but to let Li Chengshuo pay more attention to himself, and if he found anything wrong, he should come to him immediately. And one day, Li Chengsheng left Wangxin Mountain and embarked on a journey to find a breakthrough in the fusion. Originally, he refined that trace of the true fire of the sun, and the road to the fusion was unobstructed, but Li Chengsheng always felt that something was missing and not perfect enough. So he chose to go out and try to make up for the last bit of deficiency. Not only Li Chengsheng, but Li Xiangxin, Li Mingyao and others have left the family one after another to find an opportunity to break through the fusion. Kunlun Province. Li Zhirui came out of a secret realm in a dusty state, with a tired look on his face. This trip to the secret realm was really full of dangers. It can be said that it was the most dangerous of the hundreds of secret realms he had experienced over the years. And the one who caused all this was a fusion monk who was possessed by the devil and had no reason. This madman didn't know what kind of practice he was practicing, but he could actually bewitch people's hearts. Obviously, everyone was a fusion and refining cultivator. Although their Tao hearts were not as solid as a rock, at least ordinary means could not bewitch them. But in front of that madman, few people could resist. He bewitched a large number of cultivators, constantly provoked everyone in the secret realm, accumulated contradictions, and finally detonated a war that affected the entire secret realm. At the beginning of the disaster, Li Zhirui met the crazy monk. Just one encounter. He felt a little dazed. If it weren't for the crazy beating of his spiritual sense, reminding him that there was a huge danger, Li Zhirui might really fall into it. After realizing that something was wrong, Li Zhirui immediately hid in the space and avoided the other party. At that time, Li Zhirui felt extremely horrified. How could there be such a person? He did not notice that the other party was using his magical powers. He just glanced at him, and then Li Zhirui felt as if he was bewitched. Li Zhirui stayed in this space for 3 whole days. He confirmed again and again that there were no hidden dangers before he dared to leave and became very careful. At first, Li Zhirui did not notice anything wrong until he frequently saw the bodies of monks and a large number of traces of battles. He realized that something was wrong. There were casualties in the secret realm in the past, but it was impossible to have so many. After all, the primary purpose of entering the secret realm was to find spiritual objects or to experience the monsters in the secret realm, not to fight each other. Then Li Zhirui ran into a war of hundreds of monks. This small scale was not enough to surprise him. But when he saw the crazy monk he met at the beginning, he controlled these monks to fight each other like a puppet, and he felt endless chill in his heart. It was like a puppet show among mortals. Hundreds of refining and combined monks were puppets in his hands and could only act according to his will. Li Zhirui turned around and left without a second thought. Such a terrifying existence was not something he could provoke. Anyway, those cultivators had nothing to do with him, so there was no need to show off his ability to save people. Li Zhirui even suspected that this man was most likely not possessed by the devil as other cultivators said, but had awakened the memory of his previous life. Judging from his methods, he was probably an old monster of a terrifying demon cultivator in his previous life. Li Zhirui ran all the way with his head down, and stopped only when he felt that he was far enough away from him. In the following time, in addition to looking for spiritual objects in the secret realm, Li Zhirui hid in the space, waiting for the secret realm teleportation array to open. There was no other experience in the secret realm, like this time, so eager to leave. Chapter 1034 Reminder. A month before the teleportation array was opened, Li Zhirui had already come to wait nearby, and did not even consider looking for spiritual objects, hiding in the space for refuge. Because more and more monks were controlled by the crazy monk, those puppets would attack living creatures, regardless of whether they were monks or monsters. With Li Zhirui's strength, it was not difficult to deal with these puppets, but the problem was that there were too many of them, usually appearing in groups, and they could not get any benefits. The spiritual objects on them had long been looted by the crazy monk, and he seemed to be looking for fun, controlling the monks and monsters to fight each other, causing the entire secret realm to be filled with rich blood and visible corpses. There were at least tens of thousands of monks who entered the secret realm to train at the beginning. I don't know how many monks are still alive now, and there are monsters in the secret realm. Thinking of this, Li Zhirui couldn't help but sigh. You know, this is a secret realm specially used for the training of the refining and fusion monks, and there are tens of millions of monsters in it. But Li Zhirui didn't see any trace of any monster along the way. He didn't have any benevolence or compassion, but a kind of sentimental sadness. When the teleportation array was opened, Li Zhirui hid himself in the surroundings early. Fortunately, the crazy monk was not really crazy and lost his mind, and did not destroy the teleportation array. Otherwise he would not be able to leave the secret realm. At the moment the secret realm was opened, Li Zhirui sneaked into it silently, and a spiritual light lit up in an instant, but until he really left the secret realm and stepped on the land of Kunlun State, his heart, which had been floating, fell back to its original place. Several monks who were guarding the formation smelled the faint blood on Li Zhirui, but didn't care. After all, who of the monks who came out of this secret realm didn't have the lives of several monsters in their hands? Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that this trace of blood was not from Li Zhirui killing the monster, but from the less than 10 miles on the road to the teleportation array. Li Zhirui would not meddle in other people's business. He did not tell them what happened in the secret realm. After paying 20% of the spiritual objects, he hurriedly used the escape technique to leave the place. You are running so fast. Is there someone chasing you? A monk laughed and joked. But the next moment, several monks who came out of the secret realm shouted in panic, "Oh no! A big thing happened in the secret realm." At least 70% of the tens of thousands of monks who entered the secret realm were controlled by others or died. Like Li Zhirui, they hid near the teleportation array very early, but because they were worried about traps, they did not rush up at the first time. Only when they saw Li Zhirui leave safely did they dare to enter the array and escape from the secret realm that almost turned into a sea of blood. What? Impossible. The monsters in the secret realm are not so powerful. Several guarding monks did not believe what they said at all. No matter how strong a combined monk was, it was impossible for him to control thousands of people, and most of them were monks of the same realm. What we said is true. There is a fusion cultivator who has practiced some kind of technique and can easily control creatures of the same realm. Not only cultivators, but even the monsters in the secret realm have suffered. Looking closely at their expressions, you can find that these fusion cultivators are full of fear. Seeing this, the guarding cultivators became concerned and were about to learn more about it. More than 20 cultivators walked out of the teleportation array. Brother Jin, quickly inform the ancestor that something big has happened in the secret realm. The person who spoke was covered in blood, as if he had crawled out of a sea of blood and corpses. Brother Deng, what happened to you? Brother Jin's heart trembled. He was afraid that something really happened in the secret realm. He stopped asking questions and signaled his fellow disciples to take care of him. He quickly activated a sound transmission talisman. Because he didn't know what happened in the secret realm, he could only fill in the content of the previous cultivators, plus the miserable condition of Brother Deng. This incident quickly alarmed the guarding immortals. In less than half a minute, he arrived at the scene, and several more immortals arrived one after another. That demon cultivator may have left this place now, and there may be no living creatures in the secret realm. After the scattered immortals understood the situation clearly, they had the answer in their hearts. He is using the blood and magic power of the cultivators and monsters to restore his cultivation as soon as possible. After saying that, several scattered immortals sighed helplessly. The other party may have made a foolproof plan long ago, and it is really difficult to catch him. This secret realm is also useless. It must be purified before it can be reopened. Those who should leave as soon as possible. You stay here and see if there are any cultivators alive. After saying that, several people disappeared. The conversation of several scattered immortals was not hidden from everyone, so the news soon spread in the nearby mortal city. Li Zhirui, who had been paying attention to the relevant news, knew it immediately. Although he has left the secret realm now, he still has lingering fears when he thinks back. The crazy cultivator who caused the extremely heavy casualties in the secret realm this time, and only 1 in 10 survived, was possessed by a demon cultivator. He is not only alive and well now, but his cultivation has skyrocketed. Li Zhirui learned from gossip that the crazy monk was a demon cultivator in the immortal realm. Before his lifespan came to an end, he sealed all his power and memory, erased all traces of the magic path, and used a special method of taking over the body, becoming an unborn baby. The ordinary method of taking over the body is not so complicated and strict. It is not only safer, but also has enough options. However, the special method of taking over the body he performed is more random, and he has no memory of his predecessor, which is no different from ordinary people. Therefore, it is very likely that he will die before awakening his memory. Awakening memory is also more dependent on luck. It may awaken at the moment of adulthood, or it may not be possible for the rest of his life. The advantage is that it is impossible to find that he is the person who took over the body. For a demon cultivator like him who sneaked into the immortal way of Dongzhao, it is the best way. Soon, the demon cultivators hiding in Dongzhao use this method. But many cultivators don't understand why this demon immortal has not been discovered all the time. Why didn't he continue to lurk? With a previous cultivation experience, it is not difficult for him to become a member of the immortal high level. Why did he suddenly reveal his identity? Perhaps the only one who knows the answer is the demon cultivator himself. And he disappeared, and I am afraid that it will become an unsolved mystery in the future. There is no time for cultivation, and the cause and effect are avoided in the cave. Li Zhirui originally thought that more than half a year had passed and it should be calm again, but he did not expect that a piece of news would attract the attention of the cultivators again. Not long ago, a scattered immortal was born in the demon Dao, and this demon scattered immortal was the one who slaughtered the creatures crazily in the secret realm. This cultivation speed is too exaggerated. Although the demon Dao has always been famous for its rapid cultivation, it is still too exaggerated to go from a combined cultivator to a Mahayana and a tribulation in less than a year. Among them, there is the reason that the demon cultivator is originally a scattered immortal, and more importantly, the essence and mana of countless cultivators and monsters provide him with incomparable energy. Li Zhirui can imagine that once this news spreads, how many cultivators will yearn for the demon Dao, especially those scattered cultivators who have difficulty in cultivation and cultivators whose lifespan is approaching. They will not consider so much, they only know that the demon Dao can quickly improve their cultivation. However, these things have nothing to do with Li Zhirui. No matter what, he can't devote himself to the magic way. I've been away from my family for 100 or 200 years, and I don't know how it's going. When he's free, Li Zhirui will think of his family. He really wants to go back, but the goal he set when he was away has not been completed. He wants to break through the late stage of fusion before going back. After so many years of practice, Li Zhirui's Dharma image has reached 58 feet, and there are still 9 feet left to break through the late stage of fusion. Although he doesn't know how long it will take, Li Zhirui has enough time and patience to wait. In order to achieve this goal as soon as possible, Li Zhirui's practice is very hard, and he often goes to the secret realm to practice. In the sky, 2 cultivators stood face to face. Li Zhirui and Wang Shiki competed with each other, and the momentum of both sides kept colliding, as if they would fight in the next moment. A dark cloud suddenly appeared above Li Zhirui's head. The rolling black cloud was like 1,000 beasts galloping, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Boom boom, the next moment, a deafening thunder split the clouds and rushed towards Li Zhirui. The violent power made people tremble. Li Zhirui felt this powerful pressure and looked solemn. The opponent's fighting power was really terrifying. If he didn't show some real skills, he might not be his opponent. He saw both sides pinching their fingers, and the spiritual energy around them circulated. In the breath, a blue light seemed to tear the space apart. The next moment, the roar of the sea resounded through the world. The sea is all-encompassing. Facing the violent thunder, it did not move at all and swallowed it directly. The sea became extremely manic and set off waves of stormy waves. Snap! Wang Shiki suddenly realized that something was wrong, but before he could dodge, a wooden stick that appeared behind his head at some point had hit him heavily on the head. Friend Wang, you lose this time. Li Zhirui's voice came with the wind, and the originally surging sea also returned to calm, and then slowly dissipated, as if it had never existed at all. Alice. I didn't expect that even though I have cultivated Qingxia or Divine Thunder to this level, I am still no match for you, Wang Shiki sighed with a wry smile. Wang Shiki was a cultivator that Li Zhirui met by chance in a secret realm. At that time, the two of them discovered a 7th level Qingxian fruit tree with 5 spiritual fruits on it. After taking the Qingxian fruit, you can clear your distracting thoughts and weaken your inner demons. If these problems do not exist, it will improve the cultivator's understanding. The duration varies from person to person. Originally, the two wanted to have a fight to determine the winner and monopolize the 5 Qingxian fruits. But just when the two were about to take action, the guardian monster came back, and its strength was very strong, and it should have reached the peak of the 7th level. In fact, although the two's cultivation is not as good as the monster, they both have the ability to kill it, but in this way, the consumption is too great and they can't deal with the cultivator in front of them. So after discussing it, the two decided to work together to solve the monster first. Whoever contributes more in the process will get an extra Qingxian fruit. Li Zhirui was cautious and did not go all out, but Wang Shiki was much bolder, so he got an extra Qingxian fruit. The two of them could be said to be incompatible, and they gradually became familiar with each other afterwards. However, it is not certain how good the relationship between the two is. At least Li Zhirui and Wang Shiki did not reveal their origins. Although Wang Shiki did not reveal his origins, his identity was exposed in many aspects, and he was definitely from a top-level force. The current relationship between the two is more about using opponents as tools for training. So far, the two sides have fought no less than 100 games. In general, Li Zhirui won a little more, but only about 11 or 12 games. Wang Shiki's strength is not bad, and even when Li Zhirui does not use the power of the cave, he is stronger than him. It's just that it may be because he is proficient in thunder magic and has too much lethality, which leads to Wang Shiki having many concerns during the competition and unable to let go and fight. Li Zhirui does not have these concerns, because the magical power he masters is far less lethal than thunder magic. But even though Li Zhirui had a considerable advantage, his winning rate was not much higher than Wang Shiki's, which shows how strong he is. Of course, because it was just a competition, both sides kept their own trump cards, so this method cannot be used to judge who is more powerful. On this day, another battle ended. Thank you for your sparring over the years. I plan to return to the sect. Wang Shiki said goodbye. Li Zhirui was not sad, but felt it was a pity. Because Wang Shiki was a very good fighting partner. After he left, he could only go to the secret realm to find monsters to fight. It seems that Aoyao has found a way forward, so I would like to congratulate Aoyao on your early breakthrough. Li Zhirui saw the reason for his departure. It would be a lie to say that he was not envious. Li Zhirui is now stuck in the middle stage of fusion, and has been unable to make further progress and break through the late stage of fusion. Aoyao, you are too cautious and lack the courage to make progress, so you have been unable to take this step. Wang Shiki also saw the problem of Li Zhirui and reminded him, there is nothing wrong with being cautious, but our fellow cultivators are all going against the will of heaven. If we are careful in everything, how can we move forward on this thorny and bumpy road? Sometimes, we have to be reckless. Li Zhirui was stunned when he heard this, and his state of mind did not improve immediately. After all, his caution has been integrated into his bones, and it is not easy to change with a few words. But at least a road ahead that was originally a little hazy in his eyes has now been fully presented to Li Zhirui. Thank you for your advice, Aoyao. I am very grateful. Li Zhirui bowed seriously and thanked the other party for his kindness. However, Li Zhirui did not like to owe others, especially when there was a cause and effect entanglement, so after thinking about it, he took out a purple-black spiritual object from the space, sealed it in a jade box, and sent it to Wang Shiki. Wang Shiki understood what Li Zhirui meant. He did not refuse, nor did he look at it carefully. He just accepted the jade box. Chapter 1035 Join. After the two of them parted, Wang Shiki opened the jade box and was also surprised by Li Zhirui's handwriting. It turned out to be an 8th level spiritual object that was particularly suitable for him, the thunder bamboo. This is one of the best refining materials for cultivators who practice thunder magic. Even if Wang Shiki was born extraordinary, it was not so easy to get the thunder bamboo, because this object was rare and hard to find. Wang Shiki felt that this thank you gift exceeded his reminder, but Li Zhirui felt that it was just right. He took advantage of it by using a thunder bamboo to pay off the cause and effect. After all, no matter how rare the spiritual object is, at least if you are willing to spend time and energy, you can get it after all, but the advice of others is truly unattainable. And don't forget that Li Zhirui has tens of thousands of high-level spiritual objects in his hands, and the thunder bamboo has already produced several offspring in space. As for Li Zhirui, although he knew his own problems, he wanted to solve them, but it was not a one-day success, and he could only try to improve them slowly. And the most suitable place for Li Zhirui is undoubtedly the battlefield. So in the following days, he did not go to the secret realm for training as before, but began to collect various information and choose the battlefield to go to next. The two most famous and also the most dangerous battlefields of Dongzhao Xiandao are the battlefield between the immortals and the demons, and the battlefield between the Sea Clan and the East China Sea. The strength of the northern survivors is not bad, but the number of races is too small, and there are mountains blocking the way, so there have always been few conflicts between the two sides. As for the territory of the demon clan, the Demon God Mountain, it is not directly adjacent to Dongzhao Xiandao, but is located at the junction of the South Domain and Zizhao. It's just that because there are too many demon beasts and they are too widely distributed, most cultivators think that the demon clan is the biggest enemy, but this is not the case. The East Sea battlefield is closer to the 10,000 Immortals Mountain. If the cultivation level is improved, it is more convenient to retreat and break through. However, the disadvantage is that the war is not fierce enough. It is not common for the combined cultivators to go directly to the battlefield. Li Zhirui calmly analyzed the pros and cons of the two battlefields. The immortal demon battlefield is the opposite. Not to mention the combined cultivators, even the Mahayana and the Tribulation Crossing can sometimes see the powerful scattered immortals. It is extremely dangerous. Many cultivators cannot reach the refining void realm in their lifetime. Here, they are just high-level cannon fodder. I don't know how many will die every year. If Li Zhirui had followed his previous mentality, he would definitely choose the safer East Sea battlefield and slowly polish himself. But since he discovered the hidden problems in his state of mind, Li Zhirui made a different choice from the past and decided to go to the immortal demon battlefield for training. Moreover, Li Zhirui learned a lot of magic skills to kill demons from the previous Taixu illusion realm, which could come in handy. Li Zhirui did not make too much preparation. The precious pills in his hand were enough for him to use for many years. He left Kunlun State with ease and set foot on the road to the immortal demon battlefield. There were some twists and turns along the way, but with Li Zhirui's current strength, ordinary combined cultivators were no match for him. And he did not chase after those malicious robbers because it would take a lot of time. After all, they were also combined cultivators. Even if their strength was not as good as his, they still had one or two life-saving methods. Li Zhirui did not trap them at the beginning, and it would not be so easy to kill them. In addition, Li Zhirui encountered a very strange thing on the road, which had never happened before. That was that cultivators from various major forces intercepted people on the road who were going to the battlefield of immortals and demons, or more accurately, cultivators going to Zizhao. I didn't expect the influence of that demon immortal to continue to this day. If it weren't for this incident, Li Zhirui would have forgotten the tragedy. At that time, I don't know what the major forces were thinking. They actually let this matter spread. If they had tried to stop it, it would not have caused such consequences today. Upon hearing this, the patrolling Liangsu cultivator bowed slightly and said, "May I ask what the senior is doing here, to train on the battlefield in order to break through?" Li Zhirui then asked, "Have many cultivators defected from the immortal path in recent years?" "I dare not hide it from you, senior. I don't know the exact number, but this path alone can capture dozens of traitors every month. In order to prevent the invasion of the demon path, the Dongzhao immortal path, in addition to the frontline battlefield, built a wall stretching 1,000,000 miles to the east, relying on the mountains and rivers, and arranged many formations, such as the Demon Identification Formation and the Prohibition of Air Formation. Moreover, relying on the mountains and rivers, 365 immortal cities were built, and there were some small cities and markets in between. However, if you want to walk out of the city wall and go to the battlefield, there are only 100 immortal cities on the surface. The major forces arranged cultivators to guard these paths and patrol the surrounding thousands of miles. As long as they found any sneaky whereabouts, especially cultivators who did not take the main road, they could directly capture them. In fact, these garrison monks have always existed, but at the beginning they were only there to prevent the demon cultivators from sneaking in, and now they have an additional task. After hearing this number, Li Zhirui calculated in his mind and got the answer. There were thousands or even tens of thousands of monks who were captured, and this did not include those monks who took secret paths and were not captured. Hasn't the number changed over the years? Although Li Zhirui was still a member of the bottom of the entire immortal path, as an immortal cultivator, he still hoped that the immortal path could prosper. After all, if the immortal path declined, he, as one of them, would inevitably be affected. The number has decreased a lot. When the news first spread, groups of monks could be seen blatantly defecting to Zizhao. Even though many years had passed, he couldn't help but sigh when he mentioned it. Thank you for your hard work. Li Zhirui didn't know what to say. He left some precious pills that he could no longer use and left. Senior. These are all my thoughts. Don't refuse. The words came with a breeze, but the person had already disappeared. In less than a quarter of an hour, Li Zhirui arrived in front of the immortal city with the word Tai Sui hanging on the city wall. The steps to enter the city are somewhat cumbersome. First, you have to perform an attack in front of everyone, and cancel it actively during the brewing process. The purpose of doing this is to better detect the mana of the cultivators. The mana of the magic cultivators usually has a sinister aura, and it is easy to reveal clues between the collection and release. Secondly, you have to continuously input 1/10 of mana into compass, and the purpose is the same. Then you have to walk through the magic refining formation, which is a formation specially deduced from magic cultivators and will not cause harm to the cultivators. After all are passed, you just need to make a special identity jade card, and use a drop of blood mixed with mana to blend into the special jade card. And report the real identity, including origin, native place, etc. There will be a special person to verify. This information will be kept confidential and will not be shown to outsiders. Finally, it is to pay this series of fees, which cost Li Zhirui a full 50,000 spirit stones. However, these 50,000 spirit stones are only temporary. After you kill 10 demon cultivators on the battlefield, they will be returned in the form of contribution points. If you can survive until then, the 50,000 spirit stones you paid will be considered a reward, because 5,000 contribution points will be returned. Although the official exchange rate for contribution points and spirit stones is 110, only contribution points can be exchanged for spirit stones, and vice versa is not allowed. In the dark market, this exchange rate will be expanded to 115. In other words, you don't have to do anything to earn 25,000 spirit stones. And this is just the normal ratio. If some precious and rare spiritual objects appear in the merit hall responsible for the exchange, it will be further expanded. Li Zhirui spent nearly half an hour just on the entry process. Fortunately, in the future, no matter which fairy city you enter, you only need to use mana to activate the jade card and verify your identity. It doesn't need to be so complicated. Tai Sui Fairy City is no different from other fairy cities. You can still see the bustling streets and the monks coming and going. There is no sense of urgency to approach the battlefield. The reason why they were so relaxed was also due to the mountain and river wall. It was because of its existence that the massive invasion of the demon cultivators was blocked. Li Zhirui rested in the inn of the fairy city for a few days, and by the way, he inquired about some news in the city, such as the recent battlefield situation, the losses of both sides, and some very easy-to-know information. The battlefield between the immortals and demons was still very tragic. Every day, a large number of cultivators and demon cultivators died. It was like a huge meat grinder. Even the combined cultivators did not have full confidence that they could return safely. Recently, the demon cultivators seemed to have gone crazy and became much more ferocious, causing a lot of our casualties, a cultivator said with some concern. He was afraid that he would die on the battlefield. It was not caused by that group of traitors. Another person said indignantly. Alice. I saw a Taoist friend I knew among the demon cultivators. I didn't expect him to join the magic path. I also saw an old friend. This sentence resonated with everyone, and they all echoed it. It's really stupid. Some people actually thought their lives were too long and went to join the demon cultivators. Now they are fine, right? They changed to the demon path, but the original demon cultivators didn't take them seriously at all. They used them as cannon fodder to die, a cultivator sneered. Many people shouted regrets on the battlefield and hoped to return to the immortal path. Huh. Is the immortal path a place where you can leave and return whenever you want, not to mention the uniqueness of the magic path? Even if you abolish your cultivation, the demonic energy will reappear when you practice again. In recent years, many cultivators have wanted to join the demon path, but the cultivators on the front line of the battlefield have never had such an idea. Because they have the most contact with the demon cultivators, they know how beastly the demon cultivators are and how many disadvantages the demon path has. How could they abandon the light and join the dark? Fellow Taoist, I see you are unfamiliar, but you have just come to Taisui Immortal City recently. Li Zhirui, who was sitting aside and listening to the discussion, did not expect someone to come to him, and nodded. Yes, then I wonder if you have found teammates? If not, why not join our SYNOPSIS team? Our team has a total of. Without waiting for Li Zhirui to agree, he opened his mouth to introduce. Fellow Taoist, wait a minute, I don't agree. This made Li Zhirui speak and interrupt the other party. Fellow Taoist, what are you worried about? The cultivator was very puzzled by Li Zhirui's refusal, and said, our SYNOPSIS team is one of the strongest in Taisui Immortal City, and it has a very good reputation. There has never been a case of harming companions. The conversation between the two attracted the attention of many cultivators. Li Zhirui also saw the envy in their eyes when they heard about the SYNOPSIS team. It seemed that the other party was not lying. I'm curious why you invited me? And you haven't introduced yourself yet after talking so much? It's my problem. The man's face brightened, and he said gracefully, I am Feng Sanchu, and I am appointed as the deputy captain of the SYNOPSIS team. As for why I invited you? Of course, it's because you are strong enough and you don't have too much karma. The former is very important. Without strong strength, it is not only dangerous to go to the battlefield, but also to implicate you. The latter is even more important. The SYNOPSIS team can gain a foothold in Taisui Immortal City and have such a great reputation. The character of the members is the key. You have practiced pupil skills. Although Li Zhirui did not hide his strength, the fact that the other party could see karma was enough to show that he was not simple. Pupil skills? Why practice that thing? It's my innate magical power, Feng Sanchu said disapprovingly. Li Zhirui was slightly surprised. The human race may indeed have innate magical powers, but they are very rare. Only Li Xiangxin and Li Yunren have them in the entire Li family. So he guessed that only people with heavenly spiritual roots can have innate magical powers. Since you recognize me so much, I will obey your orders. After thinking about it, Li Zhirui finally nodded and agreed. During this period, many monks came to the restaurant to watch the fun. From their chatter, Li Zhirui learned more news and comments about the SYNOPSIS team. What Feng Sanchu said was true, so he nodded and agreed. Okay, Feng Sanchu was very happy and said, if you have nothing to do next, why don't you come with me to the base to see and get to know the other partners? Thank you, Captain Feng. Li Zhirui immediately changed his words. Feng Sanchu was obviously happier when he heard this title. Not long after, the two came to a large courtyard. Feng Sanchu held a jade card and brought Li Zhirui in, saying, when you officially join the team, add a formation pattern to your identity jade card, and you can enter and exit freely. There are many departments within the SYNOPSIS team. Dao can think of it as a sect, but there are no disciples. Because there are fewer people, everyone has multiple duties. In addition to going to the battlefield to fight and kill demon cultivators, the rest time is used to refine spiritual objects or something. At this point, Feng Sanchu turned his head and looked at Li Zhirui, asking, do you know any skills? I have a little experience in alchemy. Really? Li Zhirui knew why Feng Sanchu was confused, because usually alchemists would have the fragrance of elixir on them, but he didn't. The reason for this may be because he practiced a law of purification. Chapter 1036 Confrontation. Li Zhirui did not argue, but took out a bottle of 7th grade treasure pill and handed it over. Feng Sanchu was not embarrassed by his suspicion, and took it very naturally and checked it with his spiritual sense. 7th grade top grade jade liquid treasure pill. Feng Sanchu showed a touch of surprise on his face, and said, I didn't expect that Daoyao's alchemy cultivation is so powerful. Li Zhirui smiled slightly. He did not choose to use the purified top-grade treasure pill to prove himself, because after all, it was obtained through cheating. If Li Zhirui really wanted to refine it, he couldn't do it now. Moreover, the value of the top-grade treasure pill is already very high, and many alchemists can't make it. Following behind Feng Sanchu, Li Zhirui joined the Senluo team very smoothly, and through his explanation on the road, he had a clearer understanding of this team. Although it is named a team, it has hundreds of combined cultivators and more than 300 refining cultivators. Its strength exceeds all combined forces. But among the 100 immortal cities that have passed the battlefield, the Senluo team is not the strongest, and can only barely squeeze into the first echelon. Of course, they are the most powerful team in Taisou Immortal City. Moreover, the base of Senluo team in the city is much larger than what Li Zhirui saw, otherwise it would not be able to accommodate so many buildings and monks. Dao are new here, you can first choose an unmanned cave, rest for a while, and then go to the task hall in the team to receive tasks suitable for you. Feng Sanchu said all the introductions, left a jade slip for Li Zhirui, and turned to leave. After all, as the deputy captain, he still has a lot of things to deal with. Being able to accompany Li Zhirui for so long can be said to be very important to him. The content of the jade slip is relatively complicated, including the team's rules, rewards and punishments, maps, etc., but after reading it, you don't have to worry about making mistakes. Li Zhirui followed the map and came to a large building complex. This is the cave dedicated to the team members to live and practice. Of course, if you are not satisfied, you can also spend spirit stones to rent a cave in the Immortal City. But most people will not do this, because it is a waste of spirit stones, and if something happens, they can't get there in the first time. Because it was a standard cave house, there was not much difference, and he had to arrange the formation himself, so Li Zhirui didn't spend too much time thinking about it. He randomly chose a cave house, set up the 7th level formation brought from the family, and began to regulate his breath and practice. The next morning, Li Zhirui went to the mission hall to check the teams heading to the Immortal Demon battlefield in the near future, as well as the appropriate tasks. Although the Senluo team is named after the team, there are so many cultivators inside that it is impossible for all of them to go out every time, so many members will form a team of about 10 people on their own. Unfortunately, because those teams are very familiar with each other and cooperate tacitly, unless someone dies or leaves the battlefield for various reasons, they generally will not look for new teammates, so Li Zhirui didn't see any team recruiting people. Now he either continues to wait or acts alone. Considering the purpose of his trip, Li Zhirui chose the latter without hesitation. As for the tasks in the mission hall, most of them actually came from Taisui Xiansheng, and the Senluo team just copied them. About 20% to 30% of the tasks were issued by the Senluo team themselves. In order to distinguish them, there is a word sent on the jade card. There is not much difference between the two tasks. They are all about killing demon cultivators, collecting their corpses, or some tasks of exploring intelligence. The corpses of demon cultivators are not collected for refining, but to understand the cultivation method of demon cultivators through the traces left in the meridians of the corpses, and then find a way to restrain them. But this is very difficult. It may be impossible to obtain a complete method after dissecting thousands of corpses, let alone restrain and target them. Moreover, corpses are very easy to be destroyed on the battlefield, which further increases the difficulty of obtaining and analyzing. The demon cultivators did not do this, because in their view, whether it is a cultivator or a demon cultivator, the corpse has been tempered by magic for a long time, full of spirituality, and is a very good resource for cultivation. So when the demon cultivators retreat, they will try every means to collect more corpses. They don't care about restraint or not. In the eyes of the great demon cultivators, everyone is consumables and cannon fodder, and it doesn't matter whether they die or not. The demon path is like a huge goo pool. Only by breaking through the scattered immortal realm can you jump out, otherwise they may become a cultivation resource for high-level demon cultivators. Speaking of which, after taking on several tasks, Li Zhirui left the station. After going through several formalities, he left Taisou Immortal City. As soon as he walked out of the towering, heavy and huge city wall, a bloody smell came to his face, and Li Zhirui immediately cast a spell to isolate it. When he looked up again, he suddenly found that the world in front of him seemed to have changed color. It was a red to black color. And the cause of all this was the countless lives that died in the battlefield of immortals and demons. The strong blood, evil spirits, yin and other evil spirits continued to intertwine and entangle, which made Li Zhirui, who practiced a law of purification, extremely uncomfortable. He could clearly feel that the law of purification was greatly suppressed in this land, and it was difficult to exert its original power. Is the lotus planting method also ineffective? Li Zhirui's mind moved, and he scattered a few white lotus seeds on the side and cast a spell to promote birth. The purification white lotus grew very fast, blooming in the blink of an eye, and then quickly withered and died, turning into a black dead object. Li Zhirui immediately knew the reason why the white lotus withered. It was not that the lotus planting method was useless. On the contrary, in this filthy land, the effect of the lotus planting method was very good, which could be seen from the growth rate of the purified white lotus. But why did the white lotus wither again? Because the grade of the white lotus was too low. The evil spirits accumulated on this land for countless years were too much, which had long exceeded the limit that the white lotus could bear. Li Zhirui could think of two solutions in an instant. One was to cultivate higher-grade lotus seeds to improve the bearing capacity of lotus seeds. The other was to sprinkle a large number of lotus seeds to reduce the evil spirits on this land. He could think that if he purified this very serious stubborn disease for the entire Yuanling world, he would definitely get a lot of merit. Maybe the legendary merit to become an immortal in the previous life could be realized. But Li Zhirui could only think about it. After all, such a simple method was impossible for those immortals to not think of it, and there were huge benefits in it. But the lotus planting method had been spread for so many years, and they did not take any action, which showed their thoughts. Moreover, the place where Li Zhirui stood was only a few steps away from the mountain and river wall, and it was still 500 miles away from the real battlefield. It is conceivable how bad the situation on the real battlefield would be. These are not issues that Li Zhirui, a small combined cultivator, should consider. He just needs to do his own thing. Thinking of this, Li Zhirui turned into a spiritual light and flew towards the battlefield 500 miles away. In just a quarter of an hour, he arrived at his destination. This piece of land that has witnessed the death of countless lives has no vitality. The land has turned into a scorched black color with a foul smell, and the sky has turned into a scarlet blood color. It is completely impossible to tell that this actually exists in the Yuanling realm. Li Zhirui subconsciously strengthened his purification magic to avoid direct contact with this world. If you stay in such a terrible place for a long time, you will probably become a monster, right? Li Zhirui said to himself. I don't know how those cultivators persisted. Demon cultivators also have this problem. Although they absorb the evil spirit to practice, the evil spirit on the battlefield is not something that ordinary demon cultivators can bear. Li Zhirui followed the map and came to a monk station. After entering the formation, he suddenly found that the environment had changed, as if he had returned to the normal land. There is a familiar smell, Li Zhirui murmured softly, and his eyes began to look for something. Soon, he found the reason. Purification of white lotus. And it looks like a white lotus after the grade has been upgraded. This formation should have incorporated some of the mysteries of the lotus planting method. If so, it is no wonder that Li Zhirui feels familiar. But this caused him another doubt. The major forces are not unable to solve the problems of this world, but why don't they do it? Because of resource consumption? But for those immortal realm masters, the improvement of realm and Taoism is the most important. After all, at their level, spiritual objects have almost no effect. Soon, Li Zhirui woke up. What happened to this world has nothing to do with him. No matter what those masters have planned, as a combined cultivator, he either stays away from it or gets involved. He shook his head slightly, suppressed these annoying thoughts, did not stay in the station for long, and entered the battlefield quietly. Among the several tasks that Li Zhirui received, there was one to collect the recent movements of the demon cultivators, so he needed to go to the battlefield to get information. Because there was no grass or trees on the battlefield, Li Zhirui could only abandon his most skilled wood escape and turned into an inconspicuous cloud, slowly exploring outside. In order not to arouse the vigilance and suspicion of the demon cultivators, Li Zhirui did not control the direction, but moved freely with the wind, so that he was getting farther and farther away from the station. If Li Zhirui had not been worried that he would drift to the station of the demon cultivators, he would not even plan to stop. Fortunately, he also collected a lot of information along the way, which was worth the trip. Just as Li Zhirui was about to control the clouds and drift towards the immortal path, he suddenly saw several refining demon cultivators abusing and torturing a cultivator. Li Zhirui's eyes lit up immediately, because the rescue mission was the most rewarding among all the tasks. If you are lucky enough to meet a cultivator from a big force, you will get extra rewards. And from the tattered robes on this cultivator, even if his origin is not the top, it will not be too bad. However, this place is too far from the immortal residence, and too close to the demon residence. If he takes action, he might be hunted down by the demon cultivators. After hesitating for a few breaths, Li Zhirui finally decided to save people. Not to mention the reward after saving him, just for his own path, he had to take the risk. When those demon cultivators were abusing each other, they didn't notice a strange cloud hovering over their heads. It wasn't until the surrounding spiritual energy showed abnormal fluctuations that they realized something was wrong. Be careful. As soon as a demon cultivator said this, several spiritual lights fell from the sky and shot towards them quickly. Catcha! The defenses that several refining virtual demon cultivators had hurriedly put up couldn't stop Li Zhirui's attack at all, and were directly pierced, and then took the lives of several people. Only 2 demon cultivators, who seemed to be of extraordinary origin and had spiritual objects that were activated when they encountered fatal danger, blocked this attack. How dare you? You actually dared to sneak into the depths of the holy path and attack us. You really don't know how to live or die? One of the demon cultivators shouted in a timid voice. Our commander has already noticed that the life-saving spiritual object has been activated and is rushing over. You are waiting to die, really? Then it depends on whether they come faster or you die faster. As he spoke, several vines broke out of the ground and smashed towards the 2 people. The spiritual light protecting the 2 people actually cracked under this attack. Are they coming so fast? Just when Li Zhirui was about to take advantage of the victory and kill the 2 people directly, he suddenly found several spiritual lights rushing behind him, and had to give up this idea. He waved his hand, collected several corpses of demon cultivators, took the unconscious cultivator, and fled to the east at the fastest speed. Damn cultivator, how dare you trespass into my holy path territory? Die! Several demon cultivators who were chasing Li Zhirui attacked his back without hesitation, trying to keep him. Li Zhirui did not fight with the other party here. Facing several combined magic cultivators, he fled very rationally. Not to mention their number and strength, the distance from the Demon Dao station alone was enough to make Li Zhirui retreat. After confirming that the cultivator was in a coma and instructing Golden Eagle on Leeward not to let him wake up in the space, he put the person into the space. After getting rid of this burden, Li Zhirui's speed increased a bit. Those demon cultivators were not to be outdone. If they let the other party escape like this, once the news spread, it would be a huge blow to the Demon Dao. Letting a combined cultivator kill several disciples at the doorstep and leave safely and smoothly will make them the object of ridicule in the Demon Dao. So whether it is for the face of the Demon Dao or for their own dignity, they will never let Li Zhirui escape. But they don't know that Li Zhirui is not really running for his life, but luring them away from the Demon Dao station. In the chase, he has already moved away from the Demon Dao station. After Li Zhirui discovered this, he stopped running forward and stopped. Ho ha, you can't escape, right? It would be better to surrender earlier, so you don't have to suffer torture. Seeing this, one of the cultivators thought that Li Zhirui had no magic power and laughed strangely. Hearing this, Li Zhirui showed a mysterious smile on his face. He summoned the Golden Eagle and ordered, "Help me stop a combined demon cultivator." As for the remaining 3 demon cultivators, he had to fight alone. Chapter 1037 Thanks. The Golden Eagle and the 4 demon cultivators were stunned upon hearing this. Be careful. The Golden Eagle looked at Li Zhirui with concern, and without further ado, chose a powerful demon cultivator to attack. The golden light was dazzling, and the sharp wind blade accurately shot at the demon cultivator, forcing him to defend himself. Ha, I don't know whether to say that you are looking for death, or you are just being unreasonable. The demon cultivators laughed wantonly, not taking Li Zhirui seriously at all. Since that beast chose you, then you don't have to fight with us. Humph! The demon cultivator chosen by the Golden Eagle snorted coldly, with a cruel smile on his face, and said, "Soon you will know how wrong your choice is." Before he finished speaking, he turned into a black light and pounced on the Golden Eagle, with murderous aura all over his body, as if he was haunted by hundreds of ghosts. Cry. The Golden Eagle raised his head and howled, emitting dazzling golden light all over his body, and went forward fearlessly. The battle between the man and the eagle was very fierce, and the shock wave generated by the collision could set off a strong wind. However, the strength of both sides was such that it was impossible to tell who would win in a short time. In the process of fighting, they moved to the side in a tacit understanding to avoid being affected by another more dangerous and fierce battle. "You all come together," Li Zhirui said calmly, "but if you look closely, you will find that the solemnity in his eyes is not as relaxed as he showed. His move was very risky. The three people on the opposite side were all combined magic cultivators, and their cultivation was almost the same as Li Zhirui's. You know, the higher the cultivation, the more difficult it is to widen the gap under the same cultivation, especially these magic cultivators who crawled out of the goo pool. Along the way, I don't know how many lives they have stained on their hands, but they can still live to this day, which must be unique. But Li Zhirui still planned to take a risk. Even if he was defeated, he could save his life without any worries. Of course, Li Zhirui was trying to solve the hidden dangers in his mind. Unless he was really on the verge of death, he would not hide in the space as he did in the past. What a big tone. Let me teach you a lesson. One of the demon cultivators laughed in anger, and rushed out without waiting for the other two. The other two did not plan to rush up together. After all, in the magic way, there is almost no situation of joining forces to fight the enemy, and sometimes you have to be on guard against your so-called companions. They followed behind slowly, and seemed to be planning to attack from the side. Li Zhirui frowned slightly. He forgot that demon cultivators rarely joined forces. Judging from the situation, they might plan to fight in a round. In this way, the degree of danger is greatly reduced, but Li Zhirui can't achieve his original goal. However, at this moment, the battle is at the head, and Li Zhirui has no time to think about it. He quickly gathered his thoughts. Facing a demon cultivator in the middle stage of fusion, and two demon cultivators of the same level attacking, if he dared to be distracted, he would not know how he died. Ha! When the demon cultivator Shaluo made a move, there was a burst of ghosts crying and wolves howling. And a large group of black gas gushed out, and a large number of evil spirits flew out immediately. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Li Zhirui, opened its bloody mouth, and bit him fiercely. Boom! At some point, a ball of lightning appeared in Li Zhirui's palm, and wisps of thunder flew out from it, hitting the evil spirits fiercely, directly smashing their bodies in half. Most of the magic powers that Li Zhirui obtained to kill demons were extremely strong and yang thunder methods, or some fire magic powers. The latter were incompatible with his attributes, not only difficult to learn, but also weakened in power. So after he got a magic power, he put all his energy into thunder methods. Moreover, the power of thunder methods is generally stronger than other magic powers. Even if it is not used on demon cultivators, it can also exert a powerful combat power in fighting against cultivators and monsters. No wonder you have the guts to deal with the three of us. It turns out you are good at thunder magic. But do you think you can beat us like this? Shaluo showed a trace of disdain on his face and said, "Now I will let you know that the suppression of thunder magic on us is not as great as you think." He made a gesture with his hands, and a large group of thick black fog appeared, quickly forming a ghost general 10 feet in size, wearing black armor and holding a halberd. Behind it, there were tens of thousands of ghost soldiers holding spears and shields. As soon as they appeared, a sinister and fierce aura filled the surroundings, turning into a canopy that appeared above their heads. "Kill!" the ghost general roared to the sky, pointing the halberd straight at Li Zhirui, and led the ghost soldiers behind him to charge. It was fierce and powerful. These tens of thousands of evil ghosts actually formed a special formation, and attacked Li Zhirui with unstoppable force. Li Zhirui threw the thunder ball in his palm directly out, and there was another roar and explosion, but it did not cause much damage to them. However, the canopy protecting them became much dimmer. So it's not that the thunder method can't restrain these evil spirits, but that there are too many of them, and they have completely exhausted the thunder method. Ha! With your limited skills, you'd better surrender. Seeing that Li Zhirui's attack didn't have much effect, Shaluo laughed and mocked. Really, Li Zhirui was very calm. What he just used was just an ordinary thunder method, not the demon-killing thunder method learned from the Thousand Spirit realm. Now it's really used. As the magic power was running, a pale green thunder struck from the void. Crack! This thunder that looked no different broke the canopy of the evil spirits into pieces, and the fine lightning fell on the ghosts, making them wail continuously, and their bodies became much more transparent. The next moment, dozens of thunders fell together, striking the group of evil spirits, turning into a boiling thunder pool, constantly consuming those evil spirits. But after a few breaths, the originally heavy canopy became much lighter, and even a few cracks appeared. "This is impossible," Shaluo shouted in disbelief. The power of the giant Yanglei mixed with a law of purification is indeed extraordinary, and it has a great restraining effect on the demon cultivators. The demon-killing magical power of the Qianling realm is actually a hybrid magical power, with the strongest and most yang thunder method as the main body, and then the yang energy, fire energy, or certain laws that restrain the evil spirits. The Yuanling realm also has similar magical powers, but cultivators like Li Zhirui who come from small forces must spend contribution points to exchange them before they can learn. After all, the various fusion ratios have very profound ways, which are not so easy to try out, and the taste of the magical power backlash is not pleasant. Unless you are very lucky, you just guessed it right. Listening to the wailing of the evil spirits, Shaluo couldn't just sit there and watch. After all, he spent a lot of manpower, material resources, and financial resources to cultivate these evil spirits. They were one of his trump cards and couldn't be wasted like this. As a last resort, Shaluo could only input more mana into them to help them withstand this attack. Aren't you going to do it yet? At the same time, he also forced the other two to do it to help share the huge pressure brought to him by Li Zhirui. Ho-ha, I didn't expect that junior brother Shaluo was so vulnerable. I am really disappointed. The burly, dark-skinned demon cultivator Pan Shan grinned, revealing his teeth stained with blood and flesh, which looked hideous and terrifying. Shaluo was angry. He knew that his performance just now had made Pan Shan and Gu Changlin look down on him. They were probably calculating in their hearts how to deal with him after dealing with Li Zhirui. Let me teach you. Pan Shan had two hammers in his hands. He just swung them lightly, and the space around him actually shook slightly, which showed how terrifying the weight of the hammers was. Pan Shan, who seemed to be heavy, just took a few steps forward, crossed dozens of miles, and appeared directly beside Li Zhirui. Bang! The hammer smashed down fiercely, and a small hole appeared in the space. If it fell on Li Zhirui, he might not be able to defend it. Fortunately, Li Zhirui's escape method was amazing, and his speed was faster than Pan Shan. He flew away before the hammer fell. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, bone spurs appeared around him, stabbing at Li Zhirui with a dangerous aura. Li Zhirui was about to continue to escape, but he saw that the surrounding area was filled with black fog, blocking his space for escape. He had originally thought of fighting 3 people alone, and now it has really come true. But the huge pressure brought about by it also made it very difficult for Li Zhirui to deal with. But in a moment, he, who was originally well dressed, became much more embarrassed. Although he had no wounds yet, it would be soon if he continued like this. There was no other way. Without using the power of the cave, Li Zhirui's strength was not enough to support him to deal with the 3 demon cultivators. Just when the 3 Shaluo thought that they were about to take down Li Zhirui, he suddenly exploded. His strength suddenly doubled, and a Fujiamu Yang Lei easily solved the bone spurs and black fog, completely opening up space for Li Zhirui to move. The 3 demon cultivators were not surprised. Since the other party dared to provoke a war, they must have kept a backhand. Now it seems that it was this secret method that made their strength soar. They did not feel scared, because this kind of secret method is often not sustainable. It is amazing to be able to hold on for half an hour. They did not think that they could not even last half an hour. After the 3 fought with Li Zhirui again, they were shocked. The opponent's strength was far more powerful than they imagined, almost comparable to the peak of the fusion. But the more surprising thing is yet to come. Li Zhirui's mana is like endless. They have consumed most of it, but his attack shows no signs of weakening at all. Moreover, half an hour had passed since the activation of the secret method, and there was no sign of Li Zhirui's strength being reduced at all. He still maintained a very strong level. How is this possible? Could it be that the opponent was just hiding his weakness at the beginning? The 3 Shaluos didn't know what to do now. If they let Li Zhirui escape, it would be fine if it was just a loss of face. Anyway, the demon cultivators didn't care about these things, but it was a big deal to embarrass the demons. But they couldn't deal with Li Zhirui now. It was really a dilemma. But Li Zhirui didn't have so many thoughts. He was thinking about stimulating himself, solving the hidden dangers of his state of mind, and pushing his cultivation to a higher level. So he became more and more excited as he fought, and in the end he was fully committed to it. Facing Li Zhirui, who was aggressive and wanted their lives, the 3 demon cultivators had no choice but to fight him head-on. Gradually, the demon cultivators also became angry and became more ruthless. Li Zhirui was not surprised but happy. He needed such great pressure now. In order to better solve the hidden dangers of his state of mind, Li Zhirui did not mobilize all the power of the cave heaven as before, just to put himself in danger. Seeing that Li Zhirui's strength was gradually declining, the demon cultivators couldn't help but feel happy. Although his secret method was unexpectedly durable, it could not hold on now. As time went on, Li Zhirui's combat power became worse and worse, allowing the three demon cultivators to see the opportunity to solve him, so they all used their killer moves. The Ghost General once again led tens of thousands of ghost soldiers to charge. This time, their bodies were not only more solid, but also had an extra ghost horse under their crotch. The two giant hammers were smashed by Panshin with all his strength, and in an instant, two huge mountains seemed to appear in the air. The remaining Bone Changlin accumulated mana and flew a pale aura with a strong aura of death towards Li Zhirui. Be careful, the Golden Eagle, who was entangled with another demon cultivator in the distance, happened to see this scene and immediately reminded loudly. Even though the Golden Eagle knew that his distraction would give the demon cultivator an opportunity to take advantage of it, he still did it. There was no other way. Li Zhirui had signed a master-servant's contract with him. His life was closely related to Li Zhirui. Of course, he couldn't just watch him die. Ha 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 ha! The demon cultivators couldn't help but laugh as they watched Li Zhirui, whose figure was no longer visible in the smoke and dust, burst into laughter. They believed in the power of their trump cards, and they had three of them. Even if they couldn't kill Li Zhirui directly and smash him to pieces, they would seriously injure him. Wouldn't they be able to slaughter him at that time? When the Golden Eagle saw this scene, his heart trembled. And the opponent seized the opportunity and added another scar to his body. But when the smoke and dust cleared, although Li Zhirui was in a mess, with many wounds on his body and blood trickling, his eyes were shining. He didn't look any different, but he gave people a different feeling from before. This is impossible, the three demon cultivators were like seeing a ghost, and Shaluo shouted out loud. They were all very powerful, not to mention that they had used their trump cards, but even so, they were unable to kill a cultivator in the middle stage of the fusion? How could they accept this? I would also like to thank the three of you for your help in achieving enlightenment, and in order to repay this kindness, I will personally send you off, Li Zhirui said with a smile. If it weren't for the three people's trump cards, he would have come into contact with death at an extremely close distance and solved the hidden dangers in his state of mind. For such a great and happy event, Li Zhirui must of course express his gratitude. Who do you think you are? How dare you be so shameless? This sentence completely angered the three people, and they cursed angrily. Even if Li Zhirui survived by chance, he was just a cultivator in the middle stage of the fusion, not to mention that he was still injured and dared to say such a laughable word. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1038 Excess. Even if Li Zhirui had some insights in the life and death situation, and his Taoism or state of mind had been improved, these things could not be transformed into strength immediately. His secret method was now ineffective, his magic power was almost gone, and he had injuries of varying sizes. In such a miserable state, he actually said that he would send the three of them off. It was really laughable. The reason why Shaluo and the other two were angry was that they found themselves to be Li Zhirui's whetstone, and they were naturally very unhappy. With a heart full of anger, the three of them attacked without hesitation, and made up their minds to keep Li Zhirui today, otherwise they would not have a good ending if they returned to the magic path. But the next moment, Li Zhirui, who originally looked weak, immediately recovered. His magic power was full, and the minor injuries on his body healed quickly. You actually hid your strength and deliberately lured us into the trap. Gu Changlin was the first to react. He felt a little uneasy in his heart, so he did not use all his strength when he took action, and retained some more magic power. HMPH. Even so, this day next year will still be your death anniversary. Shaluo and Pan Shan were still furious, and used their most powerful magical powers to attack Li Zhirui fiercely. Li Zhirui sacrificed Jinling and used several defensive magical powers at the same time. With sufficient mana, he blocked the attacks of the three people. While defending, he did not forget to take the initiative. The mana in his Danshan was rapidly decreasing, and thick and tough vines emerged around him. A thundercloud appeared above his head. The thunder was like 1,000 beasts galloping, making bursts of roaring sounds, and strong thunders that integrated the law of purification struck down continuously. The evil spirits supported by Shaluo and the other two quickly disappeared in front of the purifying thunder, like spring snow melting. This is impossible. What kind of magical power is this? Under the shining of the purifying spiritual light, they felt a burning sensation and became weak. Such a weird and unprecedented change. How could the three people not be afraid? It's a pity that you won't have the chance to know in this life. After saying that, Li Zhirui disappeared in an instant. In the cage he had just woven, a burst of extremely dazzling white light shone, and the rich purifying aura dispelled all evil things. Among them, of course, the three demon cultivators of Shaluo were included. It was Li Zhirui who encouraged the purification law he mastered and completely mixed into the thunder, causing a huge explosion because he couldn't control it. If it were a cultivator, facing this big explosion, he might not be killed directly, but for the demon cultivators, it can be said that they were completely killed. Carrying the power of thunder, the huge and violent purification law exerted a power that was many times stronger than before. The life and death of the three demon cultivators of Shaluo was still unknown, but the surroundings were stained with the flesh and blood left by countless years of war, and the extremely charred earth had become much lighter. Li Zhirui only stayed in the space for a moment, and immediately came out to check on the three demon cultivators, wanting to know if they were still alive. Li Zhirui looked at the corpse of Shaluo, who was the only one on the spot, and did not see the figures of the other two demon cultivators. He was surprised, but not that surprised. After all, the methods of demon cultivators are strange and unpredictable, especially the methods of saving lives. In fact, the moment Gu Changlin sensed the danger, he used the backup plan he had prepared before and escaped from the cage directly. Although Panchen did not escape directly, he caught Shaluo and blocked him in front of him, asking him to help weaken the power of the purifying thunder explosion, and then he barely survived. And Li Zhirui's battlefield made such a big noise, the Golden Eagle and the demon cultivators who were fighting in the distance naturally wanted to check the situation and know who was winning and who was losing. After all, if it was his side that lost, then he would run for his life. The Golden Eagle was also worried at first, but soon realized that he had signed a contract with Li Zhirui. If Li Zhirui fell, how could he be alive and kicking now? After thinking it through, the Golden Eagle was a little afraid of Li Zhirui again, because he was able to fight three people alone and survived, and maybe even killed a few demon cultivators. The Golden Eagle was not in a hurry, but tried to find a way to prevent the opponent demon cultivator from approaching and pestering him, waiting for Li Zhirui to deal with the things in his hands, and then join forces to take this man down. The Golden Eagle had a good plan in his mind, but unfortunately the demon cultivator was not stupid. When he saw the abnormal behavior of the Golden Eagle, there was no worry in his eyes. Although he was shocked that his three fellow practitioners were defeated by a cultivator of the same level, compared with his own safety, these were nothing. So he turned around and left without hesitation, and did not continue to check on the situation of the three people. The Golden Eagle did not expect the other party to be so decisive. He had no time to make a move and was about to disappear. Tisk, seeing this scene, the Golden Eagle couldn't help but sneer and said, "You are indeed a demon cultivator." As selfish as ever, people had gone far away, so no matter how much he said, he would not hear it, so the Golden Eagle flapped its wings and flew towards Li Zhirui. What a pity, only one demon cultivator was left. Li Zhirui couldn't help but feel a little regretful. After all, he took a very big risk to keep the other two demon cultivators. If he was not careful, the purifying thunder explosion would explode in his hand. Maybe Li Zhirui's body would be damaged. At that time, he would not be able to practice and improve. You are already very powerful. You fought 1 against 3, and you were able to keep one demon cultivator in the end. This ability is not something that every cultivator can have. The Golden Eagle heard Li Zhirui's sigh and couldn't help but speak. It is not difficult to see that the Golden Eagle is envious. Unfortunately, it is afraid that it will never be able to do it in its lifetime. Okay, now that this matter is over, we should also return to Taisao Immortal City. As for the cultivator who was rescued by Li Zhirui and imprisoned in the space, he was also under Liward's control and did not wake up at all. Although he was the fuse of this war, Li Zhirui was the mastermind behind all this, not to mention that he took this opportunity to solve the problem of his state of mind and make his own Taoism further. With today's harvest, Li Zhirui only needs to cultivate the Dharma image to a size of 67 feet, and he can break through the late stage of fusion in seclusion. In other words, now the only obstacles to him are mana and Dharma image, and there is no need to worry about anything else. Li Zhirui's speed is very fast, but in the blink of an eye, he stood in front of the gate of the immortal city. After verifying his identity, he strode in. He used his mana to lift an unconscious cultivator and walked on the road, attracting the attention of many cultivators, some of whom were greedy. But when he saw Li Zhirui walking into the courtyard of the SYNOPSIS team, he fled in panic. He didn't take it seriously and went straight to the mission hall, handing over the body of Shaluo and the monks rescued from the demon cultivators to the mission hall. Dao, do you know who this person is? The deacon in charge of the mission hall was surprised at first, but he didn't care much. However, after seeing the man's appearance, he became more serious and looked at Li Zhirui with envy. Dao, you know that I'm a newcomer and don't know anyone at all. However, seeing his reaction, Li Zhirui also guessed that this person's identity was not ordinary. This person's name is Ling Daoxio. He's from the Ling family of the human immortal. He is also the direct descendant of a great immortal. Moreover, he has excellent qualifications and is highly valued. That great immortal has issued a reward in various immortal cities. After a pause, the deacon's tone could no longer hide his envy and said, as long as Ling Daoxio is rescued, that great immortal can agree to Dao's 3 conditions, or exchange for 3 immortal spiritual objects. This is a great immortal. Even though the immortals were only the first step to the fairyland, they were still powerful and high above them. Killing them was no different from crushing an ant. I didn't expect that I would be so lucky to save such a Taoist friend with an extraordinary background during my trip. Li Zhirui was also very surprised. He really didn't expect such an opportunity. After thinking for a while, Li Zhirui said, I am of humble origin and I'm new here. I'll trouble the team to help me deal with this matter. He did this to pull the banner of the SYNOPSIS team. Although the SYNOPSIS team was just a group of ordinary cultivators, there were many cultivators with excellent backgrounds. Considering the power behind them, they would not bully Li Zhirui or go back on their words. The deacon looked at Li Zhirui seriously and said, this matter is not something I can decide. I'll tell the captains and the others right away. Please wait for a moment, Taoist friend. The captains and vice-captains who received the news came here together, which showed that Ling Daoxio's status was noble. Then they quarreled about accompanying Li Zhirui to deliver the task. They all wanted to show up in front of that immortal. Although each of their families and sects had immortal ancestors, who would refuse such a good thing if they could get the favor of one more immortal? Li Zhirui chose Feng Sanchu, who was most familiar to him, and then listened to his opinion and chose another captain named Wang Jingren. The reason why Wang Jingren was chosen was entirely because he had just secretly communicated with Li Zhirui and paid a 7th level spiritual object as a price. After choosing the right person, the 3 of them went to the mission hall in the Immortal City, which alarmed many people again, and immediately arranged for a cultivator to help Ling Daoxio check his physical condition. Please wait for a moment, Taoist friend, the ancestor Ling will be here soon. The cultivator in charge of reception took the 3 people to the backyard to rest. At the same time, he asked Li Zhirui where he found Ling Daoxio and how he rescued him. These are all necessary questions and must be recorded in detail. Li Zhirui answered them one by one. After waiting for a while, the direct elder of Ling Daoxio, a great immortal, came to the backyard. Who saved my beloved child? Hello, senior. Li Zhirui stood up and saluted respectfully. Well, not bad. The foundation is solid, the background is profound, and the realm is also higher than the current cultivation. With just one glance, he saw many of Li Zhirui's conditions, including some minor problems, and casually said a solution. Thank you for your guidance, senior. I am very grateful. Li Zhirui bowed again to express his excitement and gratitude. He glanced at Feng Sanchu and Wang Jingren standing aside and also made a few remarks. Although it was just that, they were also grateful. Because sometimes, a suggestion can play a great role, especially when encountering a bottleneck. No need to be polite. Lin Zhirui looked at Li Zhirui. Even without using magic power and pressure, Li Zhirui still felt a sense of oppression. What do you want? Or what do you want to do? You can put forward 3 conditions. Li Zhirui was not coy. He had thought about it on the way here. He bowed and said, Junior wants to ask for an immortal spirit seed, a feeling of breaking through the Mahayana, and an experience of overcoming the tribulation and becoming an immortal. Except for the immortal spirit seed, the remaining 2 requirements did not meet the requirements of immortals, but Li Zhirui did not need so many immortal spirit seeds. He should make more plans for his future path. Although Li Zhirui had obtained the extremely complete inheritance of the Earth Spirit sect for tens of thousands of years when he was in the Earth Spirit realm, there was still a big difference between the two worlds. Moreover, the Earth Spirit sect did not have any cultivators who had successfully ascended to heaven, and they had no experience in overcoming the tribulation. Oh? I didn't expect you to have such lofty ambitions. Not bad, Li Zhirui praised softly. He did not ask the value of these things. They were not worth the conditions he offered. He quickly engraved the relevant feelings and experiences into the jade slip and handed it to Li Zhirui along with an immortal spirit seed. Thank you, senior. We won't bother you anymore. Ling Daoxiao also woke up at this moment. It was just the right time, so Li Zhirui said goodbye and left. Li Zhirui's mind was already focused on Ling Daoxiao. He waved his hand nonchalantly and let them leave. The three of them soon returned to the team's base. Although Wang Jingren and Feng Sanshu envied Li Zhirui, they were also very satisfied with their gains. They only accompanied him for a trip and got the guidance of a scattered immortal, which would be of great benefit to their future cultivation. So they expressed their gratitude to Li Zhirui. Wang Jingren was fine. This was actually a secret deal between the two of them, and they didn't owe any karma. But Feng Sanshu was different. He now owed a lot of karma. I saw that Daoyao likes to collect various spiritual objects. These are a few spiritual seeds I accidentally got, so I gave them to Daoyao. Daoyao is thoughtful. Li Zhirui nodded sincerely. Daoyao just came back from the battlefield today. We won't bother you too much. Wang Jingren and Li Zhirui had no relationship at all, so he said goodbye and left. Feng Sanshu at the side did the same. Li Zhirui turned around and went back to the cave. So now, should we go back to Wangxin Mountain, or continue to stay in the Immortal Demon battlefield? Li Zhirui did not expect that he had just arrived at the Immortal Demon battlefield, and in just a few days, he not only solved his own mental problems, but also improved his Taoism, and got such a great opportunity. Now that the mission has been successfully completed, even far exceeding the original goal, Li Zhirui is now a little hesitant about what to choose. Chapter 1039, Happy. Logically speaking, Li Zhirui should return to Wangxin Mountain, or at least leave the battlefield of immortals and demons, go to a peaceful and safe place to practice meditation, and break through the late stage of fusion as soon as possible. After all, he has not only solved the hidden dangers of his state of mind, but also gained an insight into the impact of Mahayana. If everything goes well, he may be able to break through Mahayana directly. But Li Zhirui was unwilling to leave just like that. He had gained a lot, but it was not easy to come to the battlefield of immortals and demons. If he left just like that, he would inevitably leave a lot of regrets. After weighing it in his heart, Li Zhirui finally chose to stay in the battlefield of immortals and demons. While practicing, he continued to hone himself, and improved his combat power through fighting with demons. Moreover, staying in the battlefield, he could also get in touch with a lot of news that he had no way of knowing before, so as to broaden his horizons and know a lot of news. After making up his mind, Li Zhirui stopped thinking about it, sat cross-legged to regulate his breath, and concentrated on restoring his mana. At the same time, the name of Li Zhirui also spread among the cultivators. Because someone recognized the identity of the person he carried when he entered the city, and knew that the person being rescued was the direct descendant of the Great Immortal, and of course they also knew the generous conditions offered by the Great Immortal. 3 immortal spiritual objects, or 3 requirements of equal value. In short, no matter which one it is very precious to them. And the one who got the reward was just a cultivator in the middle stage of the fusion, who was said to have a poor background, just like a child holding gold, which naturally attracted the attention of a large group of people. The only thing they were afraid of was that Li Zhirui joined the Senluo team, which was considered a first-class force among the hundreds of mountains, rivers and cities. But they were not very worried, unless Li Zhirui kept hiding in the station and did not come out, otherwise they would always find an opportunity. Not only these outsiders, but even many cultivators in the Senluo team, after hearing the news, they couldn't help but feel greedy and jealous, and observed Li Zhirui's movements intentionally or unintentionally. Feng Sanshu noticed this situation, but he was only a deputy captain, and he didn't have much prestige and power in the team because of his innate magical powers and the position he got by birth. But even if he had, it would be impossible to eliminate the greed and jealousy of the people. So he could only remind Li Zhirui to be careful or leave Taisao Immortal City directly to avoid this man-made disaster. During these days, Li Zhirui had been practicing in the cave, not paying attention to the situation outside, and had no idea that things had developed to such a serious extent. It was not until Feng Sanchu's communication talisman arrived that he realized that he had aroused the jealousy of so many cultivators, and he didn't know how many cultivators were eyeing him. How? Li Zhirui sneered and whispered to himself, since you are eyeing me, don't blame me for being ruthless when the time comes. Perhaps it was the previous adventurous behavior that changed Li Zhirui's mentality a little. He was no longer as cautious as before. And he wanted to be safe in everything. About half a month later, Li Zhirui, who had been staying indoors since he came back, opened the gate of the courtyard. As soon as he showed up, Li Zhirui noticed that there were many eyes watching his every move, both openly and secretly. He originally wanted to try to find a few reliable teammates in the Sinluo team and go to the battlefield to fight and train together, but after learning about the outside world from Feng Sanchu, Li Zhirui gave up this idea. Because he couldn't be sure whether this person had bad intentions towards him. If so, wouldn't it leave hidden dangers around him that could erupt at any time? If not, that would be good, but the other party was not stupid. He knew that getting close to Li Zhirui would bring disaster to himself, so how could he agree to team up with him? There was no way. Li Zhirui could only act alone now. But this time, he didn't need to take risks like before. Many monks watched Li Zhirui's actions intentionally or unintentionally. Seeing that he was about to leave the station, some monks quickly activated the communication talisman to notify their companions who had already contacted. The moment Li Zhirui walked out of the station, more eyes were focused on him. And these eyes were more direct, with no intention of hiding at all. Hundreds of greedy, jealous and other hot eyes did not change Li Zhirui's expression at all, as if he could not feel it at all, and walked out of the city calmly. Is he so confident in his own strength? He has no plan to take refuge, but wants to leave the fairy city. Li Zhirui's actions made many monks feel doubtful. They were worried that this was an ambush, and their fiery hearts calmed down a little, hesitating whether to follow him. But more monks were still blinded by greed, and did not care about these at all, just thinking that they finally had a chance to seize the treasure in Li Zhirui's hand. So much so that when Li Zhirui walked to the gate of the fairy city, hundreds of monks followed him. And these were not all, there were many monks on the way. What a big battle, it really thinks highly of me. After saying that, Li Zhirui stepped out of the city gate, and the mana in his body began to run at a high speed. When the other foot was retracted, it had turned into a spiritual light, which made him escape in full view of the crowd and disappeared without a trace. Many monks did not expect Li Zhirui to do this suddenly. They did not make any preparations. Looking at the empty front, they did not know how to track the other party. Only a very small number of monks mastered the secret method of tracking, and immediately used it and immediately followed the instructions. Those monks who had no choice followed them without hesitation. Because there were more of the latter, those monks who were tracking dared not say anything and could only catch up with ugly faces. In fact, with Li Zhirui's speed, it would not be difficult to get rid of most of the monks tracking, but he did not do so. Being chased by so many monks, if you don't want to find a way to repay, you really missed such a good opportunity. So under the leadership of Li Zhirui, following his group of monks, they entered the depths of the battlefield of immortals and demons. And a little further, you will reach the territory of the demons. In fact, in this process, many monks noticed something wrong and found that Li Zhirui was taking them to a dangerous place. But in the end, greed defeated reason and followed. Everyone, you have followed me for so long, it's time to have a fight. Li Zhirui stood in midair and said calmly to the monks not far away. Ha, I advise you to surrender obediently, it will be less painful, and you may be able to save your life. Why bother to hold on so hard? Immediately, a monk laughed out loud, and his tone was full of ridicule for Li Zhirui's escape. Li Zhirui looked at the dozens of monks in front of him, and his eyes flashed with cold murderous intent. He couldn't kill them all by himself, but he could kill someone with a boro knife. Everyone, didn't you notice where you are? This place is only a few dozen miles away from the frontline station of the demon cultivators that Li Zhirui discovered before. The demon cultivators will definitely be able to notice the situation here soon. How dare you join forces with the demon cultivators? Hearing this, a cultivator reacted and asked with anger on his face. How dare I join forces with the demon cultivators? It's just that you guys are greedy and have been chasing me all the way, and I was in a panic and fled here, and ran into a group of demon cultivators. Li Zhirui said with a sad face, don't worry, Fellow Taoists, if there is a chance in the future, I will definitely avenge you. At this time, he had already seen many demon cultivators flying towards this place. Li Zhirui did not make a move to stop these cultivators. After all, if he made a move, he might really be framed in the future and accused of joining forces with the demon cultivators to kill his fellow Taoists. Seeing the demon cultivators approaching quickly, Li Zhirui turned into a wisp of cloud and flew eastward along the ubiquitous wind. Damn it! This bastard actually calculated us like this. When we get out of this disaster, we must teach him a lesson. This man said harsh words, but he ran faster than anyone else, and even used a ground escape talisman. I didn't expect so many cultivators to come to our door today. It looks like a banquet will be held tonight. Dozens of demon cultivators appeared in front of the cultivators. In fact, those who stayed now were not because they didn't want to escape, but because they were stopped. It is conceivable what their fate will be. Li Zhirui, who escaped from the battlefield, did not feel guilty for his cruelty at all. People were about to kill him, so what if he borrowed a knife to kill someone? Even if the knife borrowed was a demon cultivator's. You guys, are you still unwilling to show up? Li Zhirui shouted calmly. I didn't expect that fellow Taoist was so sharp and saw through our disguise. The leader Bailang smiled and said, there shouldn't be any demon cultivators nearby to be the knife in fellow Taoist's hand, right? Li Zhirui remained calm. In fact, he had already arranged various situations. Boom boom, there is no need to use the magic power of killing demons to deal with cultivators, but the power of thunder magic is extremely great, and it was a sudden attack, so that the cultivators targeted by Li Zhirui did not react and were struck by thunder, suffering relatively serious injuries. Although it was not fatal, it greatly reduced their strength, and they could not even continue to participate in the battle. But the remaining monks were not so easy to deal with. After all, as long as you use a sneak attack once, whether it succeeds or not, the opponent will be on guard. I didn't expect that you would be so cruel and almost took your lives, Bailang said slowly, and he did not take Li Zhirui seriously. Because there were 7 or 8 monks in the middle and late stages of the fusion on their side, how could he defeat them alone? Li Zhirui naturally knew this. Unless he was in the late stage of the fusion and mobilized the power of space, he might still have the strength to fight, but now? It was too early. However, with space as a retreat, he was not worried about being killed. So Li Zhirui took the initiative to attack again without hesitation, and the vast ocean broke through the air, raising endless waves, trying to swallow them all. Humph, a monk snorted coldly, and a blue gem appeared in his palm, flew into the air, emitting a bright light, and instantly froze the sea. Swish, hundreds of vines appeared behind Bailang and others at some point. If they hadn't used their defensive magic early on, they would have been hit by this elusive sneak attack again. I didn't expect that fellow Taoist is so proficient in assassination and sneak attack. This was a mockery of Li Zhirui's lack of strength and only knowing how to use these little tricks. Boom. Li Zhirui didn't waste his words to defend himself. With a thought, a large number of spiritual vines exploded instantly, and a powerful and terrifying impact broke out among the crowd. He could feel that none of those cultivators died, and at most their breath was weak. It should be that someone used some kind of life-saving spiritual object to protect others. Li Zhirui felt a little regretful. If he could succeed in this attack, he didn't dare to say that he could get rid of everyone, but at least most of them would be unable to attack again. Although he would still face huge pressure at that time, it would be better than now. Li Zhirui didn't give them time to react at all, and continued to mobilize the power of the cave heaven to launch powerful attacks on them. Damn it! How could he, a cultivator in the middle stage of fusion, store such a huge amount of mana in his body? Bailang and others were robbed of the first-hand advantage, and they did not achieve the counterattack. They were obviously stronger in strength, but they were suppressed by Li Zhirui alone and could only passively defend. This was also thanks to the injured cultivators, so that the others had to distract themselves to take care of them and could not exert their full strength. Ho ha, it feels so good. It's so good, Li Zhirui laughed unrestrainedly. Since he embarked on the path of cultivation and seeking the Tao, 1 or 2,000 years, he has never been so happy today. Unconsciously, his state of mind has improved a little. I also want to thank you all for your cooperation. If not for this, I would not be so happy and joyful. This sentence is more hurtful than humiliation. Bailang and others' faces were flushed with anger, and their eyes exuded a strong murderous intent. If what happened today were to be spread out, they would really become a joke among the cultivators. So whether it was for the treasure in Li Zhirui's hand or to maintain their own face, they had to leave him in this land where countless lives were buried. Unfortunately, Li Zhirui didn't plan to continue to tangle with them. Because he had fought for so long and used all kinds of powerful magical powers, the mana and cave power in his body were now less than 10%. Li Zhirui was not really crazy. His previous actions were just to vent his anger at being hunted and to temper himself. Thank you all for helping me polish my mana and practice my magical powers. Then I will go first and say goodbye. After saying that, Li Zhirui turned into a wisp of cloud and disappeared. Junior brother Sun, quickly use the secret method. We must not let him run away like this, Bailang hurriedly ordered. He didn't miss the time to leave. Li Zhirui's aura, which had weakened a lot, must have been because of his lack of mana, so he ran away. Yes, Junior brother Sun was also filled with rage, and tried his best to perform his secret technique, but Li Zhirui seemed to have disappeared from this world, and he could not be found at all. Chapter 1040 Abandonment. At first, Junior brother Sun didn't believe that he couldn't find Li Zhirui's whereabouts with the secret method he was good at, so he kept encouraging his magic power and urging the secret method. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't lock Li Zhirui's location, as if this person had disappeared from the world. Brother, I can't find his existence. Only after consuming most of his magic power did Junior brother Sun calm down and said with an incredible and frustrated look. Bailang frowned and asked, how is this possible? He has performed magical powers one after another before, and his aura is all around him. You actually said you can't find him? Yes, he seems to have disappeared out of thin air, otherwise there is no way to explain why he can avoid the tracking of the secret method. If possible, Junior brother Sun was unwilling to admit his shortcomings, which was a denial of his many years of practice. But the fact is that he can't lie. It will be even more embarrassing at that time. Forget it, this time he's lucky, and let him go this time. Bailang had no choice but to say a cruel word. Looking at the injured junior brothers and sisters behind him, he set off to return to Taisui Xiancheng. But what they didn't know was that Li Zhirui was not far from where they were, only a few dozen miles away. Of course, his real location was not on the Yuanling realm. Are you being besieged by demon cultivators again? The golden eagle saw that Li Zhirui's magic power was running low, and said with a worried look on his face, why can't you be more careful? It's not that the golden eagle has a deep friendship with him, but because they signed a master-servant's contract. If Li Zhirui died, it would not be able to survive. And you have already achieved your goal, why are you still staying in such a dangerous battlefield? Wouldn't it be better to go back and retreat to the late stage of fusion as soon as possible? As long as Li Zhirui returns to Wangxin Mountain, he will transfer the master-servant's contract to the entire family, making the golden eagle a mountain guardian beast. In this way, unless the Li family encounters a crisis of life and death, the golden eagle will not be affected, which is much safer than being bound to Li Zhirui alone. It's so hard to come to the battlefield of immortals and demons, how can I just go back like this? Li Zhirui said calmly. Besides, I have only made a breakthrough in my realm now, and the cultivation of Dharma is still a long way to go. It is impossible to improve too much in a short period of time. It is better to practice and gain experience at the same time. Then you should be careful. Once you encounter an opponent that you cannot defeat, come in quickly. If it doesn't work, you can ask me to go out for help, the golden eagle warned very worriedly. As for Li Word, the curse on him is still there. Li Zhirui will not let him go without removing it. Although the Yunchen sect has been destroyed by the Daqian dynasty, the relationship between the two is entangled. Who knows what they are calculating behind the scenes? Don't worry, I cherish my life very much. Li Zhirui smiled, drove the golden eagle away, and sat cross-legged under the 5 elements immortal root to recover his spiritual energy. As the foundation of Li Zhirui's cultivation, after so many years, the 5 elements immortal root has grown into a huge tree with thick and gnarled branches. The huge and heavy crown is dozens of miles wide, covering half of the mountain. The 5-colored spiritual light shines on each other, which is very beautiful. It is precisely because of this immortal root that Li Zhirui has extraordinary cave power and can entangle with those dozen cultivators for a long time. If we simply compare the amount of mana, his current mana is far more than that of a combined cultivator. Maybe he can compete with ordinary Mahayana cultivators. And as the 5 elements immortal root grows, Li Zhirui can mobilize more and more cave power. Just this point alone, I don't know how much more than other cultivators. Li Zhirui is at ease restoring his mana in space, but the outside world had a climax of discussion because of his act of borrowing a knife to kill someone. Although his purpose was just to save his life, it involved the demon cultivators. This treasonous point alone was enough to cause a large number of cultivators to criticize Li Zhirui. What's more, some people suspected that Li Zhirui was an undercover planted by the demons and wanted to disclose his true identity. Among the hundreds of mountain and river fairy cities, the cultivators have to face not only the demon cultivators, but also the cultivators, so most people will hide their true identities to avoid bringing disaster to their teachers and families. The registration information for the first entry into the city is classified as highly confidential, and ordinary immortals are not qualified to view it, and it is almost impossible to leak secrets. Obviously, these cultivators can't find Li Zhirui, so they want to find trouble with the forces behind him, so as to force him to show up and hand over the 3 treasures. But how could those higher-ranking immortals not see through this conspiracy? They completely ignored it. They can only rely on their own skills to find Li Zhirui and take away his treasures. As for the process, it doesn't matter whether they live or die. After all, not every great power in the fairyland is like the Ling surnamed Immortal, who values his bloodline descendants so much. And if they end up, they will inevitably suffer a loss because of the reputation of bullying the weak. Those monks who escaped back could not shake the rules of the entire Shanbeicheng, so they pointed their spearheads at the Senluo team and asked them to expel Li Zhirui. As long as the Senluo team is gone, it will be easier to deal with Li Zhirui. What do you think about the claims of the group of monks outside? The current captain of the Senluo team said in a calm voice. He didn't actually feel much pressure, and those monks were not worthy of giving him pressure. Being able to become the captain of the Senluo team, his background is part of it, but more of it depends on strength. Without a strong strength, he can't sit on the throne all the time. The reason why he held this meeting was actually some problems caused by Li Zhirui in the team. Originally, the atmosphere and environment inside the Senluo team were very good, but now it has become a mess, which he didn't want to see, and he was even more worried that these bad habits would be left in the team. The instigator was Li Zhirui. So he didn't like Li Zhirui very much and planned to use this as an excuse to kick him out of the team. Anyway, he had just joined the team not long ago and didn't have any outstanding performance or results. The fact that Li Zhirui fought against Baidingshan and more than a dozen other cultivators on his own was not spread out. After all, Baidingshan and others still had to save face. Even if there were many reasons for this situation, it was too embarrassing to be beaten by Li Zhirui alone without being able to fight back. They naturally didn't want to say such a shameful thing, and Li Zhirui didn't show up, so outsiders naturally had no way of knowing. No. Fellow Taoist Li didn't break the rules. Are you going to expel him from the team just because a few greedy monks shouted? Feng Sanshu was the first to stand up and defend Li Zhirui, saying, once we do this, what will the other monks and the team think? This man is a scourge. Keeping him will do more harm than good to the team. We know that you have accepted his benefits and said good things for him, but you can't ignore the interests of everyone, right? A deputy captain who always looked down on Feng Sanshu said. I am doing this for the sake of the team, but you are thinking about these secret calculations all day long, Feng Sanshu retorted without any hesitation. Alright. Since there are different opinions, let's vote by raising our hands. The minority shall obey the majority, the captain said impatiently. Captain, Feng Sanshu just opened his mouth and was interrupted by the captain. Raise your hands if you agree to expel Li Rufeng. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, more than half of the people raised their hands in agreement. They were not stupid. From the captain's attitude, they knew that he did not like Li Rufeng. There was no need for them to offend the captain for this person. You know, their captain not only had an excellent background, but was also about to break through to the Mahayana stage. Whether it was to transcend the tribulation or preach, leaving a good impression on him now might bring unexpected surprises in the future. Alice, Feng Sanshu saw that the situation was hopeless, so he could only say sorry to Li Zhirui in his heart and then accept the fact. He had already reached his limit by doing this, and it was impossible for him to quit the Senluo team for him. In that case, when he returns to the base, inform him of this decision. After saying that, the captain got up and left, looking very impatient. A few days later, Li Zhirui left the space and returned to the Yuanling realm. Looking around, there was still a bloody sky and a scorched earth, without any vitality, which was a huge difference from the vitality in the space. Li Zhirui quickly retracted his gaze and did not look at this boring world that had existed for who knows how many years, and who knows how many years it would continue. After figuring out the direction, he flew towards Taisum Immortal City. He did not encounter any danger along the way and returned to the Immortal City smoothly. But Li Zhirui keenly noticed something was wrong. As soon as he entered the city, he attracted the attention of a large number of cultivators. Their eyes were still greedy as always, but there were also some other emotions, that is, pity, ridicule, and anger. I have not been in the Immortal City these days. Why has everyone's attitude towards me changed so much? Li Zhirui was very curious. He did not know what the reason for pity and ridicule was. But Li Zhirui could guess why he was angry. It was nothing more than because of the cultivators who died in the hands of the demon cultivators. Those who kill will be killed. So Li Zhirui did not care about these angers. He walked to the gate of Senluo's residence without haste, but was stopped by someone. The two refining monks guarding the gate said with a serious look, "Senior Li Rufen, because of your actions, you have been driven out of the team. In the future, you are not allowed to use the name of the Senluo team, and you are not allowed to enter the station. In short, everything you do in the future has nothing to do with the team." Li Zhirui showed a trace of astonishment on his face. He never expected to be driven out by the Senluo team. But soon, he regained his calm expression, nodded, said nothing, and turned around and left. Who knew that this was just the beginning, and the inns and restaurants in the entire Xiancheng refused to let Li Zhirui stay. Interesting, are you trying to force me out of the Xiancheng? Li Zhirui chuckled, and without wasting any more time, he walked straight towards the city gate. He was aroused by the villain behavior of the crowd, and he would see what these people could do to him. Anyway, with this space by his side, Li Zhirui didn't have to worry about his life safety at all. Everyone, since you want to get those 3 treasures so much, I will tell you directly, 1 immortal spirit seed, 1 Mahayana enlightenment, and 1 experience of overcoming tribulations and becoming an immortal. Li Zhirui looked at the people who were in a daze and soon became crazy, and couldn't help but grin and said loudly, "Do you want it? It depends on whether you have the ability." After that, he flew away quickly. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Li Zhirui's last provocative words made many cultivators angry. Who is he? How dare he be so shameless? We must teach him a lesson that will be unforgettable, so that he knows that there are always people better than him. A group of cultivators vented their anger. However, they did not delay for too long and soon flew towards Li Zhirui. Li Zhirui's flying speed was not slow, but there were still many cultivators who were faster than him, so soon someone flew in front of him and blocked his way. "Hand over the treasure, and we will let you go," said a cultivator who looked and was shaped like a black bear. Even if he spoke normally, he gave people a feeling of roaring. This place is still some distance away from the battlefield of immortals and demons. Li Zhirui couldn't stay here, otherwise he would have no power to struggle and could only hide in the space for refuge, which he didn't want to see. "Get out of here!" Li Zhirui threw several thunderballs at them, and the explosive and terrifying energy forced the cultivators to flee in all directions, while using their magical powers to resist. After dealing with the cultivators who temporarily blocked his way, Li Zhirui flew towards the battlefield at the fastest speed. He alone, no matter how much power he had in the cave, could not deal with dozens or even hundreds of combined cultivators. And if he wanted to deal with so many cultivators, there was only one way to go, that is, to rely on the power of others. In the battlefield of immortals and demons, what better choice is there than the demon cultivator? After getting rid of the cultivators who caught up with him before, the speed of the remaining people was slightly inferior, and they could only barely follow Li Zhirui. Li Zhirui came to the depths of the battlefield at lightning speed. As for the cultivators who were originally following him, some fell behind, while others calmed down and chose to withdraw. "Everyone, be careful. There is a base of demon cultivators not far away." It seemed that Li Zhirui was kindly reminding everyone, but in fact he was telling the demon cultivators that a cultivator was coming. "Humph! You still say you have nothing to do with the demon path? You must be an undercover sent by the demon path." Faced with such extremely stupid words, Li Zhirui was too lazy to explain. "Do you really think those powerful people are vegetarians? They have not spoken until now, and these people are still tirelessly spreading rumors. Here we are. Fellow Taoists, enjoy the training of the demon cultivators. Maybe you can break through the bottleneck. When the time comes, you must remember to thank me." After that, accompanied by a few laughs, Li Zhirui disappeared out of thin air. The next moment, Several demon cultivators arrived, with bloodthirsty light flashing in their eyes, as if these cultivators had become their food. Chapter 1041 Spectators. Damn you, Li Rufin. Don't let me meet you again, or I will teach you a lesson that will penetrate your bones, a certain cultivator roared angrily. Other cultivators were also cursing to vent their anger. That's enough. Let's think about how to deal with these demon cultivators and leave this place safely first. Fortunately, someone remained calm and reminded them of the current situation. They had the advantage in numbers, and soon agreed to fight and retreat, because according to what Li Zhirui said, this place was very close to the frontline station of the demon sect. Once the demon cultivators started to call their friends, they would be in real danger. I hope I can teach them a lesson this time, and don't always think about targeting you like this. The golden eagle looked helpless, but couldn't help but have expectations. Hearing this, Li Zhirui couldn't help but laugh. After this incident, those cultivators might hate him even more, and they wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. How could they let bygones be bygones, as the golden eagle thought? I really don't understand you. You were thinking about cultivation before, but now you seem to have changed. The golden eagle shook his head and said, Ho ha, I am also practicing now, but I just changed the way. Li Zhirui laughed wantonly. Fighting with others is endless fun. Of course, Li Zhirui also knew that he had changed too much. It was a bit like being suppressed for a long time. It seemed a bit too much when he broke out. He realized the existence of the problem, but he did it intentionally. After all, he had been suppressed for too long, so that his state of mind had hidden dangers. Now it happened to reveal his past youthful frivolity and willful development, so as to further consolidate his state of mind. In fact, at the beginning, when Li Zhirui realized the problem, he wanted to rely on the magic cultivator to solve it, but a group of greedy cultivators took the initiative to come up, so of course he would not be polite. Li Zhirui practiced quietly in the space, but the outside world was because of his continuous borrowing of knives to kill people, resulting in dozens of cultivators dying in the hands of the magic cultivators, which made the cultivators disgusted with him and thought he was a traitor to the immortal way. But they didn't think about it. If those monks weren't greedy and wanted to rob Li Zhirui's spiritual objects, how could they end up like this? When Li Zhirui knew about it, he was dismissive. What did the likes and dislikes of these monks have to do with him? He was just a combined monk who came to practice. After leaving the space, Li Zhirui did not return to the immortal city as soon as possible, but looked for the demon cultivators he could deal with on the battlefield. Through continuous fighting, he tempered himself, improved his cultivation, and improved his realm. In a flash, several months passed. During this period, Li Zhirui stayed on the battlefield. When his mana was consumed too much, he returned to the space to recover, and by the way, he used the purification law to remove all kinds of evil spirits. It must be said that the effect of fighting on all aspects is really good. In just a few months, Li Zhirui's improvement in all aspects is much better than his breathing and quiet cultivation. Although he often fights, not many demon cultivators died in his hands. After all, those demon cultivators are more cunning than one another, and the means of saving their lives are also strange, making it difficult for people to punish them in advance. Although the battlefield was not small, Li Zhirui still encountered many monks. Most of them recognized Li Zhirui and felt that they were strong enough, so they took the initiative to attack. Some monks even directly found strangers around them to join forces and wanted to solve him. Unfortunately, they all underestimated Li Zhirui's strength. In the eyes of many monks, the behaviors that made him famous several times before were nothing more than borrowing a knife to kill people. Li Zhirui's own strength was just like that, and he felt that he could easily defeat him. But when they really fought with Li Zhirui in person, they realized how wrong they were. In a one-on-one situation, none of them was his opponent. Even if they united, they couldn't get much benefit. If they hadn't used life-saving means, they would probably have died in Li Zhirui's hands. The most unlucky among them was the monk who first discovered Li Zhirui. Because he looked down on him and was careless, he lost his life. Slowly, Li Zhirui's deeds also spread among the monks. Later, no monk dared to underestimate him, and no monk even dared to attack him alone. Why do I still feel a little regretful? In the past few days, Li Zhirui felt that fewer and fewer monks came to trouble him, which made him a little uncomfortable. However, after venting for such a long time, I have cleared away the negative emotions accumulated in the past, Li Zhirui muttered to himself, and his temperament changed drastically in an instant. If he was a turbulent sea before, Then now he is a deep and bottomless pool, and the whole person has become calm and profound. At this point, all the hidden dangers in Li Zhirui's state of mind have been completely resolved. After staying on the battlefield for so long, even if there is a purification law to remove the evil spirits that have been contaminated, it is time to return to the Immortal City to rest for a while. After making a decision, Li Zhirui flew towards Taisui Immortal City. Not long after, he stood in front of the towering and tall city wall, queuing in a long line to enter the city. What happened? It actually attracted so many monks back. Li Zhirui felt a little curious, but did not talk or ask, and silently followed the team into the Immortal City. Now it was convenient to get the news. But Li Zhirui didn't have to think about it, the news came to him. Taisui Xiancheng will hold a grand auction. Although it will not start for another 3 months, the auction has already begun to be promoted, not only in Taisui Xiancheng, but also in other Xiancheng and Fangxi, hoping to attract as many monks as possible to participate. After all, the more people participate, the higher the price of the final successful auction. In addition, in order to better attract the monks to actively participate, the auction announced some spiritual objects in advance. As expected, this move caused a large number of monks to come to Taisui Xiancheng before the auction started. Although Li Zhirui's reputation was notorious in the eyes of the monks, he was a combined monk after all, and he happened to be in Xiancheng, so he sent an invitation letter. It's so grand, I think there must be good things, Li Zhirui murmured, looking down at the jade slip in his hand. There are not many spiritual objects described in the jade slip, but each one is very precious and rare. Sure enough, only by staying in such a high-level place can you have the opportunity to come into contact with many things that you could not have come into contact with before, or even have never heard of. After reading it, Li Zhirui couldn't help but sigh. For example, a 9th-level spiritual object called Zengling Fruit can randomly increase the purity of a certain spiritual root after taking it. Li Zhirui had never heard of such a spiritual object with such a horrifying effect before. Although it is very likely that I can't afford it, it's also good to broaden my horizons. Anyway, there is an invitation letter in hand, and I don't have to spend spirit stones to buy an admission ticket, so it's a waste not to go. Because of this auction, plus the long time of training outside before, Li Zhirui spent the next 3 months breathing and practicing in the rented cave. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the day of the auction. Li Zhirui set off for the auction early, just wanting to pick a good position. And because he might not be able to bid for a single spiritual object, he didn't wear clothes to cover his identity, and walked in openly with the appearance of Li Rufin. It may be because Li Zhirui has not appeared in front of the public for a long time, so when he walks on the road now, he will no longer attract attention as before. Time will make people forget everything. This is of course a good thing for Li Zhirui. After all, he has now solved the hidden dangers of his state of mind and restored his previous cautious mentality. There is no need to attract too much attention. What he has to do now is to strive for a peaceful time and environment to break through the late stage of fusion as soon as possible. After entering the auction house, Li Zhirui was surprised by their generosity. There are at least 3,000 seats in the hall on the first floor. Although there are fewer seats on the second floor, it can also seat more than 1,000 cultivators. The third floor, the fourth floor, and even a fifth floor are all private rooms, but the specifications are different. Li Zhirui's fusion cultivation can only be said to be good in Taisui Immortal City. With the invitation letter, he can go to the second floor. As for the higher floors, he will have to spend a lot of spiritual stones. There are even cultivation restrictions. He can only buy a private room on the third floor. The private rooms above are not what he can dream of. It is said that the fifth floor is the most valuable private room, which is specially prepared for the great powers of the fairyland. I don't know if I will be so lucky in this auction to see the great powers of the fairyland. Li Zhirui had just found a secluded corner on the second floor when he heard such a sentence. Out of curiosity, he looked at the young-looking combined monk with a little side-eye. Although it is difficult to judge the real age of a monk just by appearance, especially some old monsters, who like to disguise themselves as some 7 or 8-year-old children. So in order not to offend this person, Li Zhirui pretended that he didn't hear what he just said, and sat silently in the corner seat, waiting for the auction to officially begin. Ding ding ding, the bell rang, the auction house closed the door, and a beautiful purple-clothed female monk walked in front of everyone in a graceful manner. I am Ruyan, and I am honored to be the auctioneer of this auction. I hope you can support me, As she said, she smiled charmingly, which made many monks stunned. Li Zhirui watched coldly. This female cultivator obviously practiced the art of charm, and her attainments were very high. Otherwise, it would be impossible to affect some of the combined cultivators. You know, this female cultivator named Ruyan is only at the level of refining emptiness. Especially those cultivators on the first floor, most of them are at the level of refining emptiness. They were all dazed, as if they would agree to whatever Ruyan said. Fortunately, Ruyan also knew that too much is as bad as too little, and soon put away the charm and started the formal auction. The first auction item is the 7th level magic weapon Li Zhirui. This is a magic weapon that is extremely suitable for sound cultivators. Every time it is played, it can gather lightning, which can be accumulated continuously and eventually become a big killer. Ruyan introduced it once, and her voice was full of charm, which made the cultivators excited. But soon calmed down, because sound cultivators are very rare. Among the 3,000 of them, only a few are sound cultivators. If they are not sound cultivators, the value of this special magic weapon will naturally be greatly discounted. Only a few sound cultivators are competing for it, and it finally fell into the hands of a masked female cultivator. Li Zhirui was very confused about this auction. Logically, the first auction item should be a good start, and some spiritual objects that are easy to cause disputes should be arranged. But Tai Sui auction did not do so. Is it full of confidence in the auction items later? Li Zhirui guessed in his heart. The second auction item is a 7th level raw water spirit bottle, which is made in imitation of the famous immortal artifact rejuvenation bottle. Although the effect is not as good as the immortal artifact, the spiritual water produced every day can irrigate thousands of acres of spiritual fields. It can not only accelerate the growth of spiritual objects, but also slowly improve the quality of spiritual objects. It is also a relatively rare magic weapon, but compared to the Regiokin, which only a few people compete for, there are more people participating in the competition for the treasure bottle. Li Zhirui is one of them. Unfortunately, he is alone outside without the support of his family. Even if he is a 7th level alchemy master, he can't earn too many spiritual stones. At least he can't compete with those monks who have support. One by one, the spiritual objects appear, and the more they are later, the more precious they are, and the more expensive they are. None of the dozens of spiritual objects failed to be sold. But so far, the cultivators on the 3rd, 4th and 5th floors have rarely competed for it. The next spiritual item to be presented is called the Spiritual Enhancement Fruit. After taking it, you can randomly increase the purity of one spiritual root. Ruyan smiled and said, I think you all know what the purity of spiritual roots means, so I won't waste any more words. The starting price is 3 million spiritual stones, and each bid must not be less than 200,000. Before the words fell, a voice came from a private room on the 4th floor. Saying domineeringly, I'll bid 10 million, hiss. Even the knowledgeable Li Zhirui was very surprised. This move was too generous, directly raising the starting price by more than 3 times. He didn't even have the qualifications to participate in it now. But even so, it didn't stop other cultivators from bidding. 10 million and a half million. 12 million. 15 million. The price was still increasing, but the speed of climbing was a little slower. In the end, this spiritual enhancement fruit was won by a certain human immortal at a sky-high price of 19.9 million. After the spirit-enhancing fruit, several rare and precious spiritual objects appeared, attracting the monks upstairs to bid. It can be said that these rare spiritual objects have almost no fate with the monks on the 1st and 2nd floors, and they gradually became spectators. Next, there are 3 spiritual objects that are kept at the bottom of the box in this auction. Each spiritual object is extremely precious. If you have any of them, you must act as soon as possible to avoid regrets in the future. Ruyan's every frown and smile was full of charm. Hearing her say this, Li Zhirui also became excited. He wanted to see what kind of spiritual object it was that was worthy of such praise. Of course, Li Zhirui did not have a spiritual stone, so he was still a spectator. Chapter 1042 Familiar. The first spiritual object is called the Great Dream Enlightenment Pill. It is a 9th level high-grade precious pill made by a master of alchemy in the Sanctum realm, made from the extremely precious Great Dream Yellow Sorghum Jade and Enlightenment Tea fruit. Ruyan changed her previous charming look and became very solemn and upright, as if she was facing some kind of sacred object that could not be desecrated, with a fanatical look on her face. The starting price is 50 million low-grade spiritual stones, and at least half of the payment must be high-grade spiritual stones. Buzz! As soon as these words came out, a noisy discussion suddenly rang out in the auction hall. No one was dissatisfied with the price. They were all discussing this precious pill and the two 9th level spiritual objects. What are these two spiritual objects she is talking about? Why are you so excited? A refining cultivator who was born as a casual cultivator asked in confusion. Both the Great Dream Yellow Sorghum Jade and the Enlightenment Tea Fruit are extremely rare and precious 9th level spiritual objects. Any one of them will cause countless cultivators to fight for it. Because these two spiritual objects can greatly improve the realm of cultivators, a cultivator on the side kindly explained to him, saying in a fanatical and excited tone, legend has it that refining the Great Dream Yellow Sorghum Jade can allow one to practice in the dream for 1,000 years, and the Enlightenment Tea Fruit is even more precious, and can help cultivators directly communicate with the laws of the Great Dao. If it weren't for these two spiritual objects, they would have no effect in the immortal realm, and it would not be possible to be determined as the 9th level. Li Zhirui, who had been sitting upright since the beginning of the auction, as if he was just a spectator, saw the shiny jade bottle on the auction table, and greed could not be suppressed in his eyes. If I can get this precious pill, I can not only break through the Mahayana in a short time, but even take a big step and advance a long distance in the Mahayana realm. But the next moment, a chill came from the sea of consciousness, which made Li Zhirui sober and calm down immediately. He only had a few million spiritual stones in his hand. Even if Li Zhirui sold all the spiritual objects in the space, he would only have one qualification to participate in the auction. Not to mention taking down the Great Dream Enlightenment Pill, it would be good to be able to follow the auction for a few times. Moreover, taking out all those spiritual objects to bid for this precious pill would bring danger to oneself, and at that time, it would probably provoke countless monks to hunt and kill. Li Zhirui finally restored his peaceful life, and he couldn't break it like this. It's a pity that the treasure is right in front of us, but we don't have the chance to get it. It's a pity. Li Zhirui couldn't help but sigh. There are a total of 3 auction items that are kept at the bottom of the box. This is just the first one. It is so precious. I don't know how precious the next 2 auction items will be. Li Zhirui thought, maybe the last 2 spiritual objects are related to those fairyland powers. Just when he was stunned, the hot auction had begun. No monks on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors spoke, because they were not qualified to participate at all. Because the first monk who bid 100 million spiritual stones. In a private room on the 4th floor, a middle-aged man with fanatical eyes said to himself, even if I lose everything and empty my family, I will take this precious pill, as long as I successfully break through to the level of a scattered immortal. Everything I have lost now will not only be regained, but even 10 or 100 times more. As he spoke, he seemed to have seen the future. The beautiful scene made him sink into it and he didn't want to wake up at all. But the subsequent development greatly exceeded the middle-aged man's expectations and ruthlessly shattered his beautiful dream. The price continued to soar. In just half a minute, it had reached 200 million spirit stones. Moreover, there was no sign of stopping the bidding. Only some high-level cultivators could be heard sighing with regret and unwillingness. It was obvious that they did not want to continue bidding, but they were unable to participate due to their lack of money. No. It shouldn't be like this. This Great Dream Enlightenment Pill is mine. It's mine. You can't take it away. Seeing his hope of breaking through to the level of a scattered immortal shattered, the middle-aged man seemed to have lost his mind, screaming crazily, causing the rising price to stagnate for a moment. There was no way. Although he still looked middle-aged, that was because he had taken a beauty pill. In fact, he was already very old, with less than 30 years left to live. With his body constantly decaying and his soul gradually decaying, he would never be able to break through and achieve the level of a scattered immortal in the last 20 years without the help of external forces and relying only on his own strength. Now he finally saw hope, and even planned to abandon the family that nurtured him, but in the end, this glimmer of hope was shattered in front of him. This also caused his state of mind, which was already on the verge of collapse, to be completely shattered at this moment. The whole person's consciousness became unclear. HMPH, suddenly, a cold snort sounded inside the auction hall. The middle-aged male cultivator, who was originally crazy, seemed to be suppressed by something and could no longer make any sound. He also regained his sanity. This is just once. If anyone interferes with the auction again, no matter who you are or how advanced you are, get out immediately. Such arrogant words did not arouse the disgust of the scattered immortals on the 5th floor, but accepted them silently. This person is probably a great immortal, Li Zhirui thought to himself. Then the auction hall became hot again, with prices higher than one another, constantly echoing, as if the spirit stones were not spirit stones, but mud and sand all over the ground. It was not until the price reached 1 billion spirit stones that there were fewer bidders. In fact, those forces that stopped bidding were not because they could not come up with more spirit stones, but because they could not come up with more high-quality spirit stones. High-quality spirit stones can only be produced stably in large and extra-large spirit stone veins, and small and medium-sized veins can only rely on luck. Moreover, high-quality spirit stones are also a necessity for promotion to high-level spirit veins, so the importance of spirit veins is naturally needless to say. Therefore, after many forces obtain the top-grade spiritual stones, they will keep a part of them and integrate the rest into the spiritual veins. In this way, unless they are the top-level forces with extremely deep foundations, other forces will not retain too many top-grade spiritual stones. In the end, this great dream enlightenment pill was won by a great man on the 5th floor at a sky-high price of 1.89 billion spiritual stones. During the bidding process, Ruyan, the auctioneer, did not play the role she should have, such as mobilizing the emotions of the bidders. Like most cultivators, she became a spectator. Only when the dust settled at the end, she knocked down the jade hammer in her hand and congratulated loudly, "Congratulations to the distinguished guest in room number 3 for getting what he wanted in bidding on the Great Dream Enlightenment Pill." After that, a combined cultivator came on stage, carefully holding the jade bottle, and walked towards room number 3 on the 5th floor. When he disappeared, Ruyan's voice sounded again. Next, the second spiritual item is called the Soul Eliminating Creation Pill. After taking this pill, you can erase a spiritual root in your body according to your own requirements. At the same time, it can also add a spiritual body that matches your own body to the cultivator. The starting price is 100 million spiritual stones, and half of the spiritual stones must be paid with high-quality spiritual stones. Boom! As soon as these words came out, the auction hall suddenly rang out like a tsunami. The fact that the pill can erase spiritual roots is enough to make countless cultivators crazy, not to mention that this pill can actually derive a spiritual body, and it is a spiritual body that matches your own body. No wonder the cultivators present were so shocked. It is said that the most important thing in cultivating immortals is not aptitude, but heart, understanding, and character. But to some extent, this statement is not so correct. Because aptitude is too important in the early stage of a cultivator. Like a cultivator with a natural spiritual root, he does not have a bottleneck before the nascent soul stage. As long as he does not die in the middle, he will at least break through the nascent soul. But for a cultivator with mixed spiritual roots, there is almost a hurdle every 3 steps and a barrier every 5 steps. If there is no adventure or sufficient supply of resources, let alone the nascent soul, even the golden core cannot cross it. Of course, the heart of Tao and the ability to comprehend are indeed very important. This is related to whether a cultivator cannot lose his way and be confused by the inner demons on the long and bumpy road of seeking. And those who say that the most important thing in cultivating immortals is not aptitude, at least have the cultivation of refining emptiness, and they can't be low-level cultivators. Even if you have a higher cultivation, aptitude is still very important, because it determines the speed of absorbing spiritual energy. So the cultivators were so excited when the soul-dispelling creation pill came out. Is there really such a treasure pill that can seize the fortune of heaven and earth and change the foundation of a cultivator? Maybe because he is satisfied with his own aptitude, or maybe because he knows that the treasure pill is not for him. Li Zhirui has become one of the few sober and calm cultivators, and then he can't help but have a trace of doubt. Isn't this the legendary elixir? It has long disappeared in the long river of history. How did you determine that it is the elixir of life? Suddenly, a plain voice came from a private room on the 5th floor. Our Four Continents Merchant Alliance has always treated people with integrity. This elixir has naturally been verified by a special person. If it does not live up to its reputation, the Merchant Alliance will compensate it with 10 times the auction price. The voice that had stopped the middle-aged male cultivator before rang again. The Four Continents Merchant Alliance, a merchant alliance with businesses spread across the 4 continents, spanning the immortals, the demons, and the ancient descendants. It is said that there are shops of the Merchant Alliance in every immortal city. And no one knows how powerful the Merchant Alliance is. They only know that any creature that offends the Merchant Alliance, no matter how high your cultivation is or how strong your strength is, will eventually become a corpse. It is rumored that a direct descendant of a celestial being offended the Four Continents Merchant Alliance. Even if he ran to the celestial being and asked for shelter, he still couldn't escape death in the end. Regardless of whether this rumor is true or not, it can show the terrifying strength of the Four Continents Business Alliance. So as soon as he opened his mouth, the doubters immediately shut their mouths. Then, there was the exciting auction. The price soared wildly and soon exceeded the previous auction item. Li Zhirui didn't quite understand. In his opinion, the preciousness of the Great Dream Enlightenment Pill was far greater than this soul-extinguishing creation pill. But the result was just the opposite. Those great powers actually pursue the creation pill more. Do you want to choose one person from the younger generation and make him a heavenly spiritual root? Li Zhirui shook his head. He couldn't understand the reason. In the end, under the bidding of several immortal realm great powers on the 5th floor, this creation pill was won by someone at a terrifying price of 2.37 billion spiritual stones. It was 500 million more spiritual stones than the enlightenment pill. It was also sent by a special person, and then Ruyan began to introduce the last spiritual object. This last spiritual object is quite special, but we will know its effect only after testing by a large number of professionals from the Chamber of Commerce. Ruyan's face showed an expression that was even more fanatical than the previous enlightenment pill. Li Zhirui was worried that she would not be able to control her greed and pounce on the treasure covered by the red silk. The cultivator who refines this spiritual object, regardless of the level of cultivation, will have a long lifespan, far longer than that of ordinary cultivators. You know, the lifespan of a cultivator who crosses the tribulation is as high as 5,000 years. Because the two realms of Mahayana and crossing the tribulation are specially added by the predecessors of the immortal Dao, in order to better survive the ascension thunder tribulation, they are essentially not much different from the fusion cultivators, so the lifespan has not increased, and it is still 5,000 years for the fusion cultivators. And Ruyan, regardless of the level of cultivation, as long as she refines this spiritual object, can have a longer lifespan. It is conceivable how crazy the cultivators present are. And some cultivators even have the idea of robbing it. The monks on the 1st floor, who were closest to the auction table, had red eyes and were breathing heavily, as if they were trying their best to suppress the desire to snatch the treasure. Ruyan, with a pious attitude, slowly unveiled the red silk, and saw a yellowish earth seal with a tiny mountain on the top and various scenes carved on the 4 sides. The small seal, which was less than 5 inches, appeared in front of everyone. Just such a small seal can allow a monk to have a lifespan of more than 5,000 years? Li Zhirui's eyes were like torches, as if he wanted to imprint the appearance of the seal in his heart. I wonder what the price will be after refining this seal. Before Ruyan announced the starting price, another immortal asked, and after refining the seal, will it increase the lifespan by 5,000 years, or from that moment on, the next 5,000 years? If it is an increase, then a combined monk can live another 5,000 years after reaching the life limit. But if it is the latter, it will cover the remaining lifespan. Of course, this is not a big problem. At most, when the end of his life is near, he can refine the seal. I don't know. 5,000 years is a bit long. We can't do an accurate experiment. So which one it is, I'll trouble you to verify it yourself. These words did not dispel everyone's desire for the jade seal. So when the starting price of 1 billion spirit stones was spoken from Ruyan's mouth, someone immediately bid for it. Instead, he opened his mouth and asked for 2 billion, which doubled it directly. Why do I feel that this seal is inexplicably familiar? When several scattered immortals were fighting, Li Zhirui had a trace of doubt in his heart. He lowered his head and thought, blocking everyone's observation of him, and his mind kept recalling various scenes from the past. Although he did not go through all his memories, Li Zhirui was sure that he had never seen such a seal before. Chapter 1043 Contrast. Then why do I feel familiar with it? Li Zhirui was puzzled and had no choice but to suppress his doubts. When he came to his senses, the seal had been bought by a certain immortal at a sky-high price. The auction that lasted for a day also ended here. Thank you all for coming to this auction. I wish you all a bright future, Ruyan said, bowed softly, and retreated behind the scenes. The closed door slowly opened at this time. Everyone walked out of the auction house in an orderly manner, but as soon as they came out, many cultivators talked loudly about what they saw and heard, which attracted many cultivators to gather around and listen curiously to the rare spiritual objects they had never heard of. Li Zhirui also followed the crowd to the street and suddenly saw several cultivators walking stealthily. One of them would occasionally stop, as if looking for something. Seeing this, he immediately understood. These combined cultivators should have set their sights on a certain spiritual object that was auctioned and were tracking the other party's location. Li Zhirui shook his head slightly. He had no intention of intervening. Although there were a large number of rare spiritual objects at the auction, what he really wanted were only the Great Dream Enlightenment Pill and the Soul-Dispelling Creation Pill. The forces that bought these two spiritual objects were very powerful. Even if someone coveted them and wanted to take action, it was not something that a small combined cultivator like him could participate in. Unfortunately, Li Zhirui's gaze was noticed by the group of cultivators. They saw a cold light flashing in their eyes, and their expressions were dangerously warning him not to meddle. How? Li Zhirui couldn't help but chuckle and turned away. Brother, are we just going to let him go? Will he ruin our plan? A cultivator asked in a low voice. Another person also came up and said, yes, and he is Li Rufeng, who caused a lot of trouble before, and he has 3 immortal spiritual objects in his hands. Okay, since you have recognized his identity, don't have these bad thoughts, the leading brother scolded. Don't you think about it? So many monks were chasing him, but he is still alive and well. Is it really just luck? If he didn't have any skills, he would have been eaten alive by everyone. Several monks who were thinking about it were stunned when they heard the words, and then they trembled all over. And this is one of the main reasons why Li Zhirui's life has returned to peace. Those monks have realized Li Zhirui's methods and know that they are not opponents. Except for some stupid people who are really not clear-headed, other monks don't want to die. Let's go. If we can succeed this time, we don't have to worry about insufficient cultivation resources for a long time. Yes, everyone followed the senior brother and left in a hurry. Li Zhirui returned to his temporary cave and began to practice in peace. Between breathing, the water and wood spirits that filled the world were like young swallows returning to their nests, and entered Li Zhirui's body very enthusiastically. With the operation of the Earth Spirit Dao record, the spirit was constantly polished and became pure. Then along the meridians, part of it entered the Danshan, and part of it merged into the visceral spirits in the liver and kidneys. After so many years of cultivation, especially after the last integration of water essence, fire essence, gold essence and earth essence, and then using his own pure wood element magic power to act as wood essence, the 5 internal organs have been initially perfected, and now it has gone one step further. The small body exudes various colors of divine light, and the facial features are exactly the same as Li Zhirui's, but the difference can be easily distinguished. It is upright and solemn, just like the gods worshipped by mortals. Gods. Thinking of this, Li Zhirui suddenly remembered why he felt that the last seal at the auction was familiar. Because it was very similar to the breath of the city god seal he saw at the temple fair in Yichun of the Daqian dynasty. It was also at this time that Li Zhirui further confirmed that Daqian, which was still a dynasty, had a great secret. After all, he had ascended to the Yuanling realm for so many years, and only saw the words related to gods in the few words of ancient rumors. And Li Zhirui didn't think of it before, and he was just busy looking through his memory. Because the appearance of the city god seal and the small seal is very different, the former has a city surrounded by a moat, while the latter has a mountain, and the reliefs on the 4 sides of the seal are also different. So, the seal at the auction is also a divine seal. Li Zhirui frowned. This matter seemed to be much more complicated than he imagined. Because Li Zhirui, who had obtained the complete method of the Humane dynasty, knew that the gods conferred by the dynasty had great restrictions, especially the fundamental things like divine seals. Logically speaking, without the replenishment of the dynasty's luck, the divine seal is rootless duckweed and cannot be used at all, let alone say that it can extend life for 5,000 years. Based on the 4 continents merchant alliance's honesty and the business principles that will not deceive people, the divine seal must have an effect. Then how did they get the divine seal and ensure that it would not lose the dynasty's luck and become invalid? Or do they look similar, but they are not the same thing? Li Zhirui shook his head in contemplation. He suddenly realized what this matter had to do with him. The divine seal was not in his hand. Besides, if the sky falls, there will be someone taller to hold it up. Why should he, a small combined cultivator, worry so much? If he has this time, he might as well continue to practice breathing. Just when Li Zhirui was practicing secretly, a series of battles broke out outside Taisung Immortal City. There was only one reason for the 2 sides to fight, that is, to fight for the spiritual objects at the auction. It's just that one side is the snatcher and the other side is the guardian. Although those forces who got the spiritual objects at the auction have been extremely careful, not only have they done all kinds of things to confuse the public, but they have even hidden in the Immortal City for so many days. Unexpectedly, they were still targeted. Damn it. How did you find us? A guardian who had been severely injured asked with gritted teeth. The wild geese leave traces when they pass by. There are so many powerful magical powers in this world. How can Daoyao know all of them? The leading cultivator, who was covered with black cloth all over his body without revealing any gaps, said softly. Even if I die, I will never give you the spiritual objects. After saying that, the monk who was breathing rapidly and still carrying the magic power on his body was going against a flow. He actually planned to self-destruct and drag several people away with his life. Humph! How can I let you succeed? The black-clothed monk snorted coldly, stretched out his hand, and a hand shadow appeared several miles away, quickly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, turning into a giant palm, directly interrupting his behavior of self-destructing and dragging several monks to death together. Puff! Being stopped by someone, he could not continue to self-destruct. The magic power was out of control and ran around in his body. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and the whole person became listless. Such killing and treasure-grabbing incidents often happened outside Taisao Immortal City, but it became more frequent after the recent auction. Some monks successfully seized the treasures, but some monks died and became a pile of bones. But no matter what, it was their own choice. I thought these things would slowly return to normal with the passage of time, but I didn't expect that a big thing would happen. The 3 rare and precious spiritual objects at the end of the auction, including a seal that can increase one's lifespan by 5,000 years, were actually snatched away by a group of men in black. Once this happened, not only in Taisao Immortal City, but also in other immortal cities, there was a lot of discussion and curiosity. You know, the immortal who took the seal was from the top force in the Yuanling realm, Jiuxiao Palace. In order to bring the seal back to the mountain gate smoothly, they sent 3 immortals to escort it, plus a group of combined and Mahayana monks. But even with such a strong strength, they were still defeated by the mysterious group of men in black. Not only was the seal snatched away, but even the monks of Jiuxiao Palace suffered heavy casualties. It is said that one of the 3 immortals almost lost his life, and it took all means to save him. It is conceivable how miserable the fate of other monks was, and I am afraid that only 1 in 10 survived. When Jiuxiao Palace learned the news, it immediately erupted in anger and announced that no matter what the identity of the group of black monks who attacked them was, or how high their cultivation was, as long as they were found by Jiuxiao Palace, they would be dead. It was no wonder that Jiuxiao Palace was so angry. Not only did they lose the seal that they had spent a huge amount of money to buy, but they also lost a large number of excellent disciples. More importantly, this incident made them lose face. As one of the most powerful immortal forces in the Yuanling realm, face is very important to Jiuxiao Palace, even more than most disciples. Unfortunately, no matter how Jiuxiao Palace investigated, even if it used the power of immortal weapons, it could not find the identity of the murderer. Because of this, when Li Zhirui, who was practicing, learned about this, more than half a month had passed. It seems that Jiuxiao Palace may not be able to find the final murderer. Although Li Zhirui's face did not fluctuate, he was still very surprised. After all, the reputation of Jiuxiao Palace was heard even by a cultivator like him who came from a remote background. As a result, not only did some cultivators dare to attack Jiuxiao Palace, but even now Jiuxiao Palace could not find the reason. So there was no need to think about finding the murderer in the future. However, after thinking about it, I am afraid that only those forces with similar strength took action. Unfortunately, there is no conclusive evidence. And if the 2 top forces are at odds, it will have a huge impact on Dongzhou. This is not a good thing, so slowly, Jiuxiao Palace also calmed down and swallowed the bitter fruit unwillingly. All this naturally had nothing to do with Li Zhirui. After hearing some excitement, he calmed down to practice and improve his cultivation. The day is unknown in the cave, and it has been 1,000 years in the world. Li Zhirui has been practicing in the cave for several years. The Dharma image took a few steps forward and was getting closer and closer to breaking through the late stage of the fusion. After the breakthrough, it's time to leave this place. Li Zhirui did not have any reluctance or regret. These emotions of his would only occur to Wangsun Mountain. Ding ding ding. Just when Li Zhirui was about to continue practicing, A bell suddenly rang in the fairy city. What happened? And it was something serious, otherwise the immortal city would not have sounded the alarm and notified all the cultivators in the city. Li Zhirui flew towards the center of the city while thinking. When he arrived, many cultivators had already arrived. The war is about to strike, please be prepared, a powerful casual cultivator announced calmly. This senior, hasn't the war always existed? A certain fusion cultivator asked his question in confusion. This person was born as a casual cultivator, so naturally he didn't know some things very well. No. The war I am talking about is not this, it's countless cultivators and demon cultivators fighting and dueling on the battlefield, the casual immortal explained roughly. Now these fights are like playing house in front of the real war, and the two are completely incomparable. Although there are battles every day in the former, the participants are only the refining and fusion cultivators, and even the Mahayana and tribulation cultivators rarely participate, let alone the immortal realm. But the latter is different. This is a real battle between immortals and demons. Not to mention the Mahayana and tribulation cultivators, even the casual immortals will take action. Like the main force before, they are almost like cannon fodder in such a war. This battle is extremely dangerous, so you must prepare in advance, otherwise you may lose your life on the battlefield, the immortal warned. Yes. We will keep it in mind, Li Zhirui said in the crowd, and followed the crowd to leave. He was completely unnoticeable. If you were not staring, you might not even notice his existence. The war is still brewing, and there is still some time to prepare. But as the news spread, the prices of various spiritual objects in the city are rising, among which the spiritual objects for healing and restoring mana are the most valuable. Seeing this, many merchants collected these two spiritual objects, only took out a part to sell, and waited to sell the rest when the price was higher. In this process, many cultivators fought to get a spiritual object, and it was a mess. Li Zhirui also knew the situation outside. Fortunately, as an alchemist, he also had a large number of mature spiritual objects. He could refine some precious pills by himself, and he didn't have to go out to buy them. Even if he wanted, he could take this opportunity to refine some precious pills and sell them at a high price to earn a lot of spiritual stones. However, Li Zhirui did not do so. He did not want to have any problems at this critical moment. Facing the cruel and bloody war, he must maintain a perfect spirit. Only in this way can he increase his hope of survival for the next war. So although Li Zhirui was also refining the treasure pill, he was very restrained, because he was worried that the war would suddenly break out, and his own state was not very good. Not only the cultivators, but also the demon cultivators received relevant news. But compared with the sorrow of the cultivators, the demon cultivators seemed extremely excited. Because such a war, although dangerous, also has great opportunities. Many demon cultivators survived the war and obtained rich cultivation resources, and then rose rapidly and got rid of the fate of the poisonous insect. I can't wait to taste the flesh and blood of the cultivators. This battle, the Holy Church will win. We must let those ants know how powerful we are. The demon cultivators were arrogant, and did not take the cultivators seriously at all, as if in front of them, the cultivators were just a match and could be easily killed. Chapter 1044 Breeding. The sun and the moon rotate, and time passes. Soon it was the day when the war broke out. Before that, all the monks who participated in the war left the fairy city and came to the front-line garrison. Between the red-black earth and the gloomy sky, a fairy-level formation was arranged, which could open up a quiet world so that the monks could rest or heal their wounds with peace of mind. And there are a total of 5 such garrisons on the long battlefield. Each one has a ground immortal sitting in, several scattered immortals guarding, and countless mortal monks assisting. The defensive power is very strong. If the demon cultivators want to attack the mountains and rivers, they must uproot the 5 garrisons. But if you want to succeed, you must pay a huge price. Those immortal masters of the demon path naturally don't want to lose their lives here. The demon path also has such a garrison on the front line, but it is inferior in defensive power. So sometimes you hear that the demon path garrison has been breached, but there are very few accidents in the immortal path garrison. Speaking of which, Li Zhirui has been on the battlefield for so many years, and this is the first time he has entered a garrison. He was previously hunted by jealous people, so he naturally didn't want to enter the garrison to cause trouble. Later, he practiced in Taisung Immortal City, so he didn't have the chance. So after Li Zhirui came in, he looked around with some curiosity, but soon retracted his gaze. Because there is not much difference between the garrison and the immortal city, if you have to say it, the atmosphere is more solemn and heavy, giving people a sense of oppression. I think it may be related to the location of the garrison. The demon cultivators can't usually break the garrison formation, but from time to time they send people to harass, which is enough to make this place restless. You should take good care of your breath and ensure that you are in good condition. The war will break out in 3 days, and the battlefield will be in chaos. You can only rely on yourself, and others will not be able to take care of you, the scattered immortal who led the team said seriously when letting everyone disperse. It is both a reminder and a warning not to cause more trouble in the next few days. After all, there is no telling how many cultivators will come to a garrison, and it is inevitable that enemies will meet. At that time, the two sides will fight, disturbing everyone and affecting the war in a few days. That would be the sinner of the immortal way. Yes, everyone answered in unison. The immortal glanced at everyone coldly and said no more. Anyway, he had done what he should do. If someone committed a crime, it had nothing to do with him, so he left. Li Zhirui saw this and left the crowd first. He wanted to find a secluded place to spend the next few days and could not be disturbed. The temporary caves arranged for the monks who came to participate in the war were in several thousands of feet high mountains southeast of the station. The wide mountain was dug out with caves, from top to bottom, densely packed. I don't know how many there are, but it is no problem to accommodate everyone. Li Zhirui stayed in the cave to regulate his breath and ensure his own combat power, but the outside world set off a wave. Maybe it was a coincidence, or maybe it was a calculation. Two refining cultivators who had a life and death feud met in such a large station. As the saying goes, enemies meet, and they are particularly jealous. The two immediately threw the previous warnings behind their backs and fought on the street, and then involved some monks from their forces. But the most unlucky ones were the monks who were watching the excitement from the sidelines. Somehow, they were also involved. The strangest thing was that none of the immortal realm masters who were stationed in the garrison came forward to stop it. They seemed to be unaware of the chaos and let the two groups of monks fight. It was not until one side was defeated and fled in embarrassment that it ended. But in a place unknown to the monks, a group of scattered immortal realm masters gathered here. As for the earthly immortal, he would not show up unless the garrison was about to be destroyed. After all, the destructive power of the earthly immortals was amazing. Once they made a move, they could not say that the sky would collapse and the earth would crack, but they would cause considerable damage to the heaven and earth. In this way, karma would be added to them. And this is something that every earthly immortal who wants to go further does not want to get involved in. Because karma is easy to get, but merit is hard to get. I didn't expect that the demons still like to play such tricks, a scattered immortal sneered with cold eyes. Have you found the demon cultivator hidden among the monks? Asked another scattered immortal. I found it, but I don't know if there are any more hidden demon cultivators. I'll trouble you, fellow Taoist Ling He. A blind immortal nodded calmly, saying that he would send the person to his cave, and then turned and left. For low-level cultivators, an incomplete body is a matter of heaven and earth, because the meridians will also be lost, and in most cases, they can no longer continue to practice, unless they find a technique that just fits. But for immortals like Ling He, they want to make up their bodies, and there are countless ways, but Ling He didn't do it. According to Ling He himself, without eyes, he can see the world more clearly, which is more conducive to cultivation. The reason why the captured demon spy was handed over to Ling He is because his innate magical power allows him to sneak into the sea of consciousness of the cultivators and know many things directly from their memories. What Ling He wants to know now is the demon cultivators who have had contact with him. He doesn't want to catch them all, but at least catch more demon cultivators. In other words, the two groups of cultivators in the garrison fought. In addition to the instigation and calculation of the demon cultivators, it is also possible that they, the group of immortals, stood by and watched, or even fanned the flames. It took only a quarter of an hour for Ling He, a great scattered immortal, to sneak into the sea of consciousness of several mortal cultivators in search for their memories. Then a large number of cultivators went out to arrest people everywhere in the garrison. A cultivator couldn't help but stop one of them and whispered, "What happened? Catch the immortal traitor. If you have nothing to do, don't come out and walk around casually." The cultivator trembled all over, hurriedly thanked him, and left in a hurry. Things happened one after another, making people overwhelmed. As a result, when the day of the war came, many cultivators were not in a good state. The scattered immortals in front took a look and said nothing. They had warned everyone before, asking them to wait quietly in the cave for the war to start. Since they were disobedient and were involved, it would depend on their luck whether they would live or die in tomorrow's war. Nothing happened at night. The next morning, Li Zhirui walked out of the cave and flew to the place he had decided on. He keenly discovered that the aura of some cultivators was not right, and the words that came into his ears from the crowd also let Li Zhirui know that so many things had happened in just 3 days. However, this matter had nothing to do with him. Li Zhirui forgot about it after hearing it, and waited with bated breath to go to the battlefield. Buzz! Suddenly, a slight buzzing sound was heard on the battlefield, and then various strange phenomena appeared. Countless black smoke emerged from the earth. These black smokes were composed of evil spirits such as evil spirits and resentment, and turned into monsters with hideous faces and ferocious spirits, waving their claws at the world. What is this? Li Zhirui was shocked and looked at several cultivators of extraordinary origins. He found that they looked indifferent, obviously knowing the reason behind the strange phenomenon. Similarly, there were many casual cultivators or cultivators from small forces who were puzzled and surprised like him. The water in the Yuanling realm is much deeper than I thought. Li Zhirui said silently in his heart. He had been in Taisou Immortal City for so many years, but he had never heard any news. This creature is called a fierce beast. It can be regarded as a kind of disaster beast or calamity beast. It will cause great damage to the world. So in this war, you must not only deal with the demon cultivators, but also kill these fierce beasts and make the world pure again, a certain immortal spoke to explain. But these few words could not solve the doubts of everyone. However, seeing that the immortal was impatient, no cultivator dared to ask and annoy this great man. Go. Whether it is killing the fierce beast or the demon cultivator, it will be of great benefit to your future practice. After that, the group of human immortals and immortals rushed into the battlefield shrouded in black air, as if isolated from the outside world. Unlike Li Zhirui and other ordinary cultivators, they did not stop along the way, but went straight to the place where the black air was the thickest on the battlefield. The fierce beasts born here are stronger, so naturally after solving them, the benefits will be greater. And the benefits they are talking about are merits. As the evil beasts derived from the world's waste and impurities, they have only one purpose, that is, to destroy the heaven and earth, and ultimately destroy this world. Destroy them, and the heaven will naturally reward you. And this battlefield is actually a breeding farm built with countless lives under the tacit cooperation of the immortals and demons. What there raises this evil beast. There are always battlefields where fighting breaks out and lives fall. Evil spirits, death spirits, and other evil spirits will give birth to evil beasts after years of accumulation. And every time this happens, the immortals and the demons will set off a war. At first, this war was aimed at the evil beasts. But the number of evil beasts was limited, and the monks and demons didn't like each other. In this process, conflicts were inevitable, and then it became like this. Not only do you need to kill more evil beasts, but you also need to face the ambush of monks demons. No matter how strong the evil beast is, it is just a thing without much intelligence and only knows how to kill. As long as you have enough strength, you can kill it. Even if it is a little worse, you can also use external forces. But demon cultivators are different. They are old and cunning, and there are countless tricks and calculations. Li Zhirui naturally didn't know these, but he could roughly guess some things. For example, why the lotus planting method spread throughout the Yuanling world, but there was no trace of it on the battlefield of immortals and demons. The purpose was probably to preserve this special world so that fierce beasts could be cultivated. How cruel. They don't even treat ordinary cultivators as human beings. Li Zhirui didn't rush out in a hurry, and his mind was full of thoughts. But he wouldn't stop because of these. After all, as long as you kill the fierce beasts, you can get merit. It's not easy to get merit in such an easy way. If you miss it, you don't know how many years it will be before you can get it again. So when Li Zhirui entered the battlefield shrouded in black air, he changed his appearance, no longer hiding his strength, and directly faced 2 fierce beasts at a time. He didn't miss the fact that there were not many fierce beasts. Although it was a bit risky to fight 2 at the same time without knowing the strength of the fierce beasts, such a rare and precious thing naturally requires some risks. Roar. The 2 evil beasts didn't need Li Zhirui to provoke them. The first time they saw him, they roared deafeningly and attacked him. You ignorant beasts, Li Zhirui snorted coldly, and a ball of lightning emitting a strong purifying aura appeared in his palm. Looking at the evil beasts that were about to come to him, he threw them out. Bang! The lightning exploded and instantly turned into a small thunder pool, trapping the two evil beasts. The flashing lightning and the evil aura on their bodies broke out into a fierce confrontation. Li Zhirui frowned when he saw this. This kind of thing is really not so easy to eradicate. You know, whether it is the thunder method or the purification law that he comprehended more and more deeply, it is naturally very restraining for evil beasts. Not to mention that this time, Li Zhirui did not save his strength at all because he wanted to seriously injure them. As a result, it seems that the injuries of the evil beasts are not serious. They are still roaring in the thunder pool, emitting black air all over their bodies, and attacking frantically. Under their attack, the thunder pond became a little unstable. What a powerful beast, Li Zhirui praised, his eyes full of murderous intent, mobilizing the power of the cave to attack again, and struck them with palm thunder. After dozens of palm thunders, the fierce beasts did not die, but just became dying and could not continue to attack. Such a tenacious vitality? It seems that the fierce beasts are not so easy to eliminate. Li Zhirui frowned slightly. This efficiency is too low. This is a matter of merit. Li Zhirui naturally wants more. But Li Zhirui thought about it and was not so anxious. Even a combined cultivator like him who has mastered the means of restraint and can mobilize the power of the cave, has to spend some effort to kill it, and other cultivators will definitely not be much better. Of course, perhaps those cultivators from big forces, they know the weaknesses of the fierce beasts from their teachers, and the speed of killing is faster than Li Zhirui. Who's there? Just when Li Zhirui was about to take action to completely deal with the two evil beasts, a subtle sound suddenly sounded not far away. He immediately became alert and shouted at the big rock, "Come out quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking action." Li Zhirui really didn't expect that someone would be the jackal and want to snatch food from him. Humph! Seeing that no one showed up, Li Zhirui no longer hesitated and immediately launched a terrifying attack in that direction. The monk hiding behind the boulder suddenly jumped in his heart. He couldn't stay here any longer, so he quickly dodged and ran for his life. Li Zhirui looked at the spiritual light that was gradually fading away with cold eyes, and then checked the surroundings with his spiritual sense. After confirming that there was no problem, he took action to deal with the two dying evil beasts. In this world full of darkness, the only person you can trust is yourself. Everyone else is an enemy, or a potential enemy. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1045 Terror. Li Zhirui used a purifying spiritual light to kill the two evil beasts. The moment they lost their breath, they turned into black gas and dissipated. In the dark, Li Zhirui seemed to sense something and looked up at the sky, but unfortunately he was blocked by the evil spirit and could not land. Is it merit? Li Zhirui did not dwell on this matter. He gathered his mind and began to look for the evil beasts. He did not know whether he was unlucky or the number of evil beasts was really rare. After exploring the surroundings, he did not find any single one. Every time Li Zhirui passed by, he would arouse the hostility and vigilance of the monks, although he had no intention of snatching the evil beasts they were dealing with. In desperation, Li Zhirui could only move deeper into the battlefield. After all, the deeper he went, the thicker the evil spirit was, and the more evil beasts were born. However, the strength of the evil beasts would also increase, and it was possible to encounter demon cultivators. After all, how could Li Zhirui be willing to kill only two evil beasts when he was lucky enough to encounter this opportunity? Merit is not so easy to get. Li Zhirui headed deeper into the battlefield, and encountered fewer and fewer monks. Occasionally, he could see a few lone evil beasts. Seeing this, he was naturally happy, but he didn't dare to take risks like before, and carefully attracted an evil beast. The reason why Li Zhirui did this was not only because the strength of the evil beast had increased, but also because he had to be careful, and more importantly, he was on guard against the monks, and was wary of monks hiding aside, waiting for the cicada to come. After all, there were more wolves than meat, and other monks were not like him who didn't take action to snatch it. Roar! The evil beast saw Li Zhirui not far away, and the red-black beast eyes showed cruelty and bloodthirstiness, and the ferocious blood basin mouth dripped turbid saliva, and it pounced on him without hesitation. How dare the beast be so arrogant? Li Zhirui shouted coldly, and a huge tree fell from the sky, directly smashing the evil beast into the ground. But even so, the evil beast did not die, but just looked a little embarrassed. And as it breathed, it absorbed a lot of black air, and the injuries recovered quickly. Li Zhirui was a little confused. Why didn't the two evil beasts he had faced before have such a method? If they could also absorb the evil spirits to heal their wounds, he would not be able to kill them so easily. Or, did the purification power I master cause more serious injuries to their bodies, but the injuries were not visible on the surface? A cold light flashed in Li Zhirui's eyes. If this was the case, then this battle was really a great opportunity for him. The purification aura could seriously injure the evil beast, which meant that he could use less mana and kill it faster. It was also very simple to verify it. Just use the purification aura to injure the beast in front of him. Thinking of this, Li Zhirui did so. A long sword condensed by the purification aura drew a pure white light in the dim sky and earth, and quickly inserted into the evil beast. Roar! The evil beast let out a painful wail, and its breath was visibly weakened. The injury was far more serious than Li Zhirui's previous attack. The most important thing is that it really can absorb the evil spirits that permeate the world and recover from its injuries. It works. Li Zhirui's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that his idea would really work. After confirming that the purification law has a great restraint on the evil beast, he no longer hides his strength. With his full strength burst, he quickly killed it. The purification law restrains the evil beast. Those big forces must know it. Maybe they have specially trained such cultivators, or directly followed certain cultivators, or sealed the purification aura in advance, which can greatly reduce the difficulty of killing the evil beast. After Li Zhirui entered this space to restore his mana, he thought about this. He didn't think that those big forces were all fools. After so many years, no cultivator would discover this. Maybe they jointly blocked the news, just like this evil beast. If Li Zhirui and other cultivators hadn't been lucky enough to run into it, they would have no chance to know that they could still gain merit in this way. As for the tacit cooperation between the immortals and the demons, and the breeding farm created by sacrificing the lives of countless creatures, when they benefited from it, at most they would shed a few tears of compassion, and no one would think of destroying it. If such a saint really existed, the great forces of the immortals and demons would teach him a lesson. Li Zhirui did not stay in the space for too long. As soon as his mana was restored, he left immediately. The number of fierce beasts is limited, so you can't fight for every second. Seize the time to kill more and gain more merit. Fortunately, Li Zhirui's position is relatively close to the inside, there are fewer monks, and more fierce beasts, so he quickly found a single fierce beast. But this time, his luck was not so good. In the process of fighting with a fierce beast, two monks in the middle stage of fusion suddenly rushed out. The two men were similar in figure, wearing common robes and masks on their faces. The only difference was that the masks were black and white. Hand over this fierce beast to us, and we will let you go. The black-masked monk's tone was full of pride, as if he was rewarding Li Zhirui with supreme honor by doing so. Although the white-masked monk did not speak, he could clearly feel his disdain, as if he was looking at an ant. Obviously, these two people did not take Li Zhirui seriously at all. Who gave you the confidence to dare to trouble me? Li Zhirui looked at the two curiously. The faint pressure they exuded was not a concern. Although the two people's cultivation was the same as his, both in the middle stage of fusion, they seemed to have experienced a battle before coming, and their mana was consumed a lot, and they might still be injured. Li Zhirui still had more than 80% of his mana, plus various precious pills in his hand, so he was not afraid of these two people at all. Who do you think you are? Our brothers and sisters think highly of you. If you know what's good for you, leave now, otherwise it will be bad if you lose your life. The black-masked monk was still arrogant. There are always people who don't know how to live or die. Li Zhirui didn't waste his breath. He had already reminded them, but they insisted on coming to die. He had no other choice but to help them. He shook his head helplessly and tracked the injured evil beast. After dealing with the two monks in front of him, it would be convenient to kill it. Come on, let me experience the strength of the two Taoist friends and see what confidence you have. You dare to deal with me in the state where you just finished a war? Li Zhirui sneered. Did he really think that the two of them could run rampant here by joining forces? Before he finished speaking, several thunderbolts appeared above their heads and struck at them at a very fast speed. Such a trivial trick is also used to embarrass yourself, Black Mask sneered, waved his hand, and a red flame flew into the sky, colliding with a thunderbolt. erupting with a powerful impact, and the thick black air around seemed to be dispersed a little. Crack. But before Black Mask continued to taunt, a slight sound suddenly came from his ears. He only then noticed that the two of them were trapped in a cage that had not yet been fully formed. But when the two men attacked to destroy it, the cage was sealed and locked the two men inside. However, the attacks prepared by the two men did not disperse, but attacked the cage, trying to break it. But the seemingly delicate spiritual vine actually withstood their attacks. Although it suffered some damage, it recovered quickly. What kind of spiritual vine is this? It's so tough. The White Mask was a little surprised, and at this time, he also felt a little uneasy for the first time. He began to wonder if he had offended the wrong person. Since this person dared to walk on the battlefield alone, his strength must not be underestimated, but they actually chose this person. But in the current situation, they can only advance, not retreat. Because the other party will never let them go, so they can only win this fight and get a chance to survive. In just a moment, the White Mask thought so much, and no longer let the Black Mask fight alone, but tacitly joined forces to launch powerful attacks on Li Zhirui again and again. Li Zhirui raised his eyebrows slightly. No wonder the two of them wanted to join forces to go together. It turned out that they had mastered some secret method that could be used to enhance their strength. But this is far from enough in front of him. Let me show you how big the gap is between you and me. Boom. The aura in Li Zhirui's body suddenly surged. It was not like the aura of a combined cultivator at all. It was like a cultivator of a higher level. How is this possible? The two were shocked. The secret methods they used were all to improve their combat effectiveness. They had never seen a method like this that seemed to improve Li Zhirui's cultivation. Li Zhirui did not miss the moment when the two were shocked. His thoughts had become scattered. Another silent attack fell. Bang! It actually hit. Not to mention the injured White Mask, even Li Zhirui was a little surprised. He didn't expect that she really caught the opportunity. Unfortunately, Li Zhirui's attack broke through the defense and landed on him. Although it caused a little damage, it was not too serious. Damn it, after a round of battle, they have calmed down and clearly know that they are probably not Li Zhirui's opponent. This result makes them very uncomfortable, but the facts are in front of them. No matter how unwilling they are, they can't change it. I should have recovered my magic power earlier, otherwise I wouldn't have ended up in this situation, the White Mask said with a depressed look. The Black Mask remained silent and said, "Do you think we can save our lives if we give up now and hand over all the spiritual objects in our hands?" The two men have realized that they have made a huge mistake. They handed over all the spiritual objects just to save their lives. So, will Li Zhirui let them go? Looking at the spiritual objects shining with precious light, he finally nodded and agreed. Although the two men were killed and all the spiritual objects belonged to Li Zhirui, he gave up after thinking about it. The reason why he didn't continue to do it was because it was too difficult to kill a combined cultivator. After all, once the Dharma image appeared, things immediately became difficult. The most important thing was that it was a waste of time. Li Zhirui felt that with his time, it would be better to kill a few more fierce beasts. However, Li Zhirui did not let the two off so easily, and asked, "You two must be from a big force, so I need you to tell me all the relevant information about the evil beasts and the battlefield of immortals and demons." Li Zhirui naturally did not want to miss such a good opportunity to understand this world. The two looked at each other, but in the end, the White Mask stood up and told them some things they knew from the sect. Some of them, Li Zhirui guessed based on his own speculation and some clues, but there were more things he didn't know. For example, in the war, not only killing evil beasts will get merit, killing monks and demons will also get merit, but not so much. Why do killing monks and demons also get merit? Li Zhirui asked curiously. Because killing a monk or demon will return the spiritual energy to the world, and naturally there will be merit. The White Mask couldn't explain it clearly. Li Zhirui shook his head slightly and said, "If you say so, then over the years, there are at least 7,000 demon cultivators and monks who died in my hands, if not 10,000. Why didn't I get any merit?" The White Mask was speechless. He also learned the news from the Jade Slips and the teachers. How could he explain the problem that he himself couldn't figure out? Li Zhirui shook his head at this. It seemed that the two of them didn't have a high status in that big force, so naturally they only knew a little bit. "Okay, you go." After Li Zhirui completely emptied the two of them, he waved his hand to disperse the cage and let the two leave quickly. Killing monks and demon cultivators can also gain merit? Li Zhirui keenly realized that if this news spread, the battlefield would become even more chaotic. After all, everyone had focused their energy on dealing with the evil beasts from Merrick before, but if they knew that monks and demon cultivators had the same effect as the evil beasts, then the current atmosphere would change dramatically. No, Li Zhirui seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and was startled. His expression was extremely ugly. He said, "The role of the evil beast has been circulated among the major forces for so many years. You know, every time there is a war, there will be many independent cultivators, or cultivators like him from small forces, but why didn't they spread the news? Did the major forces force them to swear not to spread the news? But this method is not safe at all, because most cultivators cannot avoid the problem of the end of their lifespan. When they are about to fall, are they still afraid of the oath and the inner demon? There will always be someone who spreads the relevant news. But the fact is that there is no relevant news at all in the outside world. Then, there is only one possibility." Li Zhirui thought of the news he just learned, and said with an ugly expression, "Before the end of the war, these cultivators were killed. Even if there are powerful independent cultivators or cultivators from small forces who survive, the Great Wall of Mountains and Rivers is another difficult hurdle to overcome." Chapter 1046 Playing. As for whether anyone would doubt it, who would have thought that so many monks would all die in the same place? Moreover, these monks came from different forces. In the eyes of those small forces, they were just unlucky and encountered accidents while traveling outside. Although they would be very sad, almost no one would think of investigating the cause of death. After all, the Yuanling realm is vast, and with the big forces covering up the secrets, it is impossible to find any clues. Killing monks and demons will also gain merits. It is likely to be a rumor, and the purpose is to make everyone fight each other. Li Zhirui was as cold as an ice cellar. In order to monopolize the merits of killing the evil beast, the major forces really tried their best. Is there any difference between the immortal way and the demon way? Perhaps the biggest difference is that the immortal way is better at disguise, while the demon way does not cover up at all. Li Zhirui thought that the black air in the sky was like a huge cage, locking them in and preventing them from breaking free. After the war is over? No. Before the war is over, I must leave the battlefield, and I cannot pass through the Great Wall of Mountains and Rivers, so as to avoid being discovered by those big forces that I am still alive. After a long while, Li Zhirui came back to his senses and calmly began to think about his retreat. With his identity, he must never appear in the Great Wall of Mountains and Rivers, any fairy city, or the market before he has enough strength. Otherwise, it is very likely to bring a catastrophe to himself and the entire family. And his strength must at least be at the level of scattered immortals. It does not mean that after Li Zhirui has achieved the status of a scattered cultivator, he can fight against other forces, but he has the qualifications to know the true situation of the battlefield of immortals and demons. "What's wrong with you?" The golden eagle, which had arrived long ago, looked at Li Zhirui's body emitting a cold breath, and did not dare to approach him at all. He waited until he recovered to normal before he dared to ask cautiously. "It's okay." Li Zhirui shook his head. He could not reveal this matter to the golden eagle. He sent him away casually and began to think about how to safely leave the battlefield of immortals and demons and the Great Wall of Mountains and Rivers. Before the immortals and demons start to settle accounts, we must leave the battlefield, then go all the way north, enter the Northern Territory, cross half of the Northern Territory, and return to the family. This is the simplest and most direct way to escape. As for what dangers he will encounter on this road, Li Zhirui cannot predict it in advance, and can only take it one step at a time. After thinking about the way out, Li Zhirui no longer hesitated, and hurriedly recovered his mana, returned to the battlefield, and began to look for the evil beasts. He wanted to find a way to gain more merits. Maybe one more point can help Li Zhirui turn danger into safety when he encounters danger. Perhaps, we can find a way to spread this matter, disrupt the situation, and make it more conducive to escape. After killing 3 evil beasts in succession, Li Zhirui once again returned to the space to recover his mana. When he was about to leave, an idea suddenly popped up in his mind. Anyway, he has the space to conceal the secrets of heaven. And no matter how high the other party's realm is, they cannot determine Li Zhirui's identity. But if Li Zhirui's idea is realized, then it will inevitably set off a storm in the 2 camps of immortals and demons. In the previous life, it was said that saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Li Zhirui made the calculations of the immortals and demons public. I don't know how many lives will be saved. Will this bring him great merit? But while bringing merit, will the various chaos caused by this matter be counted on me? Li Zhirui couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After thinking about it, he decided to make it public. Regardless of merit, karma, etc., after this secret is announced, it will have a great impact on Dongzhao and Zizhao, as well as a chaotic situation, and it will be more convenient for Li Zhirui to escape from the battlefield. Moreover, an environment that is too stable or even solidified is not a good thing for the new generation of forces. The Li family is now just a combined force, and it is located in a remote corner of the northeast, and is not taken seriously by the real big forces at all. But as the Li family grows and becomes stronger, it will definitely be discovered by these forces, and then gradually valued. After all, in this process, the Li family will inevitably infringe on the territory, interests, etc. of other forces, and war will inevitably break out. At this time, a chaotic situation is very important. It can help the Li family divert a lot of attention, so that the Li family has more time to develop. But in this way, we can't disclose the secrets of the immortal demon battlefield now, Li Zhirui muttered to himself. With the current strength of the Li family, let alone in the entire Yunling realm, Dongzhao, even in the northeast corner of the earth, it is not considered a big force, and it will not attract sniping from big forces. There is no need to use up such a good opportunity now, it is too wasteful. As for escaping from the battlefield, with a space to rely on, Li Zhirui is not very worried about his safety. It's a pity that the contribution points earned over the years can't be exchanged, although it is not much, after all, he has been practicing most of the time in the next few years, but it can also be exchanged for 2 or 3 7th level spiritual objects, and now they are cheap. With a clearer goal and clearer steps, Li Zhirui quickly returned to his original calm state. Before the fierce beasts are cleaned up, he only needs to kill as many fierce beasts as possible to avoid conflicts with cultivators and demons. When the cultivators and demons start fighting, Li Zhirui can leave the battlefield. For Li Zhirui, who has mastered the law of purification, the fierce beasts in this area are easy to deal with. In order to obtain more merits, he always uses 20% to 30% of his mana before entering the space to recover. In this way, the efficiency is much higher. In nearly 2 months, Li Zhirui has killed about 160 fierce beasts, which is already a lot. And a month ago, because the number of fierce beasts decreased, he moved a lot deeper into the battlefield. Of course, in this process, it was not smooth sailing, and Li Zhirui occasionally encountered monks. However, when they saw Li Zhirui, who is aggressive and full of evil spirits, most of them had no intention of getting entangled with him, because compared with monks, fierce beasts were easier to kill. They also encountered several demon cultivators. When they found Li Zhirui, they had already decided to take action. Because for demon cultivators, killing a cultivator can obtain more cultivation resources. And most demon cultivators don't know that killing fierce beasts can get merits. This news was interrogated by Li Zhirui before he solved a demon cultivator. The big forces of the demonic path did not announce this matter, but directly drove a large number of demonic cultivators into the battlefield. Li Zhirui did not have too many entanglements with the demonic cultivators. The only 2 times he fought were when he ran into a seriously injured demonic cultivator. Such a great opportunity, he naturally would not miss it. The other time was when he caught a demonic cultivator in the refining void realm. Both times he fought with the demonic cultivators, it did not take too much time. If not, Li Zhirui would have directly hidden in the space when fighting, too lazy to waste time. The demonic path is really nakedly eating people, but isn't the immortal path the same? It's just that the means are more covert. The fierce beasts in this area should have been cleared out. Do we still need to go deeper? Li Zhirui hid in midair, hesitating. The fierce beasts in the area where he is now are already a little difficult to deal with. If he continues to move forward, the strength of the fierce beasts will definitely be stronger, and may even surpass Li Zhirui. At that time, if you want to kill a fierce beast, I'm afraid you will have to pay a big price. This made Li Zhirui hesitate. He didn't know whether he should stay and continue to gain merit, or leave the battlefield and start heading north to embark on the road home. Let's try the strength of the fierce beasts in front first. Li Zhirui was still a little unwilling to leave like this. After making up his mind, he flew forward silently. Not long after, he came to a place where the evil spirit was more concentrated. But unexpectedly, there were not many fierce beasts. There were fewer than the several areas where Li Zhirui had stayed before. It seems that someone had killed the fierce beasts before I came. Li Zhirui frowned. Yes, the cultivators of the refining and fusion stages, could advance little by little from the outermost periphery, but some cultivators with stronger strength went directly into the depths of the battlefield. Like him, he came so late. If he was lucky, he might be able to encounter a few fish that slipped through the net. If he was unlucky, he might not even see the shadow of the fierce beast. Li Zhirui belonged to the middle category. After searching for a while, he finally found a fierce beast. Roar. This fierce beast was bigger than any he had seen before, and looked even more ferocious. As soon as it saw Li Zhirui, it immediately pounced on him. Li Zhirui's eyes showed a solemn look. The strength of the fierce beast was far beyond what he had thought before. If he wanted to kill it, he had to go all out to succeed. Then let's give it a try. If nothing unexpected happened, this should be Li Zhirui's last fierce beast. After he got rid of it, he should leave this place where people are eaten. Boom boom boom, Li Zhirui consumed a lot of mana and summoned thunder clouds. In an instant, thunder roared, and dazzling lightning struck down one after another, directly submerging the fierce beast. Roar. The fierce beast screamed in pain. But hearing its loud voice, we know that its injuries are not that serious. Fortunately, a large amount of purifying spiritual light entered his body. Purification and yin evil restrained each other, cutting off the possibility that the fierce beast could absorb the black air from the outside world to recover. Not long after, the mana to maintain the thunder pool was exhausted, and the thunder gradually dissipated. The fierce beast that had been killed by the purifying spirit thunder for so long looked very embarrassed, but its injuries were not serious. It's really difficult, Li Zhirui couldn't help but sigh. However, this was the last fierce beast he had to deal with, and he had to kill it anyway to make up for this experience. In order to have a happy ending, Li Zhirui really used all his means, not only consuming all his mana, but also replenishing some in the middle, and finally killed it. Boom. The huge fierce beast, the moment it lost its breath, was like a small hill falling to the ground, hitting the ground heavily, and soon turned into black gas and disappeared. Pa-pa-pa-pa. Suddenly, there was a burst of applause not far away. A cultivator walked out slowly, smiling and praising, "Dao are really good. You can kill a fierce beast comparable to Mahayana with your combined cultivation. Dao is really capable. You have been hiding for so long, and I just discovered it now." Li Zhirui's face showed a trace of vigilance. His mana was too much consumed now, and less than 20% was left. He could not be the opponent of this mysterious cultivator at all. Ho ha ho ha, Dao is obsessed with fighting, so other aspects are naturally neglected. The cultivator had a smile on his face, looking very gentle. But Li Zhirui would not be fooled by the other party's appearance. His spiritual sense, which had not appeared for a long time, jumped wildly when he saw the other party, reminding him that this was a very dangerous person and it was best to stay away from him. "I have other important things to do, so I will leave first. Goodbye." After that, Li Zhirui turned into a spiritual light and flew away. "Don't leave so quickly. I have another thing that I want to ask Dao for help." The man still had a smile on his face while speaking. But the two were clearly far apart, and Li Zhirui used the escape technique, but he suddenly appeared in front of him. "I'm not strong enough. I'm afraid I can't help much." Li Zhirui's expression was calm, but he was preparing to enter the space in his heart, looking at the other party seriously. "It doesn't matter. You don't need to do anything for this matter, just borrow your head." The monk showed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth, and attacked Li Zhirui without hesitation. "Damn it! You are a Mahayana monk. Why do you bully the weak?" Li Zhirui saw through the other party's true cultivation at the moment he attacked, and cursed madly in his heart. "You are a Mahayana monk, don't go deeper, kill the evil beast. What are you doing here? Bullying the weak?" The man laughed and said, "Dao can kill the evil beast. You already have the strength of Mahayana, it's not bullying the weak." Li Zhirui's face was very ugly when he heard this. Even if the fierce beast he killed had the strength comparable to that of a Mahayana cultivator, the fierce beast had no intelligence. Could this be compared to a Mahayana cultivator? If Li Zhirui had sufficient mana now, perhaps he would try to fight, experience the strength of a Mahayana cultivator in person, and bring himself some sense of oppression. But not now. Li Zhirui's mana was less than 20% left. In this state, not to mention a Mahayana cultivator, even a combination could easily solve him. So he could only escape now. Unless it was a real life and death moment, Li Zhirui would not directly enter the space in front of other people, but would first find a way to temporarily get rid of the person, and then dodge and hide in. He thought so this time, but in his current state, he could not get rid of the other party at all. This Mahayana cultivator was like a cat playing with a mouse, blocking and chasing, but he did not directly take action to solve Li Zhirui. Instead, he would be very happy every time he saw Li Zhirui being able to dodge and continue to live. This made Li Zhirui very aggrieved and angry, but he was not as strong as others. In the end, he was in a miserable state and had no choice but to hide in the space for refuge in front of him. Chapter 1047 Leaving. Where's he? A trace of surprise appeared on the face of the Mahayana monk. He released his spiritual sense to search around continuously, but even after he released all his spiritual sense, he still couldn't find Li Zhirui, as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. How did he disappear? The escaping talisman? The teleportation talisman? The man frowned, but when these methods were used, there would be fluctuations in spiritual energy, and it was impossible for there to be no movement like this. He continued to search around without giving up, trying to find some clues, but in the end, he couldn't find any clues after digging 3 feet into the ground. How is this possible? When did the Yuanling realm have such a method or spiritual object? He was not a person who gave up easily, but no matter how hard he tried, there was no clue at all. What was the point of continuing to persist? If I meet you again in the future, I will never let you escape, the Mahayana monk said softly, and flew away. He had wasted a lot of time, and there were only a few fierce beasts left, so he had to sprint at the last moment. Are you okay? Li Zhirui, whose mana was almost exhausted, fled into the space in a miserable state. Such a bad state immediately attracted the attention of the golden eagle. It's okay, it's just that the mana has too much effect. It will be fine after a few days of recovery. Li Zhirui did not say that his current condition was caused by being teased by a Mahayana monk. Because it was useless to say it out, could the golden eagle still help him get revenge? I won't bother you anymore. The golden eagle was hesitant to speak, but before leaving, he still left a sentence, be careful. The golden eagle was worried that Li Zhirui would die for a long time, but there was no way. Who let his life depend on him? Li Zhirui did not respond, and immediately closed his eyes, slowly inhaling and exhaling the pure spiritual energy that permeated the space. The dazzling and brilliant water and wood spiritual light seemed to have actively thrown itself into his arms, and his breath also recovered little by little, and his face no longer looked pale. As Li Zhirui inhaled and exhaled, the 5 elements of the immortal roots behind him seemed to be breathing, and the 5-color spiritual light became more brilliant. After several hours, Li Zhirui slowly opened his eyes. Only then did he have time to tidy up his appearance. A flash of inspiration passed by, and he could no longer see the embarrassment just now. Mahayana monk, Li Zhirui muttered, his eyes empty, and he didn't know what he was thinking. It's not that he had never seen Mahayana monks fight before, but he never thought that he would be able to fight with them in person one day. Although the other party was not serious at all, and his attitude was more like a joke, Li Zhirui still realized the gap between him and the Mahayana monks in the process. It seems that there is only a difference of 2 small realms, but in fact there is a huge gap. Li Zhirui could sense that if the other party was serious, he would probably have become a corpse in less than 3 moves. Haha, I actually have to thank the other party for playing with me. If it weren't for such mercy, I'm afraid I can't recover my magic power here with a healthy body. Although Li Zhirui had a smile on his face, he didn't see the slightest smile, nor was he frustrated or angry. He was like a bystander, very indifferent. Li Zhirui thought that he would remember the lesson this time, and he also realized more clearly that with his current cultivation, he was still an ant in the entire Yuanling world. Unconsciously, Li Zhirui's state of mind had improved a little. Because he was worried that the Mahayana would be waiting outside, Li Zhirui was not in a hurry to leave. Anyway, the evil beasts were almost killed. Maybe there were more in the deeper part of the battlefield, but they were no longer something he could deal with. Li Zhirui practiced quietly in the space and waited for more than half a month. When he felt that the time was almost up, he left carefully. Seeing that there were no cultivators around, he was relieved and flew to the north without hesitation. Li Zhirui didn't know how the situation on the battlefield had developed, but if he continued to stay, he could no longer gain more benefits. Instead, he would put himself in danger, so he naturally had to leave quickly. In the first few days, Li Zhirui was lucky and didn't encounter any living creatures. It was just because he was cautious and slow, so he still had some distance to leave the battlefield. Boom boom, but good luck did not always accompany Li Zhirui. One day, he encountered a fierce battle. The two sides were demon cultivators and monks, and both of them had great cultivation. My friend, join hands with me to kill this demon cultivator in front of you. I will not take any of his spiritual objects. Yang Wuquan was delighted when he saw the person coming, and he shouted loudly. The demon cultivator's expression was serious. Although the person coming was just a combined cultivator, the two of them were fighting evenly. Any variable would change the situation. If this cultivator attacked the formation, he might not be able to leave in one piece today. But to the surprise of the two, Li Zhirui just glanced at them, then bypassed a long distance and fled quickly. Ha 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 ha! Seeing this, the demon cultivator couldn't help laughing wildly and said, "It seems that your friend has no intention of helping." Humph, Yang Wuquan snorted coldly. He actually made him lose face in front of the demon cultivator. If he meets him again in the future, he will definitely teach him a lesson. Li Zhirui could only vaguely hear the laughter, and didn't know what Yang Wuquan was thinking, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. The Yuanling realm is so big, and Li Zhirui also plans to start practicing in seclusion after returning to the family. It's unknown how many years it will take for him to go out. If they can meet, it's really the fate of the two. But by then, Li Zhirui may not be able to practice infusion. Besides, even if he helps, he may not be able to kill the demon cultivator. This is a Mahayana demon cultivator. I don't know how many life-saving methods he has mastered. Don't get yourself involved. Even if he really succeeds in killing him, Li Zhirui feels that Yang Wuquan's words about giving him all the spiritual objects are very unreliable. Especially for a verbal promise like this without any constraints. If someone turns his face and refuses to admit it afterwards, or even kills someone to silence him, Li Zhirui is not an opponent. The best way is to ignore directly and take a detour like he is now. You must have a clear understanding of your own strength, don't think too highly of yourself, and think you can get involved in everything. But before Li Zhirui could relax for long, he encountered another obstacle. In front of him, there was a fierce beast entrenched. Its huge body and ferocious aura all revealed its powerful strength. This fierce beast was much stronger than the ones Li Zhirui had encountered before. It was probably as powerful as the one who could cross the calamity. It was not an existence that he could provoke. In desperation, Li Zhirui could only continue to take a detour. I didn't expect that there are still fish that have slipped through the net, evil beast. Die! Li Zhirui had only flown a dozen miles when an angry shout came from behind him, and then a sharp sword energy slashed down, fighting with the fierce beast. There was no way. He could only speed up and stay away from the battlefield to avoid being injured by the battle between the two. The terrifying energy fluctuations, even now separated by dozens of miles, Li Zhirui could still feel a little palpitation. Is this the strength of crossing the calamity? Although fundamentally speaking, there is not much difference between the three realms of fusion, Mahayana, and crossing the calamity. It does not mean that other aspects are the same. For example, there is a huge gap in mana and strength. Li Zhirui just sighed, and then he accelerated again, staying away from these troubled places. He just wanted to leave the battlefield before the Great Purge came. Fortunately, the next journey was smooth and safe, without any twists and turns, and he successfully arrived at the northern edge of the battlefield. It was only a few steps away, but the two places were worlds apart. The battlefield was shrouded in black air, which was very depressing and ominous, while outside it was a sunny day with a warm breeze. Finally I can leave this ghost place, Li Zhirui couldn't help but sigh. Although killing the evil beast would gain merit, he was never a greedy person and would not stay in this ghost place to avoid trouble from falling from the sky. It would be better to leave as soon as possible. Having made up his mind, Li Zhirui did not continue to cover up and left this breeding farm that bared countless lives at the fastest speed. Finally left that ghost place, breathing the fresh and natural aura of the outside world, Li Zhirui couldn't help but smile. But this did not mean that he was safe, so Li Zhirui did not stay for too long and flew north at his usual speed. Many cultivators may have gone to participate in the battle between immortals and demons, so Li Zhirui almost didn't see any cultivators in their prime along the way, and he arrived at the junction of Dongzhou and Bai very smoothly. Li Zhirui flew directly into Bai without any hesitation, and then sacrificed the spirit ship and began the long journey home. Golden Eagle, you helped take care of the spirit ship. The Golden Eagle, who was suddenly caught from space by Li Zhirui, looked around, took in the surrounding scenery, and suddenly said excitedly, "You finally left the battlefield. Where is this place? What's the difference? What do you want me to drive the spirit ship for? Which direction to go?" In the excitement, the Golden Eagle asked several questions in succession. "This is Biao, what's different?" "I don't know, of course. Driving the spirit ship means leaving this dangerous place." Li Zhirui patiently answered some questions, and then urged the Golden Eagle to drive the spirit ship quickly. "Let's go." "Go home," the Golden Eagle shouted excitedly. The reason why it was so happy was mainly because it saw that it would get rid of Li Zhirui and it would not have to live in fear in the future. Whoosh! Under the control of the Golden Eagle, the speed of the spirit ship has been maintained at a very high speed, like a meteor that cuts through the sky. In the eyes of ordinary creatures, it is fleeting. For some cultivators, they can see it clearly, but no one dares to make a move, because there is a combined cultivator with a terrifying aura on the spirit ship. In addition, the speed of the spirit ship is too fast, and it is difficult for them to intercept it. It is better to let the person go directly. Just as Li Zhirui was busy on his way, the battlefield of immortals and demons also ushered in the final cleansing. The battlefield, which has never been peaceful, once again sounded with various sounds such as metal and stone collision, wailing for mercy, and wanton laughter. "Why do you want to attack me? Shouldn't we work together to kill the demon cultivators?" Some scattered cultivators expressed their doubts before they died. The fate of those scattered cultivators and cultivators from small forces was the most miserable, because they didn't know the truth of the matter at all, and the suddenness of those cultivators' actions did not even give them time to prepare. Gradually, some people felt something was wrong and wanted to escape from the battlefield. But he would never have thought that even if he successfully left, the Great Wall of Mountains and Rivers, which was originally used to stop the demon cultivators, would become a place that would take his life. Unless they could think of this, and then flee to the Northern Territory, bypass the Great Wall of Mountains and Rivers, and then find a way to return to Dongzhou. Unfortunately, how many people would have thought of this? How could they have thought that the major forces that seemed kind of intolerant in the past were the murderers behind their lives? If nothing unexpected happened, there would be a lot of cultivators who would die on this land, with a lot of resentment and anger, blending into the earth, becoming nutrients for cultivating evil beasts, and contributing to the rebirth of evil beasts many years later. "Why are you chasing me?" A Mahayana cultivator rushed desperately, trying to get rid of the 3 Mahayana cultivators following behind. He couldn't believe that they were still working together to kill the demon cultivators the moment before, but after solving the demon cultivators, the other 3 attacked him. "Alice," one of them sighed and said helplessly, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, I'm sorry. This is an order issued by the sect. If you want to blame someone, blame your poor birth. If there is a next generation, I hope you will be reborn into a major force." The cultivator surnamed Zhang was furious. What a bullshit sect order, what a bad birth, and they wanted to kill him so tactfully. Okay, since you won't let me live, even if I die, I will take a few people with me." With that, cultivator Zhang stopped running and turned around to pounce on them. After a big fight, his body, which already had many wounds, had many more wounds. Blood was flowing, dyeing him into a bloody man, looking very scary. "Alice. Fellow Taoist Zhang, we are fellow Taoists, why are you doing this?" Someone wanted to persuade him to give up struggling, so as to reduce the pain. Cultivator Zhang did not respond, but suddenly burst into laughter and said, "Ha ha ha ha, don't you want my life? Take it." Boom boom, he actually successfully blew himself up under the eyes of the 3 people. The self-explosion of a Mahayana cultivator is more lethal than a magical power of a scattered immortal. Within a radius of more than 10 miles, this terrifying energy has impacted everyone. The 3 cultivators closest to them are in a very bad situation. One of them even lost his breath and followed Monk Zhang. Although the other 2 are still alive, they are also on the verge of death. At this time, any cultivator can kill them. Such cruel fighting is not only happening in the immortal way, but also in the demon way. They don't care about their origins at all. As long as they see someone, they will rush up and attack without saying a word, just like a mad dog without any reason. Chapter 1048 Return. The immortals and demons on the battlefield were almost all caught in a brutal fight. Because of the birth of the fierce beast, the black earth that had faded slightly was once again covered with red and black blood. The monks, who soon realized that something was wrong, left the battlefield without hesitation and fled to the Great Wall of Mountains and Rivers. But what they never expected was that what was waiting for them was not an escape from death, but entering another dangerous situation, a real desperate place of death. However, these had nothing to do with Li Zhirui, who was flying over the Northern Territory. With a golden eagle driving the spirit ship, he stayed quietly in the cabin to practice. After all, the journey was long, and even if it was smooth sailing, it would take several years to return to Wangsan Mountain. It couldn't be wasted. Li Zhirui still hoped that he could break through as soon as possible, so he naturally had to seize every minute to practice. The golden eagle had no complaints or dissatisfaction about this. It wished that it had returned to Wangsan Mountain the next moment, and then transferred their contract to the entire Li family, so that it would no longer have to worry about being implicated and dying suddenly like before. For safety reasons, the spirit ship controlled by the Golden Eagle did not go deep into the North Territory. Most of the time, it flew close to the towering mountain. This is a huge mountain range that stretches from the East Sea in the east to the West Sea in the west, stretching for hundreds of millions of miles. It is to separate the North Territory from the East Continent and the West Continent to prevent frequent exchanges. Any living creature who sees this mountain range will be amazed at the strength and means of the ancient survivors. That's right. This mountain range used to separate the two continents was created by the ancient survivors in order to keep their last place of residence. To this end, they also imposed restrictions, resulting in a thin spiritual energy in the mountain, which is a rotten land that both the immortals and the demons look down on. However, the North Territory finally failed to become a paradise for the ancient survivors. Although there was no large-scale invasion by the immortals and the demons, some cultivators and demons took spontaneous actions to establish sects and families in the North Territory. Those ancient survivors particularly rejected these human forces. If they had not had some skills, they would have been driven out long ago. Of course, in addition to their strength, the demon clan was more powerful, and those ancient descendants used most of their energy to deal with the demon clan. Perhaps because they were flying in the mountains, the road was calm and there were no problems, which really made the Golden Eagle feel relieved. Li Zhirui, who happened to be out for a rest, saw this scene and laughed, saying, "Are you so worried about encountering danger? What's wrong with being able to return to Wangsan Mountain smoothly?" The Golden Eagle asked back. Li Zhirui shook his head when he heard it. Indeed, it would be great to be able to return safely and smoothly, but now, I have encountered a troublesome matter. Huh? The Golden Eagle was a little confused, turned around and looked around, but did not find what the trouble Li Zhirui was talking about was. Here it comes. Li Zhirui, whose spiritual sense was much stronger than the Golden Eagle, naturally had a much larger range of perception. He saw a somewhat dim spiritual light flying towards them. And not far behind him, there was another spiritual light chasing. Should we avoid them in advance? Although the Golden Eagle didn't see them, it believed that Li Zhirui would not lie about such things. Well, go a little south and don't meet them. Li Zhirui was not a nosy person. Instead, he was afraid of trouble, unless this matter was good for him. But he didn't expect that the cultivator seemed to have identified them and adjusted his direction. How interesting, Li Zhirui laughed and said, "Stop, he has already discovered us." The other party was just a virtual cultivator, but he could find them at such a long distance. It seems that he has some skills. I am Yang Yekun from Jilbei Mountain. I have no choice but to distribute. I hope you will forgive me. The cultivator spoke quickly, fearing that Li Zhirui would drive him away. Hearing him introduce himself, Li Zhirui raised his eyebrows slightly. Jilbei Mountain is one of the only 3 immortal forces in the Northern Territory. The remaining 2 forces are Zuanbing sect and Hanlian Bai family. As soon as Yang Yekun finished speaking, the spiritual light that was chasing him also revealed its figure. It turned out to be a cultivator. And judging from the robes they were wearing, they were all disciples of Jilbei Mountain. Li Zhirui, who originally didn't want to intervene, was even more unwilling to do so. Although the 2 were only cultivators of the void refining sect, he could easily solve the problem. However, if he, an outsider, participated in this kind of internal struggle of the sect, he didn't know how many troubles he would cause. Yang Yekun might be particularly good at observing people's words and expressions, and hurriedly said, "Senior, when I was training outside before, I found a 6th level 100 fragrance jade lotus, so I was chased by Senior brother He. I hope that Senior will save my life for the sake of the spiritual object." As he spoke, he held a jade box in both hands and presented it to Li Zhirui. Hearing the name of the 1000 fragrance jade lotus, Li Zhirui immediately overturned his previous thoughts. He was in charge of this matter. You know, this is a rare spiritual object that can continue to grow. If it grows for 100 years, it is only the second level, called the 10 fragrance white lotus. If it grows for 1,000 years, it is the 7th level, called the 1,000 fragrance jade lotus. If it can grow for 3,000 years, it can break through the ordinary level and become a fairy level spiritual object, called the 10,000 fragrances fairy lotus. Moreover, the lotus of the 1,000 fragrances fairy lotus can heal wounds, the lotus seeds can improve the soul, and the lotus roots can increase mana. The whole body is a treasure. If Li Zhirui can get 100 fragrance white lotus, he has enough confidence to cultivate a pond of white lotus, higher grade jade lotus, and even fairy lotus. So Li Zhirui turned his hand and put away the jade box, which was considered to be an agreement with Yang Yekun's request. Seeing this, the other monk cried out in his heart that it was not good, and hurriedly turned into rainbow light and fled to the distance. But this speed was still too slow for Li Zhirui, and he easily caught up with him. A vine whip appeared in his hand and knocked him to the ground. Cough cough, the magic weapon on the monk prevented him from being seriously injured, but his current state was also very bad. The whole person was lying on the ground with a weak breath, and he couldn't help coughing with blood beads. Senior, 400 fragrance jade lotus, you offended the disciples of Jilbei Mountain? Aren't you afraid that Jilbei Mountain will settle accounts with you in the future? In order to survive, the cultivator could only threaten the sect, hoping to intimidate Li Zhirui. Unfortunately, Li Zhirui didn't care at all. After all, when Jilbei Mountain made a move, he would have to leave the northern region. In addition, with a space to conceal the secrets, Li Zhirui didn't have to worry about being found. Please spare my life, senior. I am willing to offer all my wealth. Seeing that the threat didn't work, he offered money and begged for mercy without hesitation. Li Zhirui shook his head. Even if he killed him, the spiritual objects on his body would still belong to him, and it was not certain that the spiritual objects in this person's hand were comparable to the 6th level jade lotus. I am a person who values credibility. If you can produce a spiritual object better than the jade lotus, I will help you kill Yang Yekun. The man's face froze. Although the 100 fragrance jade lotus was only the 6th level, this kind of spiritual object was extremely rare. How could he, a small cultivator of the refining void, produce such a precious spiritual object? Li Zhirui said no more. The vine whip flew out of his hand, turned into a steel cable, and instantly pierced his heart. This matter is over, I'm leaving first. Li Zhirui took away the storage magic weapon on his body, and asked the golden eagle to activate the spirit ship and leave. Yang Yekun opened his mouth to say something, but finally swallowed it back, watching the spirit ship fly away. I didn't expect to get a jade lotus on this trip. When Li Zhirui got a jade lotus, he sent it into the space and planted it in a pool. The jade lotus, which was originally a little haggard, soon recovered its vitality under the nourishment of the space. It looks like it should be able to be promoted to the 7th level soon. The situation of the jade lotus has already shown some signs, and perhaps it will be able to go further within 100 years. In the following journey, there was no such good thing, and even the shadow of the cultivator was not seen. It can be seen how poor the spiritual energy of this mountain range is. It is so scarce that even those casual cultivators are unwilling to come. Spring has gone and autumn has come. The biting cold wind in the north has howled twice. Li Zhirui finally left the north region and entered the East China Sea. The reason why he didn't go directly south and enter Dongzhou is that it was easy to get lost on those small paths, and he might get trapped in the mountains. Instead of that, it would be easier to enter the East China Sea first, and then go south and return to Wangsan Mountain. After so many years of clearing by the immortals, the coastal area of the East China Sea has completely become the territory of the immortals, and it is very safe. After flying over the sea for more than a month, Li Zhirui finally returned to Wangsan Mountain after a long absence. Ruizu, you are back. When a patrolling tribesman saw Li Zhirui at first, he couldn't believe his eyes and thought he was hallucinating. After confirming it several times, he realized that it was real and not an illusion. Well, thank you for your hard work. Li Zhirui greeted him and entered Wangsan Mountain. After not coming back for many years, he suddenly found that Wangsan Mountain was quite different from what he remembered. The mountain became thicker and taller, and some of the trends and layouts on the mountain had also changed significantly. Is it because the family cultivated a second 7th level spiritual vein? Li Zhirui guessed the reason. But soon, many spiritual lights rushed towards him. Ninth brother. You are finally back. Taking and others were very excited. Although they knew from the fate card that Li Zhirui was still alive all these years, it did not mean that he was safe. After not seeing you for many years, you have improved a lot. This sentence was not a courtesy, but the realm of decking and others, which has indeed improved a lot now. Aren't Feng Wu, Shenzhe, and Shu'er in the family? After exchanging pleasantries, Li Zhirui asked curiously. Shenzhe went out to train a long time ago, looking for an opportunity to break through the fusion realm. Feng Wu and Shu'er have always stayed in the family, but now only Feng Wu is at home, and Shu'er is in charge of Banyan Island. Has there been no new fusion cultivators born in the family in recent years? No, there are quite a few refining cultivators. Decking was also a little dejected. Unfortunately, Li Zhirui had already changed his cultivation method. If he was still cultivating the Wanling Sutra, Decking, Zhaoqing and others might have become several 8th level spirit beasts. Without the benefits brought by the Wanling Sutra, they would naturally face various bottlenecks if they wanted to break through, so they have not been able to move forward until now. It's okay. If you have any questions in the future, you can come to me to answer your questions, Li Zhirui comforted him. Has anything big happened around the family in recent years? The Zhang family and the King's Hu sect fought again to compete for more land, but the two sides were evenly matched and neither of them gained an advantage. Decking thought for a while and said, the Sea tribe began to stir again a few years ago. Everyone was worried about the invasion of the Sea tribe, but it hasn't happened yet. Li Zhirui nodded, and then asked about the development of the family in recent years. Let Taiao tell you about this. Li Zhirui knew this clan leader. After all, he was the first Liangsu clan leader in the family, and the only female clan leader. According to the growth of the family over the years, the land in the east has extended a lot towards the sea. At the same time, all the forces between Wangsan Mountain and Wanling Island have been conquered, connecting the two places together. At the same time, in order to open up more space for the family, we have been developing the mountains in the north for these years. Now several fairy cities have been built, and there are hundreds of thousands of mortals living there. Hearing this, Li Zhirui raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't expect that the family would actually develop this mountain range. Although the spiritual energy is thin, it is also because of this that it is difficult to breed monsters naturally. In addition to living in the mountains, which is more troublesome, it is more suitable for mortals to live. Perhaps, the humane dynasty method that I got before, there is no need to pass it on, Li Zhirui muttered to himself. The reason why he wanted to get the method was to protect the secular clansmen, but now he can do it without it, so Li Zhirui doesn't want to pass on the method of the humane dynasty. After all, he has personally witnessed the scene of the Dacian dynasty overwhelming the heroes. How many years has it been since the humane dynasty? It can stop a large number of cultivators and win the battle. If the secular family becomes stronger than the monk family in the future, a huge conflict will inevitably break out between the two sides. Considering this, Li Zhirui changed his mind on the spot. Ruizu, what did you just say? Li Taiao didn't hear clearly, so he asked. Nothing, I just thought of something suddenly. Li Zhirui smiled and said, thank you for your hard work over the years. It's not easy to be the patriarch. After so many years, Li Taiao's cultivation has not improved much. Obviously, the position of patriarch, which is full of trivial matters, has dragged her down. These are the spiritual objects and methods I collected during my training outside. Please count them and put them in the treasure house. Li Zhirui waved his hand, and two small hills of spiritual objects appeared on the ground. Hiss, everyone present couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. With their cultivation, how could they not see the dazzling and brilliant treasure light? It is conceivable how precious these spiritual objects are, and the number is also very large. In fact, Li Zhirui just took this opportunity to take out some high-level spiritual objects that the family did not have, and the family will also have these spiritual objects in the future. Chapter 1049 Luck. After dealing with some trivial matters, Li Zhirui entered the cave and began to practice in seclusion. He was determined not to come out until he broke through the late stage of the fusion. Before that, Li Zhirui used all his energy to engrave his own understanding of the fusion state on a stone tablet, which was convenient for Decking and others to comprehend, and was considered to be a little help for them to break through the fusion. Brother Jiu is about to break through the late stage of the fusion, but we are still stuck in the refining of the void. If this continues, our gap will get bigger and bigger. At the end, Decking felt very powerless. They have worked hard enough to practice in recent years, but they are trapped in the late stage of refining the void and cannot make any progress. The bottleneck is like a copper wall and iron wall, blocking them. Zhaoqing, Xiaokang and others are also very melancholy. Their bloodline has long been trying to find a way to be promoted to the 7th rank. They have also participated in the war with the Sea clan and even followed the Li family to go out for training. It can be said that all kinds of methods have been tried, but they just can't take the last step. I hope that the stone tablet that Brother Nine spent so much effort to build can bring us good news, Xiaokang said in a deep voice, and then began to gather his mind, put all his consciousness into it, and concentrate on comprehending the Tao. Seeing this, the other few people stopped talking and closed their eyes to comprehend. 5 years passed in a flash between spring and autumn. Amu, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the stone tablet to comprehend, suddenly opened his eyes, and quietly left the place with a happy face. He gained a lot from the stone tablet. Combined with the inheritance in his blood, Amu felt that he seemed to have a chance to break through the fusion. Obviously, Amu is the last of the 5 spirit beasts to be born, and the last to sign a contract with Li Zhirui, but he actually took the lead at this time. After a few years, Daking and Akan opened their eyes for no more than a quarter of an hour. Looking closely at their expressions, you will find that although there is joy, there is more helplessness. The two did not gain much from the stone tablet. Although it helped to break through the bottleneck, they only saw little possibility. It was unknown how many years it would take to succeed. Fortunately, both of them were people with strong Taoism. They were not afraid of the long time, but they were afraid of not seeing hope. You know, Daking and Amu's lifespans are longer than each other. They can live for more than 3,000 years in the refining void realm, which is longer than ordinary monks who have survived the tribulation. So they are not worried that the long time will affect their future cultivation. As for Zhaoqing and Xiaokang, they sat in front of the stone tablet for decades, and finally they were driven out by the backup plan left by Li Zhirui because they almost went crazy. It seems that only you and I have no gains. Zhaoqing saw that the other 4 cushions were empty and said bitterly, I planned to go to the deep sea to find an opportunity to break through the fusion. Xiaokang was also disappointed, but he thought of the second way at the first time. In other words, this is actually what he has always wanted to do. But he has not been able to put it into action due to various reasons. But Xiaokang was unwilling to stop here, so he could only use dangerous methods to stimulate himself and break through the bottleneck. I will also go to the deep sea. Xiaoqing hesitated for a moment before making up his mind. The main reason is that he is not like Xiaokang, who is a lonely person. He also has a Taoist partner and children, so he needs to consider it. Speaking of the only descendant of Xiaoqing and Fengpeng, Qingpeng. Not only did he perfectly inherit the blood of both parents, but he also had a return of blood. He was born with a 7th rank, possessed extremely high spiritual intelligence, and had the talent to control wind and water. It is a little regrettable that the Li family has not produced a member of the Fengshan spiritual root in recent years, so Xiaoqing and Fengpeng did not let Qingpeng sign a contract, but cultivated him as the guardian spirit beast of the Li family. However, compared with the contract of the Golden Eagle, the content of Qingpeng's contract is much looser, and the two sides are in a more equal relationship. Qingpeng still needs to fight for the Li family, but he will not fall because of the destruction of the Li family. If the Li family really falls into this situation, then the contract on him will automatically end, and he will become a free body from then on. Speaking of which, Zhaoqing and Xiaokang both planned to go to the distant sea for training, but they had no intention of acting together, because they planned to break through the bottleneck through life and death trials, and achieve the goal of breaking through the fusion. If they trained together, they might not be able to achieve the effect that satisfied them. The two made sufficient preparations in the family, and then set out on the road to the distant sea one after another. As a descendant of the dragon clan, Xiaokang was like a fish in water after entering the sea, as if his strength had improved a lot. Moreover, after the contracts between him and Li Zhirui was terminated, it was no longer possible to see that Xiaokang was a spirit beast. Those sea creatures would only think that he was a dragon from other places, and few sea creatures took the initiative to attack him. There was no way. Xiaokang could only take the initiative to provoke. Roar. Damn dragon, you are looking for death. Xiaokang found a 6th level 1,000-legged octopus, which was very powerful. Every time it took action, it could set off huge waves in the nearby sea. Moreover, it also mastered some kind of invisibility and hiding magical power, which made Xiao Kang embarrassed, and finally had to flee in embarrassment. If the millipede octopus had not been worried about its territory being invaded by other sea creatures and looting the spiritual creatures it had worked hard to cultivate, it would never have given up chasing Xiao Kang. Ahem, I was too arrogant and underestimated the strength of these sea creatures. After escaping, Xiao Kang hid in a hidden cave to heal his wounds and reflected on his own problems. If it weren't for underestimating the millipede octopus, Xiao Kang wouldn't have been so embarrassed. After staying in the cave for half a month, Xiao Kang recovered and rushed in the direction of the millipede octopus without hesitation. He planned to deal with this sea creature before looking for an opponent. Although Xiao Kang no longer underestimated the enemy this time, he was eventually defeated and escaped from its territory with serious injuries. If you dare to come again next time, I will definitely skin you alive and vent my anger even if I lose some spiritual creatures, the octopus roared angrily. Xiao Kang, who fled back to the hidden cave with bruises all over his body, hurriedly took out the treasure pill to heal his wounds. This time the injury was much more serious. Even though he took a lot of precious pills, Xiao Kang took more than 3 months to recover. Why is the strength of that octopus monster so strong? Xiao Kang frowned. He really didn't expect that the first opponent he chose would be so strong. But if he didn't solve this octopus, even if he successfully broke through the bottleneck in the end, he would still feel a little regretful. So even though Xiao Kang knew that he was not an opponent, he still planned to solve the octopus monster, but not now, but wait until he had some experience and his strength improved before taking revenge. Xiao Qing entered the open sea a little later, and compared to Xiao Kang, it was more difficult for him to find a suitable opponent. Every time, it was the sea people who took the initiative to attack. However, because Xiao Qing was not a sea person, many 6th-level sea people would make trouble for him. He almost never lacked opponents, which could be regarded as a blessing and a curse. Zhang Fengwu, who was practicing in Wangsan Mountain, heard the news that Li Zhirui had returned as soon as he came out of retreat, and he also left her with the cultivation insights and experience of the fusion realm. Is he in seclusion to break through to the late stage of fusion? Zhang Fengwu was silent. She still had a long way to go before she could reach the middle stage of fusion, but Li Zhirui was about to break through to the late stage of fusion. Even if she could find many reasons for this, such as Li Zhirui's qualifications, or the fact that he broke through earlier, the gap between the two was widening, which was an indisputable fact. Alice, Zhang Fengwu sighed, but soon calmed down. She had her own way to go, and there was no need to envy others. With a cheat master who surpassed the immortals, and Zhang Fengwu who inherited the legacy, she had enough confidence to ensure that she would not stop there, so there was no need to complain about herself. Not far away, Li Zhirui, who was absorbing spiritual energy in the cave, suddenly felt a mysterious airflow descending from the sky, but it did not disturb his practice. After a while, Li Zhirui stopped practicing and began to study what it was. Merit, Li Zhirui thought it should be this thing. I didn't expect that after leaving for so many years, there would still be merit. This also means that the war is over. I don't know how many lives have fallen and become fertilizer for that farm. Li Zhirui sighed. Although he didn't know the other party, he couldn't help feeling sad when he thought of their whereabouts. Shaking his head and clearing these thoughts, Li Zhirui gathered his mind again and continued to practice. He didn't have so much time to feel the spring and autumn period. Li Zhirui didn't forget that he had escaped from the battlefield and was carrying a huge disaster. If it was accidentally leaked, not only would he suffer, but the entire family would also be implicated. And the best way to avoid this kind of thing is to have strong strength. 2 flowers bloom, each with its own beauty. However, Li Chengshen, who had been traveling for many years, had gained a lot, but he never found the opportunity to take the last step. This made Li Chengshen impatient and no longer acted as cautiously as before. One day, he left a large fairy city, but soon found that there were several cultivators following him. Obviously, it was his large-scale sale and purchase of spiritual objects that was targeted by some cultivators. Sneaky, come out directly, Li Chengshen shouted to the back. In an instant, 3 void-refining cultivators appeared. Their magical powers were already ready, and they attacked without any hesitation. Li Chengshen was not afraid at all. Although he had not been able to break through the bottleneck in these years, his strength had been fully tempered in one battle after another. Now he is much stronger than before. This is also Li Chengshen's confidence. The strength shown by the three people together is indeed good, but the Sun True Fire mastered by Li Chengsheng has great lethality, and it is difficult to extinguish if you accidentally touch it. Therefore, the situation that may be very difficult for other cultivators can be easily solved by him. How is this possible? You, a void refining cultivator, actually mastered the Sun True Fire. Li Chengsheng did not answer, but increased the intensity of his attack, intending to deal with the three people. However, the three of them were not stupid. Seeing that they were no match for them, of course they would not continue to attack, but would try to escape. Unfortunately, Li Chengsheng was prepared. A beam of sun fire blocked the way and forced two of them back. He personally fought off the remaining one. We are willing to offer some spiritual objects, and we only hope that you can let us go. Seeing that they could not escape, one of them begged for mercy. Li Chengsheng did not respond, but just looked at the three people calmly. Fellow Taoist, are you unwilling to let us go and must fight to the death with us? The man asked angrily, with a hint of threat. Li Chengsheng said calmly, if you want to fight, just fight. Now that you find your life is threatened, you want to beg for mercy and leave? How can there be such a good thing in this world? Li Chengsheng did not care about their threats. He brought A Li and Yang Li with him on this training, just to impact the fusion, and rarely asked them for help. The three looked at each other and knew that they couldn't leave without taking out some good things. They could only say helplessly, more than 1,000 miles east of here, there is a valley where a secret realm is about to be born. In fact, they were on the way to the secret realm, but they happened to meet Li Chengsheng. Seeing that he was alone, they had evil thoughts. Who knew that the other party's strength was so terrifying that he could actually control the true fire of the sun? Therefore, they are now regretting it. If they were not so greedy, how could they end up like this? It is even more impossible to tell Li Chengsheng about the secret realm and find a big enemy for themselves. Oh, Li Chengsheng's eyes lit up. A brand new secret realm was born, and the spiritual objects were the most abundant. Maybe he could find a spiritual object that would help him break through. As long as you are not lying, I will let you go. Li Chengsheng placed some restrictions in their bodies and asked them to lead the way. A journey of more than 1,000 miles is nothing to a cultivator of the void refining sect. It only took a quarter of an hour. Is this the place? Li Chengsheng frowned, looking around, but he didn't see the secret realm that they were talking about. No, we need to go a little further inside. The secret realm portal is in the valley behind this mountain. Li Chengsheng motioned for them to lead the way, and soon they saw the portal that was slowly taking shape. It looks like we came at the right time. Judging from the situation, the portal will be fully formed in another day. If we come a little later, we may miss the secret realm. Li Chengsheng nodded with satisfaction, waved his hand to remove the restrictions in the three people's bodies, and ignored them. However, the three of them were reluctant to leave, and finally pushed one of them out, with a twisted look on his face, saying, Fellow Taoist, can we join forces to explore this secret realm? The reason why they were willing to put aside bullying and hatred was, of course, because compared to interests, these things were not important. A secret realm that was born for the first time was likely to have a wealth of spiritual objects. If they could bring Li Chengsheng with them, with the strength of the four of them, they would not dare to say that they were invincible in the secret realm, but at least unless it was a very rare treasure, other cultivators would probably not take action. No, I'm used to being alone. Li Chengsheng rejected their invitation without hesitation. He was not brave enough to join forces with the monks who were still fighting half an hour ago. Chapter 1050 Success. Besides, Li Chengsheng was not really alone. If he encountered danger, there were three spirit beasts, Aang and Ali. Their strength was not inferior to these three cultivators, and they were more trustworthy. Well, I wish you good luck. The three were a little disappointed when they heard this, but they did not entangle too much and turned around and left. After watching them leave, Li Chengsheng took out the formation plate he brought from his family, and a 7th level formation quickly took shape. Before the secret realm portal was completely stable, he would stay in the formation, one to avoid conflicts with other cultivators, and the other to preserve his strength. I just don't know the grade of this secret realm. If it is lower than the 6th grade, there is no chance to set foot in it. Li Chengsheng shook his head and stopped thinking about it. As time passed, there were only 100 cultivators around the secret realm, but now there are dozens of times more. Many of them received invitations from friends, but the news spread more and more, and in the end it almost developed to the point where everyone knew it. Except for the first few days, Li Zhirui was recovering his mana and recuperating, and the rest of the time was spent on keeping an eye on the situation in the secret realm. So when the secret realm portal was fully formed, Li Zhirui immediately put away the formation. The nearby cultivators noticed a movement and looked over immediately. When they found out that it was actually a cultivator of the refining void realm, many of them breathed a sigh of relief. You know, when they knew that this was a 7th level formation, they didn't dare to get too close, for fear that there was a cultivator of the combination realm inside and they would accidentally bump into him. More importantly, the strength of the combination realm cultivator was too strong, and they, the god transformation realm in the refining void realm, were no match for him at all, and it could even be said that they couldn't even resist. Buzz, everyone didn't focus on Li Zhirui for too long, because soon the secret realm portal was completely consolidated and could accommodate everyone to pass through. Although no one knew the grade of this secret realm, at the moment the portal was formed, everyone rushed over at the fastest speed. Anyway, even if the grade was too low, they would only be blocked outside and would not be harmed. But if the grade of the secret realm was high enough, it would be a certain advantage to rush in first. Li Zhirui was extremely fast and close to the gate. He was one of the first monks to touch the gate and rushed in without any hindrance. A strong dizziness made Li Zhirui take a long time to recover, but the moment he landed, he summoned Aang, Ali and the other two to protect him from being hurt. Bang! A bloody attack came. If Li Zhirui had not been prepared in advance, he would have been injured because he had no time to defend. Aang and the other two took action in time. One of them blocked the attack, and the remaining two went to find the monster not far away. It was a big snake with a body of more than 10 feet. The black scales on its body flashed with a strange luster, which made people feel indestructible. Although the black snake was also a 6th level monster, it soon fell into disadvantage in the face of the tacit cooperation of Ali and Yangli, two 6th level spirit beasts. The body protected by the scales had several deep wounds on its flesh and bones. After Li Zhirui recovered and joined in, the black snake was quickly subdued. If it hadn't been useful, it would have been solved long ago. Tell me everything you know, and I can let you die quickly. Li Zhirui wanted to learn about the secret realm from the black snake. This was the fastest source of information. Of course, he didn't completely believe what the black snake said. If the black snake was not also a 6th level monster with a strong soul, Li Zhirui would have planned to search its soul directly. After all, he wouldn't have to worry about being deceived by the black snake. Let me go, and I'll tell you, the black snake asked in a hoarse voice. Li Zhirui gave it a cold look, gathered the surrounding spiritual energy, formed a huge palm, and pinched the wound on the black snake's body fiercely. Ah! Instantly, a shrill and painful scream rang out. You are not qualified to bargain. You are not the only monster in this secret realm, Li Zhirui said coldly. I'll tell you, the black snake, who was in great pain, finally let go. We call this place the Myriad Secret Realm, which is jointly ruled by 5 major forces. They are the Myriad Butterfly Flower Valley of 6 7th level butterfly demons, the Elephant Plain of 8 7th level yellow-fanged elephants, the Tiger Roaring Forest of 11 7th level tiger demons, the Dragon Lake of 11 7th level dragons, and the last, and most powerful, the Ice Mountain of 14 7th level snow demons. The 5 major tribes each control one side. The place you are now in belongs to the Dragon Lake. The black snake told Li Zhirui the map of the secret realm it knew, which also marked the territories of each tribe. If these are all true, then the subsequent journey to the secret realm will be safe and fast. Seeing Li Zhirui so serious, the black snake flashed a glimmer of joy in his eyes. It won't be long before they can go down to accompany him. Unfortunately, from the beginning to the end, they didn't trust the black snake much, and the same was true for this map that was dictated by it. Anything else to say? Although the black snake had known that there would be such a moment, when he was really about to die, he still felt fear and terror. He opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, he was solved by Li Zhirui. See if you can find a few more monsters nearby to verify the distribution of this map. Okay, the two split into 2 groups and acted separately. They would meet here half an hour later. Although this place belongs to the sphere of influence of Longhu, it is still far away from the dragon, so there is no need to worry about being discovered by the dragon. Time passed quickly, and the 4 people gathered again. They had more or less caught some monsters, but the rank was not very high, only rank 4 and 5. Through cross-examination, Li Zhirui and his team got a complete and safer map of the secret realm. If they act according to the map described by the Black Snake, they are likely to break into the territory of other rank 7 monsters, and they will be skinned if they don't die. Li Zhirui wanted to stimulate the bottleneck, not to die. The gap between the refining and the fusion, they are not even a match. Let's go, be careful, this is a rank 7 secret realm after all. Li Zhirui wiped out their traces and breath and flew to the south. From the monsters, we learned that there were fewer monsters and no 7th level monsters in the southern part of the secret realm because of the frequent eruptions of volcanoes. After knowing these 2 pieces of information, Li Zhirui immediately decided to go south. The volcanoes everywhere meant that there would be a lot of fire spirits, which would most likely mutate and produce pure yang spirits. The lack of 7th level monsters meant that the south was safer and more suitable for them to practice. Ali and the other 2 did not object. After all, if they could find suitable spirits, it would be beneficial for them. All the way south, Li Zhirui and his companions did not encounter any monks on the way, but they saw a few monsters. After they joined forces to kill them, they arrived at the southern volcano quite smoothly. Is it because the secret realm is too large and there are relatively few monks? Li Zhirui thought about it and did not take it to heart. He turned around and concentrated on looking for opportunities. Although there were no 7th level monsters in the southern part of the secret realm, there was no shortage of monsters, so in the process of treasure hunting, Li Zhirui and his companions would inevitably have conflicts with them. Li Zhirui also accepted all who came, and even did not allow Aang and the other 2 to take action unless their lives were threatened. He wanted to use these battles to break the bottleneck that blocked his path. As for whether it would work, it is still unknown. Boom boom, one day, Li Zhirui, as usual, took Aang and the other 2 to walk between the volcanoes, and suddenly heard an explosion that resounded through the heavens and the earth. Then came a series of violent earthquakes, as if the end of the world was coming. Li Zhirui and the others were startled at first, but they immediately reacted and turned into rainbow lights and flew towards the source. They had been in the south for more than 10 days and had become accustomed to volcanic eruptions, but they had never encountered such a violent situation. Maybe there would be precious treasures washed out by the magma, so they naturally could not miss it. In addition to them, all the monsters who heard the noise rushed over. Obviously, everyone knew that this volcanic eruption was unusual. Although Li Zhirui and his group were moving very fast, because they were far away, there were already many monsters lurking nearby when they arrived. They looked at them with all kinds of strange and weird eyes, looking at them who were out of tune with the surroundings. Zhirui, why don't we retreat for the time being? Aang frowned and whispered secretly. Li Zhirui did not respond, but stared at the huge and thick pillar of fire that shot straight into the sky. He sensed an opportunity from it. Seeing this, Aang knew his answer and sighed, but still cheered up and carefully guarded the surroundings. He knew that Li Zhirui was not a reckless person. Facing such an unfavorable situation, he was still unwilling to retreat. There must be an important reason. The only thing that could make Li Zhirui take risks was the breakthrough of the fusion. Moreover, they did have life-saving spiritual objects in their hands. If they really encountered danger, at least they could still escape alive. When Zhirui takes action, you will help with all your strength. I will reserve my magic power. If the situation is not favorable, I can use all my strength to take you away from here. Aang made such an arrangement not because he was afraid of death or because he was not strong enough, but because he was the fastest among them. If he really encountered danger, he could quickly take the other 3 away. Okay, Ali and Yang Li nodded in agreement. Li Zhirui, who was beside him, listened silently without responding. After a while, he suddenly flew out. He had been looking for a spiritual object in the molten fire column that could make people feel something. Just at that moment, he captured the existence of the spiritual object. He didn't even have time to inform Yang and the other 2, and immediately set off without hesitation. Fortunately, they had been paying attention to Li Zhirui. When they saw him move, they followed him closely. Seeing this, the surrounding monsters, although they didn't understand why Li Zhirui suddenly took action, would never let him succeed. Without thinking, they all tried to stop him. Ali and Yang Li quickly used their magical powers to block their attacks from a distance to avoid affecting Li Zhirui. The 2 of them had a hard time dealing with it. After all, there were dozens of monsters around, so it was inevitable that they would miss some attacks. Fortunately, Li Chengsheng paid some attention to the surroundings and blocked them in time. Under the siege of many monsters, the four of them fled into the molten fire column in a panic. Before them, several monsters had already taken the lead. Seeing that they could not stop Li Chengsheng and the other four, they also wanted to take away the treasure. But what surprised the monsters was that they also saw a few spiritual objects, but they were no relatively common spiritual objects that would be brought out of the deep underground with a volcanic eruption. If it were just these spiritual objects, it shouldn't be worth the monk's excitement, right? Chengshen, can you sense the location of the treasure? Follow me. Li Chengsheng rushed in a certain direction without any hesitation. The group of people were all masters of playing with fire. The high temperature in the molten lava had almost no effect on them, and they ran quickly as if walking on flat ground. Not long after, Li Chengsheng suddenly pounced forward and reached out to grab the treasure that he was worried about. Li looked carefully and found that what Li Chengsheng was holding was a dead branch with a few leaves. Just as he was about to ask, he happened to meet his eyes, which were filled with surging excitement that he could not understand. This is the fusang branch, Li Chengsheng said excitedly. It is the fusang that grows in the sun star and allows the three-legged golden crow to rest. The reason why he was so excited was, of course, because he saw his chance to break through the fusion, that is, this fusang branch. With a fusang branch that contains a lot of solar laws, Li Chengsheng believes that his realm will definitely be able to go further and step into the fusion he has been thinking about. And Li Chengsheng can sense and determine the location of this fusang branch, which is related to the sun true fire he refined before. If Li Chengsheng had not refined the sun true fire in the refining realm, he would not be able to sense the fusang branch. And he would most likely miss this opportunity like others. Ho ha, as expected, instead of running around, it's better to follow you directly, it's easier to find treasures. Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from the side, and a black shadow flashed quickly, and a 6th level monster appeared in front of them. Hand over the fusang branch, and I will spare your lives. How can you, a small 6th level monster, have the confidence to ask us to beg for mercy? Li said with disdain. Oh? Is that so? The monster was not angry, and roared, and soon a large number of monsters came towards it, laughing. Now? Is there any strength to threaten you? More than a dozen new monsters came, most of which were 6th level. Li Chengsheng's face was solemn. With a scale, if they didn't use their trump cards, they would really die here. Hold on, Ang shouted, and immediately turned into his true form, a golden crow. If it weren't for the third leg, it would be mistaken for the three-legged golden crow of the sun god bird. Li Chengsheng and the other two quickly grabbed Ang's paws. He turned into a rainbow light and rushed out at the fastest speed. The monsters didn't even have time to stop him. Damn it, chase them. We must stop them, the first 6th level monster shouted angrily. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.